चलो एक बार फिर दोस्ती के ड्रीम्स सजाएं, फिर से क्रेजी स्क्वाड्स और कुछ नई टीम्स बनाएं। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया इसका नेम है। आफ्टर ऑल ये इंडिया का गेम है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया का बैटल ग्राउंड्स। डाउनलोड नाउ।
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day number 2 of Battlegrounds Mobile India launch party. My name is Word Super Johnny John. I'm going to be your host, as I said yesterday, for this final day as well. And today we're going to have the remaining 3 matches between all these big streamers, content creators, and a few individuals who are really good at the game, as we found out yesterday. And it's going to get really exciting. I hope you guys are ready and supporting your favorite streamers as well in the chat, spamming all those hearts, showing all the love to them. But before we get the show started, I have to introduce my co-casters, my partner in crime. Well, in fact, the casters, since I'm the host. Let's bring them in. The experiment and a slight change as we have Fixes joining us. How are you guys? I see you're rocking the merch right there.
Yep.
Oh,
Yes,
hell
sir.
yeah. Of course we had to do
Battlegrounds
that.
Mobile India. I mean, I think I'm gonna notch it up a bit right now, and well,
What do you have? What do you
Alright, he's
have?
doing something. Oh, snap. Alrighty. We got a little bit of cool quotient coming in. I mean, of course, who's going to be cooler than Fixes himself rocking them shades, eh? You kind of remind me a little bit of Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park. I wonder how many of you actually get that little reference. Yeah, those glasses are really cool.
are they? I mean,
I like them.
right now I see the world in yellow, so I'm gonna just take it off. But I'm really stoked to see at what these streamers.
You know, one
put
thing is
on the
missing
table
though.
today.
I'm
Yeah?
gonna have to interrupt you. Where's
Okay.
Johnny's jersey? Where's your hoodie at, man? Why aren't
Uh,
you representing Battleground Mobile India?
I'm gonna be getting a special hoodie since I'm always gonna be the
Oh.
host. So they are
I'm thinking
making
the
a
special
special thing
ones.
for me. Yeah, it's gonna have a Superman logo in the middle,
Wow.
and it's gonna have mine. Everything's gonna be special. You guys get the common. I'm the host right here.
I mean,
I
guess-
feel bad about myself
I
right now.
guess beggars can't be choosers. I'm happy with this though. I love it.
Me too.
Anyway,
I love
Anyhow, Anyhow,
Yes, sir.
coming back to the conversation about the matches and the players, we did see a little bit of domination coming in yesterday from Team Snax.
wow.
What do you guys have to say about that? I'm gonna ask first the person that is joining us for the first time, Fix It.
Well, I was certainly late to the party, and now
Yeah.
that I'm here, we've been seeing Team Snacks really dominating. I mean, 3 back-to-back chickens. They're looking really sharp, looking really neat. But then again, for today, I really want all these teams to sort of drop off at the same drop location, just go after each other. That's it.
You want them to
Hey,
have fun, innit? That's what you want.
Yep.
So basically, you want it to be
Party.
like a public game kind of sort. You don't want it to be so
Yeah.
serious. You want them to have fun. Which, if you think about it, they have been having fun. A couple of these teams have just been running around, just picking fights left, right, and center. But a few of them have actually hunkered down, and they've showcased their tactical prowess. But I don't see that happening right off the bat in today's first game because, of course, there is going to be a lot on the line as well as bragging rights. So I don't
Yeah.
know, Fixes. That's a tall order.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna agree with Fixes, but XP winning 3 games in a row, that's pretty fun to me.
I mean, you said that was like a little bit of a domination. That was like a lot of domination. It was like domination to the max because these boys just kind of ran away with the show. And it's not just that they won each and every single game, they won it with an amazing number of finishes,
Right.
almost
Yeah.
in double digits every single round. And the fact that they kept all 4 members alive till the end just goes to showcase that, man, these guys are ready. And especially since we had that little esports update yesterday, looks like Team Snax are going to be the forerunners for all the esports tournaments to come.
Today, to be honest, I am really keen as to see whether they are going to be getting targeted, right?
Oh.
Because come on, obviously they've won those 3 chicken dinners, and these players have taken it really seriously. You're streamers, but once you are inside the battlegrounds, and when you've got some moolah on the line, and might
Yeah.
as well go for it.
I mean, there's
Fun.
there's a thing that we need to help the audience catch up to. That is
Hmm.
something that was supposed to happen yesterday could not happen due to some technical issues. That was the pan fight. But the update is that there's going to be a pan fight today at the end of all the matches, and that one pan fight, it's going to be worth 20,000 rupees. Just
I
one
mean,
game for the captains.
the stakes have doubled almost overnight. That's exactly what has happened. Now it's all going to come down to that one pan fight. And we did see Sangwan kind of lead the charge. He did have the
Oh, yeah.
maximum number of kills, and then everyone was running around basically trying not to get hit. But it's going to be an amazing event. But of course, before the pan fight, we do have the 3 games that are going to be underway, and I do believe, Johnny, we do have the teams coming
Yeah.
up on our screens in just a while. There you have it.
Yeah, it is the refresher on the squads that will be performing. Team Dynamo, Team Team Mortal also putting up decent numbers on the leaderboard right now.
Oh, yeah.
We have Team MAXTERN, Team GHATAK, Team Snax, the squad that is dominating 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. GODNIXON is there, Team KRONTEN, Team SHREEMAN, and Team Guru. The
I mean,
first 9 teams.
if you talk about Team Snacks, their logo basically
Yeah.
just says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
IND.
Well, and they are here in for some sweet time. But today, to be honest, XP, I must tell you, it's not going to be a really, really merry-go-round for them. They
Uh-huh.
are going to be
Oh.
tested by a lot of teams. And by a lot of teams, I am expecting some turbulence coming in from Team Mortal. I mean,
Well,
why not? Why not?
I mean, if you talk about Team Mortal real quick, I mean, Erangel, these guys started off with a blast. In fact, they got that squad wipe on Clash
Yeah.
Universe at Water City right at the beginning. And of course, that phenomenal play coming in from Scout OP was just something that, this is what the game's about. This is what you want to see from the best players in the country. But again, it was kind of disappointing, so to speak, because, they are the crowd favorites. You want them to be right at the top. But another team that did kind of stand out was Team KRONTEN. I mean, they are second on the leaderboard right now, but boy, did they pack quite a punch in that first game. Now, of course, we do have the first 9 teams on our screens, but I do believe we have some more contenders who are vying for that top prize. And, well, Johnny boy, does anything stand out for you over here?
Well, I believe over here it's going to be Team Sangwan and Team ANTARYAMI. Team ANTARYAMI had a decent game yesterday, but Team Sangwan, they've somehow managed to be really, really consistent. Along with that, I do have to say, since you mentioned Team Clash Universe, I like the fact that they like to go for those early fights.
They're living up to the name, mate.
Yeah.
You know what, Johnny and XP, today I'm here to make the Mickey out of K18, right? Because I was just hovering around, before joining the stream, and
Yeah.
he was live streaming, and I went in there, and he actually was playing like a bot. So, yeah.
Oh, all
Did he-
right. There
did
you
he-
have it,
I
ladies and
gotta say,
gentlemen.
yeah.
You heard it here first, and it was Fixes who just said K18 is a bot. Let that sink in your
I mean,
minds, and let's
he's
have some spamming in the
he's an
chat
amazing
section.
caster. We all do know that, but as a player, I mean,
I
nah.
think that's the best thing about all of us are friends, so we can kind of take a
Yeah.
few jabs at
And-
one another. It's all in good fun, boys and girls. It's
Yeah.
all in good fun.
And XP has been doing exposés left, right, and center since yesterday, calling us old, calling us people who can't play.
I just deal in facts, buddy. And
Well,
yes, sir.
I mean, we did talk about the teams. Let's talk the schedule that's there. I mean, we still have the same 3 maps and the pan fight in the end.
Going to be amazing because Action and Erangel is one of the crowd favorite maps, and even from battle royale games in the past, we've had similar maps such as Erangel, and
Yeah.
Miramar was kind of different for me yesterday because we were kind of expecting it to be a lot slower paced as compared to the other rounds, but boy, when the action started, I mean, it did not cease at all, and that's what we want. We want that action, and I think what Fixes really wanted, that early action, early skirmishes, it
Yeah.
might just come true, especially in a map like Sanhok.
You know what? I really want all the teams to just drop off at boot camp and settle the dust over there itself, because that's going to be quick, that's going to be fast, that's going to be exhilarating, and yeah, ending things along with the ban fight. I'm really stoked.
But you know what? As you said, Fixes, just landing on bootcamp might just backfire for these players. You don't want to risk it to get the biscuit because the biscuit is actually pretty tasty. We're going to have a look at the prize pool. The podium finish teams will be receiving a lot of money. Look at that. You finish third, you get a lakh Indian
That is
rupees. That is a lot
one
of money. Yeah.
expensive biscuit, mate. I mean, if it goes for that much, I mean, I want to get my hands on that biscuit as well because a lakh minimum, and then of course, second prize you have 1,50,000, but the first prize walks away with 3,30,000 rupees. That is a lot of money if you think about it.
Let's not forget the 20,000 rupees for the pan fight. In the end, there's just going to be 18 players in that lobby. All the captains are going to be present. They're going to be swinging pans at each other, throwing pans at each other, and whoever wins that pan fight, 20,000 rupees to that one individual.
All right, so guys, you really need kind of brief me up on this.
Yeah.
Have there been any throwing pan
Oh, yeah.
finishes yet?
Oh, yeah.
yes.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah.
yes. We got
Game
everything
on.
in store for you, mate. We've got
We-
everything. We've got you go ahead, Johnny.
I was
Let's
just
bring
gonna
up the
say
speed.
we had pan throws, we had
yeah.
just like chase arounds. We had a person hiding in a bush, just trying to hide. That was
We
a
had-
good tactic from Kronten, by the way, yesterday.
We literally had samurais and ninjas on the battlefield because, as you said, Kronten was the ninja hiding in the bush,
Yeah.
and we had samurais running around with katanas trying to slice one another. So it was kind of pandemonium. It was kind of chaotic, but it was a lot of fun. And of course, before we get to the fun, we are going to see how the prize pool is going to be distributed, and of course, you have all these placement points that come in handy. And well, Johnny, if you would just do us the honors to take us through what is on our screens right now.
So in the 3 matches that are going to be played, the point system goes as follows. You get the chicken dinner, you get 15 placement points. You finish second, you get 12. You finish third, you get 10, and the points keep on decreasing. 13th and below, you get nothing. You get 0 points. Nada. That's your reward for finishing solo. And talk about rewards. Every single kill is going to get you 1 point game. So, I mean, we have seen a lot of teams capitalizing on that kill point advantage in those early fights.
I mean,
mean,
that's yeah. Go ahead.
All right, so sorry to just barge in, but things are going to be really dicey today. You
Yeah.
definitely did not want to be in those, after the top 10 marker, right? You're not getting a lot of points, but once we take a look at the scorecard, a lot of teams have been struggling, and I've been telling you, Ketan, he's being one of those guys who's really very heavy to carry.
Well, looks like really heavy to carry. All right. So, are we talking about his gameplay or are we talking about his weight? But anyway, coming to what's on our screens right now, we do have the latter half of the table, and a couple of disappointing names over here because, of course, you expect Team Jonathan to be way up,
Yeah.
on the leaderboard on the other half. However, since we did kind of mention that this is a fun event, this is an event which basically brings all these content creators together, and at the end of the day, this is an amazing launch party for Battlegrounds Mobile India. I am not disappointed at all because these guys they come on, they put on a show, and that is what it's all about at the end of the day. But of course, as we have a look at the first half of the table, Johnny Boy Team Snax are leading the charge by a tremendous amount of points, 40 points. That's quite a bit.
Yeah, and to make things a little bit sweeter for them, I mean, we did have Terrence with us yesterday, Icy Baby, who was willing
Nice,
to
nice,
put
baby.
in $100 if Team
Oh,
Snacks.
he's losing
Yeah.
his money.
You
for
guys
this.
have wagered?
If Team
100%.
Snacks gets
Oh, damn.
3 chicken dinners today as well, Terrence he's going to go on Snacks' stream and donate $100. And if they win the pan
Wasn't it
fight, that's
200?
another 100. Yeah, the pan fight is worth
Oh.
106 chicken dinners. 100.
Wow. I mean, that's going to be interesting
I
because
think
Yeah.
I think someone needs to get the memo in for Team Snax. Basically,
Oh,
let
yeah.
him know. I think Fixes, you might do that. You're close with these players. Just send him a text and let him know that you better win all the
I,
games today because $200 is on the line for you.
I mean, now that you've just said that, I actually really need to just slide into his DMs. But regardless the fact that I really want Team Jonathan to be also stepping up
Yeah.
today because we do know that these lads play really amazing on their streams and they carry some amazing potential along with them. So yeah, I mean they've got a lot of fan lore
Yeah.
back behind them. So yeah, Team Jonathan, I really need to see that chicken coming out from these boys.
I think you're not going to be disappointed with them today because yesterday, by the time we reached the final game, they did actually start performing really well. I mean, the final game, Sanok, there was an early skirmish that did go their way. So
Oh yeah.
today, I'm going to be expecting to see them get a lot of kills in these matches. Placement points is something I'm a little dicey on since, as XP mentioned, this is a fun event. This is about entertainment, and there is a
Yeah.
party in the name of the event as well. So these guys are here to party, and that's the thing. So they're going to be focused on those skills, trying to showcase their gun skills inside of the match, and let's see if they can crack the top 8 or the top 5 by the end of the day.
Continuing with your thought about Team Jonathan, and especially
Yeah.
you did kind of mention that last fight, the first fight, in fact, in Sanhok. Oh my goodness, Clutch God was living up to his name in the ruins.
Yeah.
I mean, he did take out 3 members of the opposition and was taken down, but his teammate Z-God comes in from behind and then, seals the deal. And they did lose 2 members in that skirmish, but they did come out with that squad wipe. So again, you're right. I think Team Jonathan might be playing at a different level today, and they might just surpass expectations and just showcase what these boys are made of. But again, at the end of the day, it is all going to be about fun, and I can't wait to see
Yeah.
what's going to happen from game number 1 because. The thing is, it is a new game. It's a brand new game, and we've been waiting for this for so long. I'm happy that it's finally here. I'm glad. And right now, I would want the matches to be underway as soon as possible because I personally cannot wait.
I mean, the matches are going to begin, but as you mentioned, fun experiment. We do have a few fun things, in fact, lined up for our viewers. One of those is a video, an interaction between Varun Thakur, the host of the Hindi broadcast, and one of the players, one of the team's captains. So let's have a look at that.
All right, Dynamo, what's up, brother?
All good, man. All good. How are you?
Dude, I really like your setup.
Thank you, man.
अच्छा मुझे एक बात बताओ यार, जब तुमने पहली बारी BGMI देखा, अपने हाथों में पकड़ा, what was your first reaction?
मतलब अपना खुद का गेम.
हाँ.
that was my real reaction. मतलब मेरा अपना खुद का गेम था ये actually, so
हाँ.
like अपनी वाली feeling.
That's nice. That's very sweet. अपनी वाली feeling. I think all you influencers have that feeling when it comes to this game because your entire heart and soul is in it. Your fans love you guys for it, and they must be really excited to see you. है BGMI launch party से तुम्हें क्या लगता है क्या धमाकेदार होने वाला है वहाँ?
सी एक्सपेक्टेशन बहुत ज्यादा बिकॉज जो गैप बीच में गया था बहुत लोगों ने खेला नहीं था सो अब सीन ऐसा है कि सारे लोग एक साथ खेलने वाले हैं मैं मेरा स्क्वाड एंड बहुत सारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स है, कुछ मेरे फ्रेंड्स भी हैं, कुछ मेरे कॉम्पिटिटर्स भी है जो हम लोग गेम में खेलते रहते हैं आसपास कभी कभी किसी रूम में, कभी कुछ और चीजों में, तो मजा बहुत आने वाला है ऑब्वियसली. एंड मैं देखना चाहता हूँ कि ओवर द पीरियड जो टाइम किया है लोगों ने कितना प्रैक्टिस किया है, लोग कितना अच्छा खेलते हैं, कितना कैसे, बिकॉज सी मैं एक कैटेगरी होती है, एक होती है कॉम्पिटिटिव, एक होती है नॉर्मल, तो वी बिलोंग इन स्ट्रीमिंग कैटेगरी, हम बस टाइम पास के लिए मजे के लिए खेलते हैं. सो स्ट्रीमिंग कैटेगरी एंड कॉम्पिटिटिव दोनों एक साथ मिलकर खेलेंगे, सो वो जो फन होगा ना वो बहुत बढ़िया होगा और बस वो मैं देखना चाहता हूँ. सो दिस आर माय एक्सपेक्टेशंस राइट नाउ.
सुपर ब्रो. तुम जब गेम खेल रहे थे तुम्हें कैसा लगा गेम प्ले के बारे में, या जो नए मैप्स है, जो नए अपडेट्स है, उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताओ.
या सो जब सबसे पहले मैंने गेम इंस्टॉल किया था, सो फर्स्ट थिंग आई सॉ वाज लोडिंग स्क्रीन इतनी जबरदस्त थी बिकॉज वहां पे एक प्लेयर था एंड वहां पे नीचे आ रही थी रंगोली या बहुत सारे फूल थे, फ्लावर्स, आई डोंट नो क्या था, बट वो रंगोली काइंड ऑफ दिख रहा था. सो सबसे पहला जो एक्सपीरियंस था वो था इंडिया, अपना खुद का गेम, इंडिया का गेम, बिकॉज कोई भी आप गेम के लिए वहां पे रंगोली ये सब नहीं होता है, राइट? और सेकंड लोडिंग सीन थी, आई थिंक वहां पे आप एक मार्केट में जा रहे हो, लोग भाग रहे एक फुल अपना संडे वाला मार्केट भरता सब्जी वाला. मुझे काफी हंसी भी आ रही थी, काफी अच्छा लग रहा था बिकॉज ये गेम ऐसा अपनी वाली फीलिंग दे रहा है.
एक वो जो एक पर्सनल टच जो ज्यादा निखर के आया है इसमें.
हाँ,
दैट्स ऑसम.
तो मैंने ये सब चीजें नोटिस किया था.
हाँ,
जी।
no, you're absolutely right. And
Hmm.
you know, as a player, तुम्हारी गेम प्ले की जो स्टाइल है इज वेरी अग्रेसिव, राइट? यू आर अ वेरी गुड स्नाइपर. और तुम्हारा ये जो स्लैंग है जो तुमने बनाया है, पट से
First
हेडशॉट,
headshot.
या मेरे को इसका यार ओरिजिन बताओ कि ये कब आया, कैसे किया?
ओके, सो बहुत पुरानी बात है ये एक्चुअली. उस टाइम पे जब मैंने फर्स्ट फर्स्ट स्टार्ट किया था मुझे स्नैपिंग बिल्कुल अच्छी नहीं लगती थी, यू नो, एंड देन हम घुसते हैं, मारते, खत्म करके भाग जाते हैं. सो अब क्या होता था कि जब प्लेयर बहुत दूर है तो क्या करेंगे, आप कैसे जाओगे, यू नो, आपके पास अगर गाड़ी नहीं तो आप कैसे जाओगे. देन वी स्टार्टेड यूजिंग, पर्सनली आई स्टार्टेड यूजिंग स्नाइपर राइफल्स. ओके,
करेक्ट.
सो उस टाइम पे एक नया चैलेंज स्टार्ट हुआ था, ड्रॉप हंटिंग. जब ड्रॉप आता है तो आप लूटने जाते हो, वहां पे अलग सी फाइट होती है. तो M24 ओम ये सब हम यूज करते थे. तो जब आप ओम चलाते हो ना तो ओम की एक स्पेसिफिक आवाज है, यू नो. अगर आप ओम चलाओगे तो आपको आवाज फील होगी. अगर आप वो आवाज फील करोगे ना तो वो पट से ऐसी आवाज आती है, तुम बूम. सो लाइक एक तो वो आवाज फील किया मैंने, एंड देन वो हेडशॉट था किसी के सर पे, राइट? सो देन वो पट से हेडशॉट आ गया.
अच्छा,
सो ऐसा कोई ऐसे निकल
जो
गया.
अभी आपका तकिया कलाम बन गया है, पट से हेडशॉट.
हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
पट से हेडशॉट से याद आया कि क्राफ्टन ने जो अभी नए अपडेट में जो स्नाइपर राइफल निकाली है, हैव यू मैनेज टू गेट योर हैंड्स ऑन इट? कैसे था, क्या अच्छा था, क्या व्हाट डू यू फील अबाउट इट?
आई थिंक मोहसिन नगैन कुछ तो भी नाम है उसका, आई एम नॉट श्योर. और मैंने बोला मुझे पता नहीं नाम का है, तो हम उसे मौशीशी राइफल कहते हैं, ठीक है? तो एक होती है मौसी की राइफल, मौसिन राइफल, यू नो, ऐसी. तो हमने उसको मौशीशी राइफल कहते हैं. हम लोग जितने भी हाइड्रा मेंबर्स हमारे खेलते रहते तो. सो मैंने यूज किया वो काफी. उसमें पहली बात तो देखो ऐसी की वो ओके एग्जैक्टली वैसी ही दिखती है, और डैमेज ठीक ठाक है, अच्छा है. बुलेट ड्रॉप थोड़ा ज्यादा है कार्नेगेट से, मुझे ऐसा फील होता है. बाकी तो काफी अच्छी है, उसकी आवाज भी काफी अलग है कार्नेगेट से, तो मतलब अच्छा लगता है खेलने में. प्लस वो जो हम उसको नाम दे रखे तो उसको और चलाने में और अलग मजा आता है, बिकॉज हम जब बोलते हैं ना,
तुमने मस्त नाम रखा है, लेकिन मौशीशी
हम
राइफल इज अ ग्रेट
हाँ
नेम.
हम उसको यही बुलाते हैं, भाई मेरे को ये लाके देता हूँ, वो बोल देते
हाँ.
कि इनको ये चाहिए. So, ऐसा है.
करेक्ट. तो आई एम श्योर आपके फैंस बहुत एक्साइटेड है आपको मौशी की राइफल लेके पट से हेडशॉट मारते देखने के लिए. एनीथिंग यू वुड लाइक टू से टू योर फैंस बिफोर दे सी यू एट द लॉन्च पार्टी?
मैं बस ये कहना चाहूंगा कि तो
Correct.
आप सबको देखिए और मजे कीजिए साथ में, सबको देखिए, ना सबको सपोर्ट करो, सबको एंजॉय
Superb,
करो
man.
पूरे गेम को.
क्या बात है. वेरी नाइस वर्ड्स. वेरी एक्साइटेड टू हैव यू एट द BGMI लॉन्च पार्टी, ब्रदर. बेस्ट
Thank
ऑफ
you,
लक.
thank you
अपने
so
बाकी
much.
जो कंपेटिटर्स है उनको कुछ बोलना चाहते हो जाने से पहले?
But set shot.
Done, brother.
इतने
Nice
बोलेंगे.
to talk to you.
Thank
See
you.
you at the launch party.
Thank you, man. See ya.
See you.
I love the message there from Dynamo to the audience. Just enjoy, support everyone, and make sure this is the most important part, right? Enjoy the show, have fun, be entertained. That's all this is about. What
Man,
do you guys
whatever it
think?
is, Dynamo has a special place in my heart just for
Yeah.
one
You know,
simple reason. He loves his sniping. I love my sniping. He does the putts a headshot. We get headshots. It's a beautiful world. It's a beautiful time to be living in. I mean, it's just awesome.
you know what, XP? I was really getting there. I really wanted you to lock heads against Dynamo. I mean,
It'll
he's
happen.
got that call, but it's
It'll
a
happen.
headshot. We know your call out. So I think that would be a really good 1v1 showdown, because I
Oh
can
yeah.
personally vouch for this guy. Though I've killed him in other games multiple times, but he's still a good
I was
sniper.
just gonna brush some dust off my bloody shoulder, and then he just, gave that little secret out that you killed me multiple times in different games. We'll talk about that later, mate. Because if I kind of look back and if I think about it, that never happened. That is something that you are making up, my friend. Isn't that
Nope.
right, Johnny?
I
Fix
mean,
No,
Finishing me.
I'm just
In-
gonna
wow.
say, like, the people who are gonna just boost their own gameplay are the ones who need to do that.
Right?
I'm
I
the
mean,
one who's just
wow.
like, I know I'm good. I
I
know.
still vouched for you, XP. I said you're good.
I love it.
Not
I
as
love it.
better as
I
me.
love just pulling your leg. Oh, not as good as you. That is actually true. I mean, I hope there's I hope a day
Someday.
comes when I can at least get some credit from this lad saying that, all right, you know what, you actually play at my level. But that's the thing. Fixes, had you been that good, we would have actually been casting about you right now, but you're stuck here with us. Which tells
yeah.
us all we need to know, because those who game, and those who can't game, they cost. Good job,
XP
buddy. Hide your
exposing
face.
another player, another individual
All right.
today.
I just got
Anyway,
burned alive.
I love this back and forth that we have over here. But you're absolutely right, Johnny. Dynamo's message is beautiful. That at the end of the day, you're supposed to have fun, and I like the fact that this game is ours. I love the fact that the moment
Yeah.
you start the game, the moment it loads up, you have that little Indian vibe going on. You have the splash of colors before you, and that's what it's all about. This is a game on the mobile for India, and it's going to be crazy, littered with bodies on the battlefields, and that's what we love. It's going to be amazing, and that's what's going to happen soon. Everyone is going to be trying to finish one another, just the way we like it.
I mean, that as he said, that is gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, well, did we see any, fist fights yesterday though?
Oh yeah, yes we did. In fact,
Some
we did.
scuffle around those vehicles and everything.
We saw a lot of action. Now, the only funny thing is, it's kind of surprising that you weren't actually watching, because a little birdie told me that, you really are into these games and you're a big fan of Battlegrounds Mobile India. But
Yeah.
kind of surprises me that you weren't watching it. Kind of breaks me up.
I know.
You know,
I know why. He was just too busy making notes on Ketan's gameplay right now.
Oh, there
Nah,
you go. There you
I'm
go.
just gonna super roast him today. But yeah, work commitments and everything else apart, I really wanted to come in with a blank news slate today, because
Mhm.
I just went into those points. I did see a lot of stories around Team Snacks was pretty much dominating. I mean, it has been a one-sided show for these lads, but
I
I
don't
think
think
today the others might step up.
I don't think, Johnny, it's going to be really difficult for Fixes to start off with a blank slate, right? I mean, that's what normally happens usually,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's how he
That's
usually comes
always.
prepared to work, isn't it?
I mean, it's not about me.
Hey
It's
man,
about
you
the
started
event.
it. You started it, and now you're gonna have to suffer the entirety of
Well,
this day,
I need to search
because
for an olive branch.
as he is ready to take the Mickey out of K18. I think Johnny and I
Yeah.
are gonna do the same to him.
He's
So
after
we're
you.
happy.
We're gonna try and
It's
protect
it's
him.
it's 2-on-1 on me, all right? It's not fair.
I mean, shouldn't that be a good thing, that you're so good that you need two opponents to take you down?
I mean,
Huh?
come on, fair fight, XP. You're a big man.
That is true. That is true. But anyway, it is going to be another exciting day of Battlegrounds Mobile India action for all you ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls watching. And I'm pretty sure you are getting a bit impatient right now. Probably want us to stop talking and get the game started, which will happen in due time.
Yeah.
Which will happen in due time. But before that, let me take Johnny's role right now. All right, Johnny, I'm going to put you on the spot right now. Which team are you going to be rooting for today?
I mean, it is gonna be Team Snacks, and just for one reason. We want someone to
Lose a lot
be
of
the
money.
one. Yeah, lose a lot of money as well. It's all
In
about the
one
moolah,
nice
the
way, we
money.
do lose
Yeah.
$1.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
He's going to be watching this pretty closely, just following all the matches right now, keeping an eye on Team Snacks, how they are performing, and I hope they are the ones who take the victory. But I'm going to boomerang this question back to you. Who are you rooting for?
Well, I like the fact that we have an agenda. We have a little
Yeah.
mission today that, Icy Baby definitely needs to lose $200. That is, we're going to keep that on the side. That is there. That is not going anywhere. But I feel today I'm going to be putting a little bit of a focus on teams like Clash Universe, because, these boys, the moment they drop down, they aren't shying away from fights. And that is something that tells me that, they are confident in the gameplay. They have won a few skirmishes and they've lost a few skirmishes, but that's part and parcel of life, right? And the game itself, you win some, you lose some. But I like the fact that they are taking those chances. And the other team that I'm going to be looking out for is Team KRONTEN, because again, they did up the aggression right at the beginning. In fact, I do believe they were just 1 point behind Snax after game one, but they kind of fizzled off after that. So I think these two teams are going to be putting up quite a show for us today.
Fixes, I have a different question for you. Who do you think is going to be the most entertaining? Not like in just terms of victory, but in terms of the crazy tactics they imply inside of the game.
There has to be undoubtedly Team Jonathan. These lads do pack a lot of punch, and the kind of shenanigans they pull off is always a delight to watch. I've been just tuning into their streams, and the way they just pull each other's legs. I really think that this team might just be doing something crazy tonight.
All right, so I do see the way XP is looking at me right now, and it's a bit scary. So I feel like you want me to leave, right? You want to get the match started?
Nah, I never want you to leave. But of course, we do want the games to be started. So maybe you should probably get out of here now.
I'm gonna do my jujitsu and I'm gonna leave, and it's over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Always a pleasure having him in the studio and having a chat with him. But now I'm going to be stuck with Fixes. Wait, which side are you? Are you this side? No, are you this side? I really don't have any other options. Nah, I'm just kidding. I love this guy. I love the fact that I'm crossing with him. It is awesome. But Fixes, it is going to be game number 1 on day 2 of this beautiful launch party. It is going to be Wrangle, my dear friend. And since you are going to be, this is your first game as far as BGMI goes, what are you expecting? Now, we've talked about teams, but generally, what are you expecting? How do you think the pace of this game is going to be like?
Well, I would like the games to start off with a bit of teams dropping off for the same vehicle. Then I
Mm-hmm.
would love to see
Oh,
some vehicular manslaughter, some carnage going out
ouch.
over there, and then a lot of third parties, a lot of targeting being done by all these players. I know it's a launch party, but teams have taken it personally. Once you have a lot of money on the line, and might as well go for the win. But then again, if you are talking about the zone, I really want a certain one. And if you're talking about a wrangle, certain circles, just make it so much more spicy.
It does, in fact, especially if we have a little bit of a military base in action and you have a lot of water and you have that bridge. I think it just makes it for a picturesque setting towards the end because, it's all beautiful, but then suddenly people are trying to knock and finish each other out. I guess that's what the game is all about. But of course, in a few seconds, we are going to have the game underway. All the players currently are going to be psyching themselves and the others out in the spawn island. And
Yeah.
soon they shall be boarding that plane and dropping down to their inevitable deaths at some point or the other. But of course, we are going to have to wait with bated breath as that big, beautiful bird takes to the skies. But again, it's going to be just an amazing day for Battleground Mobile action because all the teams are ready. They've already got their warm-ups in. A few of them did have a little bit of a skirmish just a little while ago, just making sure that the thumbs and their fingers, because some of them are using 5, 6, 10
Yeah.
finger claws. It's just amazing how they do all this, isn't it?
Yeah, even I'm really confused. How do they pull this one off? Because I really like my full gyro, and yeah, it's four fingers for me. But yeah, these players are professionals. They're streamers. They've been doing so well. So I'm really excited. I just want to just drop inside the battlegrounds and find for myself as to who's gonna get that first chicken of the evening.
Well, I guess your wish shall be coming true soon because within a few seconds the game is going to be underway. And yes, you were talking about the fact that we do have a little bit of a mix over here because we do have professional players from different various battle royale games, and we do have content creators. And the fact that they've all come together,
Yeah,
it's just amazing. In fact, what DYNAMO had said earlier in that interview, he's
right.
looking forward to seeing who's done its practice, who's been doing their homework, and who hasn't. Because, well, ladies and gentlemen, in just a couple of seconds, we are going to be live with game number 1 on day 2. It is, of course, going to be the 4th map in this series. We're going to be flying over Wrangle as that big, beautiful C-130 takes to the skies, and looks like we are going to be heading up north, flying right over the Sosnovka military base.
I mean,
Wow, pretty much in the
completely
center.
dissect. Yeah, I mean, completely dissecting them up into two halves. I am really sort of anticipating an Eastern Circle on this one, to be honest. But I would rather not be surprised if we have the circle also going up towards Katka. But what I would really love to see, like I already mentioned, is a certain circle.
I think a southern circle would be pretty much what everybody wants right now, especially since the plane path is pretty much in the center, and all the drop spots are going to be equidistant from said plane path. So it's not going to be tricky for a lot of teams to get to their favorite positions. But what is going to be tricky is how they converse, or how they traverse rather, once
Yeah.
the circle is formed. But all right, so you've said it's going to be a southern circle. I'm going to go for a little bit of a southeastern shift. I think it might be somewhere around Shelter and Milter
All
this
right.
time around, as a few teams are dropping down. It looks like we might have some action breakout on the military island early on, as we do have Hydra and Team Snax dropping down on the base. So that is going to be exciting.
I mean, I think they probably just headed towards Nova Rep Noise, so we're not going to be witnessing that early skirmish. But here we have the boys from Team Snacks. We've got Diljit. I mean, we do know, we've heard stories, we have heard legends about this guy himself. I mean, if there's someone who can go head to head against you in reality in the art of sniping, I think this is that one man.
Well, I guess he's definitely going to be head and shoulders above me because, the fact that these guys have been doing this for so long, they've been practicing day in and day out. And, well, I'm just one of those old timers who loves playing this game. But anyway, Diljit is, of course, one of the finest snipers that our country has produced. So it's going to be exciting to see what he brings to the table. But right now, we have Team Mortal on our screens, arguably one of the favorites in this tournament, with the man himself wearing his iconic hat. on our screens right now. But of course, this lineup is also star-studded. I mean, we've got Regaltos, we've got Mortal, Scout, OPs coming in, as well as Mavi. I mean, on paper, this team would look nigh unstoppable, but looks like we are going to have an early clash once again. And again, it's reminiscent of yesterday because it is going to be Team Mortal up against Team Clash Universe.
You know, they love doing this, but Regaltos is in a bit of a pickle. Does not really have the best of the loadouts to go and take a fight. But I think the same can be said for Mavi. Just that S1897 Mortal with a stun. I think that's going to be really crucial, really important. But then again, you've got Mortal. You can spot him from far afar because the kind of an outfit that he possesses, it's got a sort of iconic in it.
That's what it's all about, because I love the fact that in BGMI, you still have your characterization and you still have something that is basically all yours. So that is how we recognize Mortal. And of course, that is not going to change even if the game does. But again, Aditya over here, he is aware that they do have enemies nearby. And keeping in mind that, this exact skirmish did take place yesterday as well, they are going to try and improve on their movement, because we did see yesterday all the action kind of take place where Destro is right about now. But this time around, it does look like a few shots have been let loose. And Mavi, in fact, with that shot, he is going to get the first knock on Clash Universe. But Wexy comes in and gets the revenge on Mavi. But Wexy is going to be a little smarter as he hits the deck, making sure he misses Scout OP's shots. But now this grenade, it could be devastating. Is Wexy going to be in the line of fire? Oh, he does take a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough.
I think this was really interesting, starting right off the bat. Team Clash Universe going up against Team Mortal. And right now, Mavi, their IGL just being finished off. That's definitely going to hurt them. But eventually, they are certainly going to recover. But, the question still remains, how? And Aditya, just being spotted off, has to deal with both Scout and Mortal at the same time.
Now, what's working in Clash Universe's favor is the fact that, only 2 of their positions have kind of been given away. Of course, they know where Aditya is right now, but he's going to be holding down the fort, so to speak, laying down suppressive fire on Scout, OP, and Mortal, making sure that they are not going to be traversing towards him, especially from that position, because it is higher up, but Scout OP goes on the left flank just a little bit, gets a sight on Aditya and knocks him down, and before he can get any respite, he's already going in for the finish. Nice anticipation coming in over there, making sure that he hits the deck before getting shot out. But right now, Scout OP is going to be a little bit distracted because Destro has a good angle on him.
I really loved how Scout is just, making those movements. He's prone at the right amount of time, because had he been just there for even more than a second, he'd be knocked by now. But Aditya is making those small mistakes and has been punished for that as Destro all by his lonesome. I'm really curious as to see where on earth is Clash Universe right now.
Now, this is where Clash Universe and Wexy are going to have to, in fact, make some moves, because Aditya is going to be bleeding on his knees just on front of our screens. Destro's position has been given away. But now this is where Wexy or Clash Universe, in fact, they need to move from their position. They need to kind of flank from the left if they want to catch Scout OP off guard, because Regaltos is going to be keeping Destro at bay, which kind of gives Soul Mortal a little bit of a chance to, move up ahead as well. There you have it. Aditya is going to be dropping down, making sure he doesn't drop in the water, because if he does, he is going to drown to his death, and that was a good enough distraction as Scout OP is going to get the better of Destro.
I mean, 100%. And, Team Clash Universe, they're just continuing on their mistakes, sort of exposing their bodies. And, Team Mortal is very well prepared for that. And there you have Clash Universe, this time going up against the man himself, Scout, just spraying on towards him, and he barely makes it alive.
A good jump out the window to make sure that he is not going to be a coffin in the waters down below. That is a good move over here. Now, Wexy, of course, is going to hold down the fort in his position and just try and give some information out. Now, this is where Team Mortal can actually capitalize on the situation, because on paper, they do have the upper hand, and there you have it. Regaltos could be the first man to make a move. In fact, kind of flank all the way around from the left. That would be a good position to, kind of get up behind them, as Destro, of course, is going to be evading his death, which is going to be inevitable, because I do not really see a revive coming in. But looks like Clash Universe is going to try and do the impossible. He is getting a bit closer to his teammate. But now Regaltos is going to be the one man standing in his way. And the fact that he wants to get a little bit of a revive as he jumps up on the building. This is a good jump over here, because now Clash Universe is going to be not expecting that, as Destro is finally put out of his misery, which makes it a 2v3 situation in favor for Team Mortal.
I really love the spread coming in from Team Mortal, the way they just, are kind of pincering them down and kind of closing the gaps. And
Oh
it
yeah.
all comes down to Vexy right now. He needs to, sort of stop the flank coming in from Scout. But if Regiltos, along with Mortal, makes a move on Clash Universe, I think Team Clash, they're just basically done over here.
It does kind of seem like that, but the thing is, they are anticipating that there is someone in the original building, and the original building, of course, is the one which is occupied by Wexy. But looks like we might have a few more contenders coming in because Team Ronak is making a little bit of a display over here. They are going to be driving past, and maybe that sound cue just might be given out. And of course, you know how it is. Whenever you hear some bullets or whenever you hear some gunfire, it does attract potential predators that are going to be coming your way. But I like the fact that now Scout OP, he is going to be traversing a little bit as well, trying to make sure that he has a different angle. But now Regiltos, he does have an idea that someone is behind that building, and he's trying to make as much noise as he can, trying to distract his opponent.
It's still a launch party. This is the moment you're supposed to be having fun. You're supposed to be going right at the face over here on Clash Universe and maybe just, try to fist him out. But either ways, I think finally Team Soul has decided to make a move. Clash Universe in a whole world of trouble does have that bit of a basement play coming in for him, as Rekitos will finally just find him off guard, but it's Scout getting the knock and they will get the finish. However, Vexy finally being compromised. I know where Team Soul is heading up next.
Well, looks like Vexy's position could be compromised, just as you said. And you did kind of mention that, this is the launch party. You want players to have fun. But, my dear friend, when it's all about gaming, you know how competitive we get.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter. It's all about the ego. It's all about the bragging rights on the line. And, of course, you want to be the one that says, haha, I knocked you out, and not the other way around. But now, Wexy is going to have his work cut out, as the remaining members of Team Mortal are going to try and engulf him like an amoeba and then, just snuff his life out. But you got to keep one thing in mind. They are just outside the circle, not by a lot of distance, so it isn't going to be problematic. But again, all this gunfire could be attracting, like I said before, potential predators nearby.
Out of every place in Erangel, we had to witness this fight, going along in Water City. I mean, this is how personal, this has become. And Vexy, he needs to make a run for his life because Regiltos is definitely on the chase, and here we have it. I mean, you've got K18 playing along with Omega, Akshat, and PG. Gotta feel bad for these lads. I barely think that he's gonna contribute anything to the fight, and might as just well be raging at his teammates. Guys, because of you I got knocked out. You did not give me that res back up.
Oh.
And well, the list goes on. Trust
So
me.
are you suggesting there's a lot of pointing fingers in the K18 camp? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, the players are really good. Have seen their streams. They've got some amazing shots. They've got some amazing firepower. But you as good as your weakest link, right? So there we go.
So I'm assuming, all right. So I think if K18 does get a couple of shots in, you might have to redo your statement a little bit because he might actually be carrying his teammates. But looks like Vexy does get the better of Scout OP back in Water City, which was kind of unexpected. I'm sure we are going to be switching to that fight right about now. The question is, can he finish what he started? Because he does have the knock, but you only get that point for those finishes. But right now, it looks like Team KRONTEN is going to be taking a fight up against the opposition in the form of Team Ronak, as Scout OP's life has finally been snuffed out.
I mean, I really want to see what's going on over there, but right now we've got a bit of a scuffle. Team Godlike, or rather Team KRONTEN, as we can call them. I think they're engaging against SHREEMAN Legend, and the man himself has been knocked out, and Smokey is already on that flank. He's finding a different angle, and once he gets it, I think the finish is just going to be coming for us.
I will say one thing about SHREEMAN Legend. I mean, doesn't matter if the guy is winning or losing. The way he entertains his followers and his audience is just
100%.
amazing. I mean, I've never seen him getting angry. He's always been a happy-go-lucky guy, win or lose, which is what this game is all about. But looks like Vexy is going on a little bit of a rampage elsewhere, as now Regiltos is going to fall to his double-barrel shotgun as well. And one by one, it looks like Vexy is snuffing the life out of Team Mortal, and now Mortal is going to be the last man standing. It is going to be a one-on-one situation, Oh, wait a second, did he just finish him? No, he did. It is going to come down to a one-on-one. It is going to be Wexy up against El Capitan himself, Soul Mortal. Now, Mortal is going to be a little low on HP. He does have that Uzi, though, so that high rate of fire could come in handy as Wexy is going to come down the little staircase. Now it's going to be a waiting game, and of course, this is the third-person perspective. They have spotted each other out. Wexy goes back upstairs as Mortal lets loose a few shots and switches his weapon, which is good because, well, that gun loses bullets really fast. But it's that shotgun, Fixes. That shotgun is going to be a bit scary at this range.
And 100%. I mean, I'm really having mixed opinions about the Uzi right now. And this is exactly why. I mean, the moment you just start spraying through, you never know when your mag is already over. But once you have that shotgun, you've got that close range going in for you. Now, it was a 1v3 situation. And boy, oh boy, Vexy, does he come out up top?
Man, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Vexy, this man is just too goddamn sexy. The way he got that clutch over there, one by one, wiping out Team Mortal. And again, the crowd favorites have been snuffed from this game. The first team to be knocked out. But it is what it is. A wonderful effort coming in from Vexy over there, making sure that Clash Universe is still in this game. What an amazing, amazing clutch over there. I wish we are definitely going to be seeing that in the replays, as right now, the team that you are going to be taking the mickey out of, 8-bit, K18, I beg your pardon, in fact, they are preparing for a little bit of a fight up against Team 8, and looks like Sensei and Punk. Do you have an idea that someone is nearby? As, again, they are at the edge of the circle, so they're not going to have a lot of problems, but look like Sensei is going to get the better of PG, who kind of went in without any information there, mate.
I mean, right now, Sensei's already cooked up a frag grenade. Akshat has to buy some time around for his teammates to really show up. But Team GHATAK, not in the best of the positions of where I'm expecting that comeback. The cavalry to really arrive. As Sensei going in for the flank has been spotted by K18. Now that was a really good shot taken by him. But Akshat is sort of opening himself up. But Punk is there with the trade.
That was a beautiful little trade-off coming over there. Of course, K18 making sure that the flank is secured, which means you're going to have to retract your statement sooner or later. But right now, GHATAK going in for that revive. He's got to be careful because although Punk is currently, you know, focusing on K18, Omega's position is going to be pivotal. He could come up from behind, in fact, from up top, and lay down some lead in their direction, which could be problematic. But now GHATAK is going to come around the tree. He does get that knock on K18, and that is going to be problematic as Omega comes in from behind. Gets the finish on Sensei, now focuses on GHATAK, does get the knock, but from behind, it is going to be Clown, who makes sure his captain is still in this game as the revive comes in, and another team is going to bite the dust.
I mean, it's an absolute bloodbath, the way these teams are taking these fights. And, well, you got to give the props to the boys from Team 8-bit. And, well, Ketan, of course, I mean, he did get lucky this time, you know, getting those two knocks. One with...
I think that was a good cover over there, mate.
I mean, that indeed was. But then again, you know, there was no one looking at him. So he had a free fire, and he just took those shots and got those finishes. Yeah, I mean, got those knocks. Not even a finish.
Well, at least he did get the knock. He made sure that the flank was secure. I think that was a good play coming in, of course. A little bit late from Omega, in my opinion. Had he come in a little bit earlier, things could have gone a little different. But now, a team that we've all been talking about, Team Jonathan, on our screens. And as you quickly have a look at the circle, we are going to be just west of the prison. And it's going to be interesting because we do have a lot of open areas. But also the thing is, we have the shelters down below. So we have a lot of compounds for cover as well. So again, the fact that, you know, you have 16 teams still alive, 56 players still raring to go. Oh, it's you talked about it being a bloodbath earlier, my dear friend. It's going to get chaotic real soon.
I mean, yeah, it's just the calm before the storm, innit? And right now, Team Jonathan, they haven't really been doing a lot. And I've been seeing all these lads, they pull off some really, really crazy plays. But this time, being really serious because they've got a huge, huge target to accomplish. And Goblin, I believe, has spotted out Toxic. Just trying to scope around with that 4 times on that AK. It's going to go in for those taps. Nothing really connecting, though.
Surprisingly, right now, we really haven't seen a lot from Team Snax, which is kind kind of strange because, you know, they love getting in the action right from the beginning. But I'm sure once they do start, they are going to be nigh unstoppable as Goblin finally does get that knock on Toxic Singh. And now Toxic Singh's teammate, his captain, BandookBaaz, does go in for the revive, making sure they deploy some smoke from cover. But now this could be a good situation, a good chance, in fact, for Team Guru to kind of push up on them because Guru OP gets another knock on Samraj, which means they could be in a world of trouble and expect a little bit of a push coming in any second now.
Any particular second. But right now, you know what is really going wrong with maybe Team 4 King over here, because they cannot really go in for the flank angles, right? They cannot get a lot of
So
area
they're getting
over here.
surrounded.
Yeah, they absolutely surrounded. The moment they try to pull something else off, I mean, they are gonna just be taken down because you've got those teams coming in from the periphery, and right now, Ferocity, she's got that DP clinched in. I mean, this is one of those exclusive weapons that you tend to find in Erangel, and boy, oh boy, I mean, talk about the stability on this one, talk about the damage. A lot of the streamers love to use this one.
You know, I love the fact how all these weapons are balanced because although you do have the stability for the DP28, you have that amazing recoil control, but oh boy, when you want to reload this gun up, it takes a lifetime, so to speak. So I love the fact that everything's balanced out, but it looks like Ferocity is going to be a little bit ferocious as he does get a knock on Paul, and BandookBaaz is going to be blown to smithereens, courtesy of Doc. Now, as the action is going to intensify, all the teams are going to get close to one another, and well, expect a lot of mobile cover at that.
You know what, XP, I really see a lot of traffic around that eastern part of the circle, right? So many teams just right beside each other. They've got their own fortress built up over there. But eventually it comes down to who holds the center. And this definitely is a team that is not doing the same, because you've got Team IT over here, and they're playing from the edges. Now, you've got to be really careful when you're going in for a strat like this, because we certainly can understand for a fact that the teams have taken it really seriously. And there you go, the golf ball hitting in, and I really love how Team IND have positioned themselves. I'm really keen to see as to how are they going to get inside the circle.
Well, as for Team Snax, I guess their first opposition is going to be Team GHATAK. And the fact that Team GHATAK are kind of spread a bit thin could be problematic for them, especially since we know that it is going to be an uphill battle, so to speak. And it does look like Team Ronak are in a good position as well, pretty much in the center of the new circle. And the fact that there's an airdrop right next to them is something that could come in handy. Now, it does look like Roach is getting shot at from the distance. And the fact that their vehicles are kind of busted up means they might have to make a run for it on foot, which could be problematic. But of course, if you have enough smoke grenades, you could conceal your movement. But right now, Ferocity does spot Team Ronak in the distance. A few shots have been let loose, as on the other end, it looks like Paul and the boys from IQ are going down one by one.
I mean, this is it, right? This is the moment where we see this pandemonium completely happening right in front of us. The massacre that we've been talking about, as all the teams are just kind of striving to get themselves inside the circle somehow or the other. This is the moment where we're going to see those vehicles completely blowing up. And Spray God in a bit of a skirmish, in a 1v1 duel, just trying to spray in through. But now we're in a completely different fight. We've got the boys from 4 Kings just pushing up on the players of Global Esports.
Team MAXTERN are going to be in a world of trouble as they're going down one by one, but right now Guru is going to be on the offensive. He does know where the enemy is. He is going up on the smoke. It is going to be against GE, but the thing is, can he get the kill? In fact, he is administering a first aid so close to the enemy that it is scary just for me. As Sarang whips out his scar rail. The question is, does he get the finish? No, he does not. He gets knocked out instead, as Doc is going to take a double grenade knock, as Ferocity is going to be blown to smithereens, as Guru OP is still continuing the fight against Doc and Fierce, who are bleeding on their knees as backup. Much needed backup, in fact, is going to be coming in. Spray God again. How is this man still alive? He just wiped out an entire team all by his lonesome.
I mean, I really did not know the way the pushes came on over here. It's all so chaotic, XP. We've got to be honest about it. Look at this, 35 players still alive. Everyone sort of playing through the edges. You've got a few teams playing through the centers. We haven't really seen a lot coming out of Team IND as well. Now, we've got some wagerings going around, but this one grenade might change a lot of things over here.
A big boom in the distance, and looks like a couple of people have kind of lost a lot of HP, but right now Hydra Danger, he is in a dangerous position. They still are a 3-man squad taking cover behind whatever little cover they can find. That buggy is going to be coming in handy right now as smokes are going to be deployed. Now the question is, they need to make quick work of Team Guru, otherwise they could be in a world of trouble, as now they are going to be relentlessly firing indiscriminately into that smoke, hoping that a couple of their shots connect. In fact, one shot did connect, but now grenades are going to be lobbed in from the other side, as Danger could be in a very dangerous position. And now Nuclear again making sure enough smoke is deployed to conceal their movement, but they're going to have to do something quick over here. Fixes, they need to either finish off Team Guru or they need to finish off Team GHATAK, who've been raining down grenades on them.
Certainly, and they do not really have a lot of time to do that. And I think this is the right moment. They've got that aerial advantage, and you might as well want to capitalize upon it, as Danger is just peppering down a few bullets onto which the players are focusing, as we've got a few more finishes going up on our finish feed over there, as Kuruopi has managed to find the better out of Danger and puts him out of his misery.
Guru OP has been playing like a different beast today. I mean, he is completely done a 360 on what it was like yesterday. And right now, looks like Prince is going to be ballsy enough to be driving around right now with the car as he knocks over Dawn, as Hydra Alpha is going to administer that first aid. I mean, this man has a lot of first aid. 7 are still left. Looks like he's making the right decision to go for a little bit of a heal battle, just making sure his team gets those placement points, as he is, of course, the last man standing. And it does kind of seem like King Roach is doing the same in the distance there, Fixes.
I mean, things have started to get really interesting, XP, because look at the circle. I mean, there's no one at the epicenter of it, and that's a good decision, because you've got that open area around you, as Picard just tapping in with his Mini 14 to get that confirmation over there, as well, Team Ronak, they're making a move, have already secured 3 finishes with just the loss of that one player.
Hey man, that one player could be coming in to be a problem later on, but let's see if that's going to be the case. But right now, King is going to be the last man standing. Roach, does he go down? He does get taken down by the play zone, in fact. And the play zone wants to be a little bit of a spoil sport, as Nade Pro is taken down as well, which means now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 teams, as Hydra Alpha is going to succumb to his injuries as well, which means it's going to be 13 players alive and only 1 is going to walk away the winners. And have a look at that team. Team Snax, Team IND, whatever you want to call them, are still a 4-man squad. And oh my goodness, let me tell you one thing, that is going to be a force to be reckoned with, as Prince is going to try and crawl his way to a little bit of cover before he does anything to give his position away, because you do have Team GHATAK. Kind of, they have the hilltop, so to speak, but the fact that, again, they are spread out a bit thin could be problematic for them. They do have enough cover over here in the form of vehicles and that solo tree. And have a look at that, GHATAK making sure that they are going to position the vehicles around. I like the fact that they have this little flat tabletop mountain situation going for them. Yep. That is going to be helpful.
That certainly will be, and considering how the circle has again shifted and certainly has established that the circle does favor no one, just being equally fair to all these players. But right now you've got Snax just spraying in with his Carvel, just droning down, has not really been able to find anything. But in the meanwhile, Team GHATAK having secured 7 kills ready. Got to see how interesting it gets. But right now you've got Clowny getting that 1 knock. Got to see if he can capitalize on it and get a few more, because this is the moment, this is a queue. You need to push in and get those finishes going in your favor. Might as well secure the chicken.
A few grenades coming in. Have a look at this. The fact that GHATAK is going to be right over there in front as the first line of defense means his teammates do have a lot of options coming in. Now, of course, they are going to pass themselves up. Make sure that the boosters are on 100%, because you don't want just the health. You want that little extra speed as well. And from the other end, looks like Team Snax are going to have a little bit of a skirmish breaking out with Team Ronak, but looks like it is going to be... wait a second. One of them have gone, and Picard goes down as well, which means Ronak is now the last man standing, or rather... sliding on his stomach over here, as a grenade is going to be lobbed in from Spray God. The question is it going to connect? Again, Team Ronak could be decimated right now if Team Snax decides to make a move from the other end as well.
It's going to get me really interesting, because you've got Spray God making those movements. Does finish off Clowny, though. Now has spotted out the players of Team Ronak, and Ronak falling off. And this is Team IT defeating Team Ronak, as Bunk just gets blown up by the nades coming in by the boys from IND. And
Let me just say
we
one
do
thing.
seem like we're gonna go in for Team IND getting the win.
Have a look at that. IT, they've got 10 finishes, and out of that, 8 finishes are coming from Spray God's way. Fixes, talk about living up to this name. This man is a god when it comes to spraying down those bullets in the opponent's direction.
I
Just
mean, it's
amazing.
gonna get. Yeah, 100% agree with you because, well, Team IT, this is certainly a team that has been getting those finishes on board for them already. 10 being the number over here, but I love the spread coming in by the boys from Team IND. I mean, some
I
good
love it.
IGLing going on out there.
I love the fact that again, they are a 4-man unit right till the very end. And I love the fact that Icy Baby is still on the line to lose a lot of money today, which is going to be making me a little bit more happy. But amazing gameplay coming in. Now, if you talk about finishes real quick, not a lot of finishes for Team Snax as of now. But of course, the day has just started, and that number is going to be adding on as GHATAK is going to be the last man standing for his team. And in fact, he is in no man's land. That is not where you want to be between a hard rock and, rock and a hard place, I beg your pardon, as he's got IT Spray God and Prince at one end, and, well, the 4 members from Team Snax wriggling their way on the other. Now, it is going to be whoever takes the first shot is going to give his position away. That we do understand, but again, I think Team Snax, they're just playing around over here. A few shots have been fired. Spray God gets spotted out. He takes a few hits as he finally gets taken down, and it was kind of funny seeing GHATAK take a little bit of damage as well.
I mean, his position is completely compromised right now. All that Team IND
that's it?
needs to do is just lob a few grenades at him. And finally, I think GHATAK has been spotted out. And eventually, there you go. Team IND again getting the 4th on the board. How on earth are these lads doing it, XP?
I think somebody forgot to give the other teams a memo that this is like a tournament and not just a showcase, because they aren't playing like a team. Snax, they're coming, snacking on the opposition, chewing on the opposition, and spitting them out. That's what these guys are doing. 4 wins in a row, mate. 4 wins. Just let that sink in. All of you watching at home again, I know we're talking about Team IND and Team Snax, but 4 wins is unprecedented when you are going up against the best of the best that this country has to offer. But amazing gameplay coming in once again. And I like the fact they are patient with their tactics. They don't overextend. They're doing it to perfection. Just beautiful.
You know what?
Wow.
When things really started off, when they got their first chicken dinner, right? At that very moment, they sort of thought that, yeah, it's going to be really crazy. It's going to be fine. They've got a lot of kills going in. But eventually, when they got the second and the third, that was when they started to realize, oh, damn, we are doing it. And the moment they're getting those fourth, I mean, this time, honestly, they were a bit patient. Like you mentioned, they were maintaining that composure. And they knew that their time is definitely going to come. And all they had to do is eventually get those finishes, capitalize on your opponent's weaknesses. And, well, the boys are here again, having secured the 4th and now routing in for that 5th.
But I mean, these guys are going to be the talk of the town right now. But if you quickly have a look at the replays over here, Spray God with an amazing gameplay coming in as he gets the full knock over here right now. It's 4 finishes, quickly turns to 7, and it becomes 8 before the end of this game. So a wonderful game coming in all around. And it was kind of interesting to see a lot of other teams kind of step up to the plate. Let me just take a few names. Team GHATAK. Now, these boys, it did kind of look like they were almost wiped out when they were going up against your nemesis K18. However, you know, they did turn things around, and they did end the game with a good 7 finishes to their name. So again, I did kind of mention that, you know, we are going to see some other teams step up to the plate, which is exactly what has happened. But boy, oh boy, the main headlines again today are going to be, can anyone stop Team Snax? And you know what? Let's do one thing. Let's bring our host back in. Let's ask Johnny a couple of questions. Let's put him on the spot. Johnny boy, can you believe what just happened? I mean, is this a joke?
I don't think this is a joke at all. I think, as you mentioned, XP, these lads are pretty serious about taking that prize money. And along with that, $100 from Icy Baby's personal pocket right there. Yeah,
You know what,
100 for the
guys?
pan fight. We're going to discuss that later.
You know what, guys? I mean, this game was so interesting that we sort of forgot about the
Yeah.
clutch being pulled off by Vexy, the sexy man
Oh,
himself. I
that was
mean,
just brilliant.
how on earth could have Team Mortal just messed that one up? All you have to do is push in tandem, get those frags going in your favor, get those finishes, get those points. I mean, they just sort of wanted to go in for those 1v1 duels, and Vexy was right prepared for them.
But credit where credit is due, because Team Mortal, they were, like I said, they were trying to kind of surround the opposition, Vexy in this case. They were trying to get that kill, in a systematic tandem way, as you said. But again, that shotgun up close and personal is just devastating. And the fact that one by one, he snuffed out the lives. First scout, OP went down, then Regaltos went down, and then finally El Capitan Mortal himself went down. Just goes to showcase that, it doesn't matter if the odds are stacked against you, man. If you have a little bit of belief in your own skills, and Vexy's got some skills. I mean, you can do anything.
I want to ask you, XP, you have this one phrase where whenever you talk about Vexy that you used to introduce him. Would you like to say that?
Oh, just too goddamn sexy. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because that's what he does. Because, his gameplay is just beautiful. It is just amazing. The fact that, his brain withers and runs around so fast, the way he comes up with these different moves, it's just a beautiful thing to watch. And, we all have seen the gentleman himself. He ain't so bad to look at as well. Easy on the eyes.
Fixus was about to say something.
You know what? This sort of took me down the memory lane, and I had pretty much a line for Mr. Vexy himself.
Mhm.
Nobody,
Let's hear it.
nobody does it better than Vexy.
All right.
The way he played, I believe that line stands quite true for the lad right there.
I guess all of you watching at home are going to be kind of wondering, wait a second, are they really big fans? We are fans of good gameplay, and we are fans of anything extraordinary that is done. We love everyone, basically, but then, once you come up with these insane moves every now and then, it is going to stand out, and we are going to applaud it.
Exactly. And talk about applause. I mean, again, a special applause is going to be there for Team Snax. 4 chicken dinners in a row. Just 2 more matches to go. If they can somehow manage to clutch those out as well, get the 2 remaining chicken dinners, it's going to be really amazing. But, let's talk about this. XP, how many hearts are going to break if they miss that 1 chicken dinner in the end?
I mean, I don't think any hearts are really going to be broken. I'm sure Fixis can attest to this as well. They've already broken multiple records as far as winning A, the number of games in a tournament, B, back-to-back games in a tournament. I mean, we've seen teams in the past in big tournaments, in battle royale games, winning a lot of matches and maybe getting back-to-back chicken dinners or even a treble. We have seen that in the past, but chicken dinners?
Yeah.
You know what, XP and Johnny, to be honest, now they've been starting to set standards, right?
Yeah.
You come inside a tournament. I mean, it's launch party, but the players have taken it really seriously, and they're being very competitive about it. And there you have Team Snax coming in, getting those 4. Now the pressure is definitely surmounting. Now they are hungry for the 5th and probably the 6th.
But you know what helps
words.
you?
He's using certain words. Johnny, I need your help over here. He's using words like hunger and snacks, and he's making me snacky.
All right. You know what we are gonna do? XP, we're gonna give you a snack break right now. We're gonna grab some snacks. So you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back after this. Hello, everyone. Once again, welcome back to the launch party of Battlegrounds Mobile India. This is Warren Superzoni John, joined by Fixes and the Experiment. We are having really amazing matches between the streamers that have been invited to this tournament, and 4 games are done. We just have 2 more matches to go. But talking about matches, talking about competitiveness, the discussion that we were having, the performance of Snax before this break, let me remind you guys there's an important update about the esports scene, the esports updates that's coming out on the 15th of July. So make sure you're following Battlegrounds Mobile India on their socials so that you don't miss any news that comes out. And with that, I would like to ask these casters that we have with us, Experiment, starting off with you. What are your thoughts on the esports update that is going to be coming?
Well, I think it's already pretty clear that a lot of these teams are esports ready, especially Team Snax. I mean, these guys are laying down the law, so to speak, as to what to expect in the not so distant future. So I'm excited. And as far as the other teams go as well, I'm pretty sure everyone knows the news. If you've been following your favorite teams on social media, a lot of lineups have been announced as well. So the future looks bright for Battlegrounds Mobile India, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Fixes, do you think K18 is ready to drop into the competitive landscape of things?
No.
All right, let's listen to this. No,
No,
all right.
definitely not. We can just have him as a caster, right? He's an amazing one at that, and
Phenomenal.
Give
let's
us our
keep
boy
him
back.
off 8-bit. I mean, the last thing Team 8-bit would want to have is have Kaiten playing as a competitive player. I mean, you might not want to have those extra burden, and sort of tends to get really heavy though, because even in that fight we did witness against Team GHATAK, they just got completely outplayed. You talk about the weapons. I really saw him just peeking around, opening up the ADS, which I would have, if it were some other professional player out there, would have just gone into the hip fire, and that sort of has been the meta these days. You'll be witnessing a lot of SMGs and a lot of shotguns in display. But even adding up to what XP really mentioned, a lot of lineups have been announced. So now we've seen India progress as a country in multiple fields, and might as well just get that esports train going along. And I'm pretty sure the future is going to be definitely very bright.
Exactly. The future is looking super bright, but for now, what we're going to have a look at is a player interaction video. So I've been asking these guys questions as well, and questions were thrown at our players, the streamers. So let's have a look.
I'm super excited about the Battleground Mobile India launch because we have been waiting for a very long time, and now everyone along with the audience is rejuvenated.
So I'm really excited to be back again because I've been waiting for long period of time, but finally the game has come and it's the time to be at the top once again. So मिलते हैं बहुत जल्द.
सो राइट नाउ आई एम रियली एक्साइटेड टू प्ले द गेम. काफ़ी ज़्यादा वेट कर लिया. अब बारी है कि बैटल ग्राउंड के फील्ड में उतरूँ, खेलूँ. काफ़ी दिन हो गए मुझे खेले हुए, बट मैंने गेम खेला, मुझे काफ़ी ज़्यादा पसंद आया. बहुत ही अच्छे मैकेनिज्म और काफ़ी ज़्यादा मतलब फन गेम है. तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ दूसरे स्ट्रीमर्स के साथ खेलने के लिए इस इवेंट में, और बस उतरेंगे और जीतेंगे, चिकन डिनर लेंगे.
बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इसके लिए कौन नहीं एक्साइटेड होगा. अभी तक ट्रेलर देखा, सारी चीजें देखी, हम तो बस अपना डिवाइस लेके बैठे हैं कि कब एकदम एकदम पूरे दिन हम दोबारा खेल पाएंगे. और मतलब जैसा हम लोगों ने देखा है ट्रेलर और वीडियोस में, सारी चीजें उसको देख के तो इतना ज्यादा एक्साइटमेंट है कि मैं बता भी नहीं सकता. बहुत ही ज्यादा.
Well, I'm pretty much excited about the game, and today we also are playing the first ever tournament for us that has been hosted for each and every influencer. So I'm pretty much hyped up, and for the future streams, and I guess our audience is also equal excited as we are. Or aane wale time pe we know there are many casting tournaments that will be coming up for me as well. That I'll see that as an opportunity, and for sure this game might bring many good things in future for sure.
I guess I already got my dream squad. It's Scout, Mavi, Viper, Regaltos, and me myself.
So my dream squad is my current squad: me, Neo, Clutch God, Z God. Yeah, these four are my dream squad.
So my dream squad will be like Jonathan, of course, for entry fragging, and Z God क्योंकि उसकी साथ मेरी synergy बहुत अच्छी है, and Mavi for IGL. तो these three player and fourth me.
मेरा ड्रीम स्क्वाड है कि लाइक ऐसा नहीं कि कॉम्पिटिटिव एंड ऑल, मेरे को कैरी भाई हो, तन्मय हो, मैं हूँ और एक स्काउट भाई हो, उनको थोड़ा थोड़ा गुस्सा दिलाइए, मजा आता है। दोस्त है बहुत अच्छा हमारा, ये हमारा ड्रीम स्क्वाड है, होप पूरा हो जाए।
ओके सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एक आईजीएल जरूरी होता है टीम में, तो मैं सबसे पहले मावी चुनूंगा और दूसरा तो मैं ही, और तीसरा फायर पावर आई विल पिक जॉनथन, एंड देन फोर्थ वन आई विल पिक रेगल टॉस।
I'm super excited about the launch party because this is gonna be the first official tournament, even though it's gonna be a fun event, but then we all have that competitive nature, so we all are super excited about it.
So really excited to be at the launch party. I would like to thank each and every one of you who supported me till here, and sure I'll take you guys at the top.
रियल एक्साइटेड अबाउट द लॉन्च पार्टी क्योंकि उसमें काफी यू कैन प्ले विद योर फ्रेंड्स, जो कि लॉन्च पार्टी होने वाली है, मेरे अपोनेंट्स आने वाले हैं, और काफी मतलब हम लोग में तो चलता रहता है कि थोड़ी सी कौन खेलेगा कौन नहीं खेलेगा, बस उसके लिए मैं सबसे ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ कि हम लोग एक दूसरे के साथ खेल पाएंगे, कम्पीट कर पाएंगे, और बस।
ओके, तो लॉन्च पार्टी का जैसे ही मेरे को पता चला ऐसा लॉन्च पार्टी है और सारे क्रिएटर, सारे हमारे सारे दोस्त आ रहे हैं और उनके साथ खेलने को मिलेगा, ऐसा बहुत कम हो पाता है क्योंकि सब अपनी लाइफ में बिजी हैं, और ये बहुत ही ज्यादा मतलब इसमें फन होगा और सब एक साथ खेलेंगे, बहुत ही मजा आएगा। मैं क्या ही बोलूं, ये एक्सप्लेन करने वाली चीज नहीं है, फील करने वाली चीज है, बहुत मजा आएगा सबके साथ खेलने में।
लॉन्च पार्टी जो एक बहुत बढ़िया इनिशिएटिव है जहाँ पे सारे स्ट्रीमर्स और कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर इकट्ठे आके खेलेंगे, एंड एक अच्छा एग्जीबिशन टूर्नामेंट होगा, एक बड़ी गेम के लॉन्च होते हैं, सो दैट इज व्हाई इट इज कॉल्ड लॉन्च पार्टी। एंड आई होप आप जितने ऑडियंस देख रहे हो आप लोगों को भी मजा आ रहा होगा ये विटनेस करने में, एंड हम लोगों को तो मजा आ ही रहा है खेलने में।
I feel I enjoy watching streams of Goldie Bhai and Binks and Regal Toss.
Scout, Neo, Clutch God, Z God, yeah, my teammates and Scout.
Okay, so of course first Mortal, of course the OG. Second, I'll prefer Jonathan because of his gameplay, and third I'll prefer Mavi. He's very entertaining.
Okay, top 3 streamers according to me, first obviously Carry Bhai, Gary Merate, Gurudev, and second Mortal love always, and third Hydra Danger, हमारे दोस्त भी हैं लेकिन हम उनको फॉलो भी बहुत करते हैं, एंड उनकी स्ट्रीम्स भी बहुत देखते हैं, बहुत मजा आता है।
ओके, सो फर्स्ट वन I'll go with Mortal because जिस तरीके से वो अपनी ऑडियंस को एड्रेस करता है, दैट इज जस्ट unbelievable, and I have to go with Snax because I think he is one of the competitive player जो अपनी ऑडियंस के साथ भी इतना इंटरेक्शन बना के चलता है, and also he don't get along with those comments but he just focus on his game and after that priority towards his audience. So एक स्ट्रीमर का वही होता है कि आप गेम भी खेल रहे हो, आप ऑडियंस को भी संभाल रहे हो, so दोनों पर्सपेक्टिव फुलफिल होने चाहिए। एंड आफ्टर दैट थर्ड वन I'll pick गोल्डी भाई जो कि नए स्ट्रीमर हैं, और I just love the way he handles his own audience and he's creating that you can say positive vibes among the streamers. So I guess Mortal, Snax and Goldie Bhai, these 3.
My favorite gun is definitely DP and my favorite map is Erangel.
So all the guns are my favorite, so give me any gun, all the guns are my favorite. Map, you can say Erangel is my favorite map.
M416 Erangel.
My favorite gun is obviously AWM, and favorite map Erangel.
M416 plus 6x scope, and map I'll go with Miramar. Miramar also a good and underrated map for those competitive challenges and classic matches also, like people hardly plays that map but I love to play that.
I feel we are gonna win it. We are gonna give our best.
क्या लगता है guys आपको कौन सी? Obviously me.
अब us, team GODNIXON.
लेकिन मेरे तो चांसेस कम है, लेकिन मैं ज्यादा डिमोटिवेट ना हो जाऊं, इसलिए मैं ही जीतूंगा, मैं बता रहा हूँ.
Guys, I have to say something. I'm gonna switch squads. I'm gonna be supporting Antaryami now. I really like the guy after that interaction. I mean, just this is the first thing itself. What is your dream squad? And he picks the players that he wants to annoy.
That was brilliant. He looks
Yeah.
like a really happy-go-lucky guy and really lively. That is something that you obviously want in your streamers, people who are entertaining you. And again,
Yeah.
just a reminder that I love the fact that we have streamers and professional players coming along together for this amazing event. It's just beautiful.
And even sort of further adding
yeah.
up to that, Johnny, I must say, I love the choices he made, right? You've got that full packed entertainment squad going
Oh
in for
yeah.
you. Now, once you're heading into that streaming arena, right, you need to have your audience hooked up. And yeah, I mean, just trying to annoy Scout and make him rage. I would love to pay a lot of money to just watch that particular stream.
I mean,
you are
if you
pretty
want-
good friends with him.
If you want good content, that's the best thing. All you got to do is poke Scout a little bit and just make it, and that's it. It's going to be a good payday for everyone. So, I think that's the best thing that Antaryami could have come up with, while the others were, going a bit competitive. But that was just beautiful. It's awesome that you can kind of dip into their minds and see
Yeah.
what they're thinking, and they're just like us.
Exactly. It is definitely pretty amazing. But I mean, let's look at where our new favorite team is at in terms of the standing. So let's have a look at the scoreboard that is in front of us. And hey, Team Antaryami, they are in the top 8 because we have, I'm sorry, the top 9 because we have the bottom 9 in front of us right now. And it looks like not much has changed right here.
Well, it looks like they have gone up a few positions, but a couple of things that are going to be standing out, of course, Team Jonathan, they are a little slow to the rise over here. 6 finishes to their name, which is going to be 2 more than what they were at yesterday. So they are going to be showcasing something, I'm sure, in the games to come. But of course, Fixes,
Yeah.
anything that stands out for you over here? You did kind of mention Team Jonathan a little while ago, but
Right.
K18, he seems to be moving up the ladder as well.
I mean, he certainly has, but 4 games, just 9 finishes. I really have to take second thoughts on that. But then again, you talk about Jonathan, their team
Mhm.
hasn't definitely been in their natural element, right? We've seen the squad just pushing on towards different teams over on this stream. And I really think we do have an undisputed champion amongst
Oh, yeah.
this, aren't we, Johnny?
I mean, we do have Team Snax leading the charge right there with 4 chicken dinners. Let's see if they can get the 5th one in the game that is going to come up next. But another interesting point of conversation is going to be Team Mortal. They were doing really well yesterday, but after a few matches like yesterday's last game and this game today, we do see them on the 7th position. 21 finishes to their name, 31 points in total. So it looks like it's the placement points where things are lacking a little bit.
There is a little bit of a shuffle coming on, of course, as you did mention. Team Mortal is going to be slipping down the ranks to the 7th position, but Team Ronak and Team GHATAK, now
Oh,
they've
yeah.
surpassed Team KRONTEN as well. Now, KRONTEN up until, well, this game were in the 2nd position, lagging by 40 points behind Snax, but looks like Snax have really increased their lead. It's going to be a 50-point lead, and they're just 3 points shy of that big ton. So again, I mean, these guys are laying down the law, as I said earlier, but as far as finishes go, if you have a look, Team Mortal, as you did mention, Johnny, they are kind of lacking behind as far as placements go, but the entertainment factor, making sure you get those
Yeah.
finishes is still there. Now, it was a little unfortunate as to what happened last game, getting wiped out by Wexy, but that is part and parcel of the game, and I love the fact that anything is possible in this Battlegrounds over here.
I mean, you're right about that. Anything is going to be possible, and they still have 2 matches to go. Maybe we can see them bump themselves up to the top 2 somehow, because the difference between this top 8 from the top 8th position to the 2nd position is not that much. So that is not going to be a challenge. But the challenge is definitely to take on Team Snax somehow. The 50-point lead. I don't think anyone is going to be able to beat that at this point unless they get a lot, and I mean a lot of finishes in that match. But
Like a
as
server wipe or something.
yeah, definitely. That if that happens, we're gonna be pretty amazed, and I'm gonna be super happy if that happens because that is going to be the most entertaining thing we could have asked for. But Fixes, I want you to know that in the conversation that was there earlier, Ketan did mention that he's going to be returning to casting, so you don't have to worry about him joining a competitive squad.
Thank God, thank God. But you know, even well, now that we're talking about K18, we
Yeah,
also have to sort of praise him for that one little thing that he just said. His favorite map being Miramar. I mean, we certainly have met the same minds over here, and I really feel even as a competitive player, I think Miramar has to be the best map of Battlegrounds Mobile India
yeah.
that we have because of how tactical it sort of tends to be. You've got those open areas to play around, and we are talking about Miramar. I think that's where we're headed next.
Exactly. That is
Wow.
going to be the match that is going to be coming up next. But with that in mind, I think it is my cue to leave, right? So that's what I'm going to do. You guys have to take it over and, well, make this match one.
Well, of course we will. Thank you so much once again, Johnny. It's always a little disappointing when you do leave us, but I
Yeah.
guess it's now going to be Fixes and I who are going to lead the show and basically have you guys have a good time. But now you did kind of mention Miramar, and I like the fact that yes, it is a tactical map, but it's also very versatile in your approach to it. So, I mean, you can use your DMRs, you can use your snipers, you can even get up close and personal if you are a little ballsy. It's going to be a little tricky traversing your way to your enemy, especially since you mentioned it is such an open map and you can see things for miles out. So again, it adds to that element of something different, which is what we as gamers are always looking for, new challenges, as you said. But it is going to be Miramar, and we did kind of mention that it is K18's favorite map. So do you think there's going to be something different over here? Are they going to be head and shoulders above the rest?
I don't think so. I don't think so because, but apart from that, we need to just cut a little bit of slack
How about
on
how
him.
about you just give him a little bit of a push, a little bit of a motivation? Maybe K18 might just win this game.
I mean, he certainly can if things really fall into place. Because now with Miramar, well, things might look a little bit tactical, but then again, if you have that central area for yourself, if you've got that high ground, I think you've won 80% of the game. But XP, I really want to get this conversation onto the fact that well, Team Snacks have really been annihilating everybody in the lobby, and for some other team just to try and topple them over, well, they've got to do two things. They have to completely go all guns blazing, and two, they have to make sure that Team Snacks falls off really quick. So I think it is a sort of an ideal situation, but considering how these lads have been playing, how these lads have been performing, I think it's a bit too far-fetched. It's a bit too late.
I think it might be a bit too late, catch up with Team Snacks because, man, these guys are, well, way up there in the stratosphere. But the thing is, you're going to be happy about this. One of our favorite teams now, especially since the last interview we saw, Team ANTARYAMI was a team that in Miramar yesterday did give them quite a run for their money, especially till the end. They did, I do believe they finished second, and it was a really close matchup, especially with ANTARYAMI and his teammate, setting up a little nice crossfire, getting Team Snacks off guard, which was something that was unprecedented and unexpected, which is obviously something that makes the game more exciting. So my money's going to be on them again in this round because, like you did mention, it's a tactical map and you have a lot more options. I guess that is what makes it a bit more versatile. So, you can do the same thing, you have the same objective, but you have different courses of action. So that is going to be something that's going to be exciting. This is where people can bring something new to the table.
Yeah, 100%. And then again, even further adding along, I must say that we've been sort of seeing a lot of early game skirmishes in Miramar. A lot of teams are tending to drop off at the same location, or maybe just trying to take those early fights. Because if you talk about the last Erangel that we just did cast, we did witness all those teams sort of in close proximity to each other, but they were not really engaging up until the point the circle started shrinking in, right? You certainly do not want to leave your chances at the circle favoring you towards the very end, because that certainly did not favor any of the teams. Now you need to make sure that you take those early game skirmishes. You need to get those finish points for yourselves, because they really do matter. I mean, even if you sort of get eliminated early on, let's say at the 10th or 11th position, and go off with like 7 or 8 finishes, then you're good to go.
You are good to go because it means that you are going to get just a couple of points from placement. But again, those finish points is something that's going to gradually keep adding on. Because remember, boys and girls, one finish means 1 point. Unfortunately, Nox do not have any points, which Maybe in the future they might have half a point. We'll see.
Oh.
We'll talk about that.
What
at
is
some
half
other
a point, XP?
I don't know, man. Maybe they might add up. You knock someone down, you've done something good. You should be rewarded for it. But of course, right now we're just going to reward you on the finishes, and it's no half efforts over here. But again, coming back to what we are going to expect in the following games. Again, remember, only 2 games remain in this launch party, and after that, 3 teams are going to walk away with a lot of money in their pockets. But of course, we do have a special round at the end as well, where we are going to have the coveted pan fight, where one captain from each team, of course, only the captains are going to be participating, has a chance to walk away with 20,000 rupees. And that is not an amount to scoff at. I mean, I would be happy to participate in that round as well.
I mean,
Is that
imagine XP.
possible? I
Just
mean, they might have a couple of slots empty, right?
for the casters. I mean, if they do, I would love to just chime in.
Right
But
here.
then again, imagine being paid 20,000 bucks for winning, throwing pans at people, just hitting them with pans. I've never really thought of doing that and
That's the
earning
dream, man.
money. Yeah, that is the dream. And then make sure you get some new skins out of it, because we're having some dope stuff over there. But right now, if you talk about how things have really gone so far, we've been talking about Team Snax a lot, but somewhere down the line, they've been overshadowed. We've sort of teams like GHATAK have been overshadowed as to how dominating, in fact, Team Snacks have been. I really loved what they put on the table, and the same goes with Team Ronak as well. But in those last few circle fights, I really loved the kind of a map control that Team IND had established for themselves. They were absolutely everywhere, and well, Team Ronak did not have a lot of space to move around, and Ghatak himself was just hiding beside a Bucky. He did not have a lot of choice, went in for the position points. But eventually, Team IND turned as the victors. But with every single passing game, right, they are building up that streak. They are setting records over here. I mean, you talk about the first launch party tournament itself, and we are already witnessing history being created.
I mean, talk about setting the bar high. These guys have set it up maybe a bit too high because, whatever tournament follows this, I mean, you got to have that same level of performance coming in from these teams. And as far as Team Snacks go, well, they are going to have a lot more pressure on them in future to perform consistently. But judging by what we've seen so far, it is not going to be difficult at all. And you were talking about Team Gothic and Team Ronak. We did see glimpses of brilliance from these teams.
Yeah.
In the last few circles, but of course there was so much going on because bullets were flying all over the places and bodies were dropping left, right, and center that it kind of got lost in translation. But again, I mean, the fact that they did held the ground, they held it well to a certain point, and then of course they got overpowered from all sides. Just goes to show that they are ready to take fights on different fronts. It's just a little bit more coordination and communication, which is what's going to win them the games later on, which is something that it does look like Team Snacks is doing right, because like you said, they had good map control, and that's only possible if you are communicating well enough with your teammates and you have that little coordination going for yourselves as well.
I mean, they've been streaming and they've
Oh
been
yeah.
playing together for quite some while. So you've got that synergy already being built up. But before we head into the Miramar arena over there, into the battlegrounds, I certainly want to see that rivalry spark up again. Clash Universe going up
Oh,
against Team Mortal. Now,
oh,
we did
it's gonna
witness
happen.
that clutch from Vexy. I really want to see something else this time around. Maybe Team Mortal taking a bit of an edge.
Well, you're not going to have to wait any further because in 3, 2, 1, map number 5 is going to be underway. It is going to be the deserts of Miramar, as we are going to be high up above the ground in this beautiful plain, looking down as everything looks tiny, and it kind of looks like we are going to be heading east from the west point of view. We are going to be a little bit up north this time, as we are going to be flying directly over Trailer Park, and looks like Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss, is going to be directly underneath the flight path as well. The question is, however, is someone going to be calling it home?
I certainly think Team Jonathan is going to be going for it because, like you, they love their vehicles, right? You get that exclusive Golden Murado. But you know what I'm really excited about is to see where the circle really pans out. So sort of anticipating a kind of a default centralish circle. But I really want to see if Team IND head on towards Los Leones, or are they having some other plans in mind? Because a lot of teams have realized that sort of the soft targets there are the ones that have have got that bounty on their head. So what do you think, XP? Are we going to witness some early skirmishes between Team IND and a certain other team?
Well, we're going to have to wait and find out because it does look a bit chock-a-block right now. I'm really trying to make sure that I get it right as to where each and every team is going. But yeah, depending on, you use words like targeting. I don't expect that happening right off the bat, at the beginning, because you want to make sure you have good amount of loot on you and a good kit, a good arsenal at your disposal as well. But there you have it. We do have a circle that is formed. It's not going to be a central shift as you had anticipated. It is going to be a little bit towards the southeastern side of the map with La Bendita and Minas Generales pretty much in the center of all the action to come. And something interesting is that, right off the bat, right at the beginning, a team did drop off. Team Guru, in fact, they have a little bit of a split going on if you have a look at the left of your screens. And, well, the ruins are going to be under their control, but looks like we might have some action break out a bit early between Team DYNAMO and, I do believe, Team 21 in the distance over there. So, again, you were talking about early skirmishes. I think your wish just might be granted, my dear friend.
I really want to see what Paradox really puts on the table, as a few shots have been fired. So, yes, presence made felt. But then again, you talk about these two teams. You've got DYNAMO coming back. Paradox is an amazing IGL. So, we've not really seen these players play under his call out. So, it's going to be rather more interesting as to how they respond. And we do know he's a fantastic player, but Team IND not really having a good start. Might need some driving lessons from you, though.
I think Kratos definitely needs to hit driving school because there was only one obstacle and he did hit it, but it looks like action is going to break out as Iconic is going to get the first knock and finish of the game as he has taken down a Dawn. Now the question is the rest of the Mafia going to come in and do him some harm because they do have that one finish, but now they have pretty much awoken like a sleeping dragon over there, and some retaliation should be coming in sooner or later. But now we did have Team Mortal on our screens, and looked like they're all by them lonesome, and Clash Universe was nowhere to be seen.
I mean, right now I'm sort of disappointed because I really wanted the fight to sort of emerge between Mortal and Clash Universe out there. You've got that sparkling rivalry out there, and it's been since quite some time, right? And it will eventually happen, but what we do see is even Team Coddle are getting a piece of the action, and Smokey getting a beautiful knock over there. I would love to see where the fight has eventually erupted.
Well, we are going to see some fights break out sooner or later, especially towards the later half of this game when everyone is going to be pretty much in each other's faces. And there you have it. Your prayers have been answered because Smokey gets another knock in record reaction time as Tiger gets taken down, as Smokey was almost knocked for a 6 as well. Now Raid from the side, he does lob a grenade. That could be good if it's time to perfection because it does look like SHREEMAN could be in the line of fire. Yes, he is. And Raid gets in cover in the nick of time.
And KRONTEN actually committing it to the push, but S-Power is just going in with that Ptarmigan, managing to finish off that entire squad. It's over. It's over within 10 seconds. That is exactly how much time it took by the boys from Team Godel to make sure they kind of just wipe out SHREEMAN's existence over there. I really have to give props to Smokey, finding that opening knock and then Riot just following up with a beautiful, beautiful grenade.
Now, that's what teamwork is all about because, you got to basically rely on your teammates as well. As soon as a knock came in, as soon as that second knock came in, Raid was the first to push in, and that grenade, of course, knocking SHREEMAN off his feet was something that is going to be putting them on the back foot as well. But again, lovely communication coming in, and it was one of those blink and you miss it moments because, well, if you blinked, you probably just missed that squad wipe coming in from S-Power at the end over there. But again, a valiant effort by the boys from Team SHREEMAN. But unfortunately, they are going to be bidding us adieu in Miramar. And, well, the action did break out early as we wanted it to.
It really felt as if the boys from Coddle were sort of playing since ages together because the kind of a synergy, the call outs were absolutely bang on perfect by the lads. Now, you've got Team Ronak as well. I mean, we've been talking about them being overshadowed by the prowess, by the domination being displayed by the boys from Team IND. But either ways, I mean, this is again one of those competitive rosters that does have a very, very bright future for them up ahead. But in the meanwhile, Team Jonathan engaging up against Team Godlike, and KRONTEN having taken these shots. Do you feel, XP, that he might just regret doing that?
Well, I mean, if you know anything about Jonathan, that guy's accuracy is impeccable. I mean, he can probably, shoot down a couple of flying birds in the distance over here, but looks like ClutchGuard is going to come under fire, and this is the action that we did want. We do want to see Team Jonathan, lay down the aggression a little bit thicker as ClutchGuard is getting ready with the grenade. He is going to cook it. It is thrown. That could be devastating for S-Power. It is, as he gets blown to smithereens, and with that, his life is going to be snuffed out, which means Team KRONTEN are going to be one-man short. Now, ClutchGuard's got to be careful. He goes around Raid and knocks him down. My question is, where was the sound sense in that case?
Exactly. I really felt that as if he was scared for his dear life, because when the boys from Team Jonathan make that push on towards you, you start sweating, your nerves start trembling, and that is exactly what happened with Riot. And I think his brain took a lot of time to process the fact that the boys from Team Jonathan have really made that push on towards him. And looks like it, XP. I think my thoughts were kind of correct, because KRONTEN having given out that sound cue to sort of signaling Team Jonathan to come at him, and boy oh boy, some intense damage being dealt upon them, and they've been reduced to a two-man squad.
Yes, sir. Reduced to a two-man squad, and the fact that they are separated by quite some distance, and the fact that Team Jonathan is pretty much dead smack center of both of them could be problematic, as, they really can't make a lot of moves unless, again, we did just talk about the synchronization moments ago. Unless they pull out something out of the bag, some little miracle, and they do something in tandem at the same time, I don't see them really doing a lot of damage to Team Jonathan over there. Unless, of course, Team Jonathan, they're not really, up for the fight, and they get a bit on the defensive. That is where mistakes can be made. However, looks like right now they are going to be putting their attention, or rather focusing, on KRONTEN, as he is going to have 3 members from Team Jonathan push up on his position. But it looks like he is safe for now. But again, they really don't have a lot of options right now, unless they do something in tandem. But if Smokey gets a knock over here on ClutchGuard, that might just open up a few options.
I think the only way that Team Godlike can really make a comeback in this particular fight is if they find Team Jonathan with their hands down. Now, these are wild hyenas, right? They just kind of scour the land, search for anyone around, and if they find someone, they certainly do take him down. Now, this is a perfect opportunity for Smokey to maybe try and pull something off, but rather he decides to kind of let them pass by. But I believe ClutchGuard has heard the sound.
It could be also. I think it looks like that Jonathan is just trying to throw them off the scent, so to speak, as looks like KRONTEN is going to be the first one to let a few shots loose. But looks like you were right. Smokey's position has been compromised. The question is, can he hold it down? Can he hold down the fort, as Neo is going to have a little bit of an overhand angle on him as well. Now, Smokey does come out and lets loose a few shots, but it's not going to be enough, as Jonathan Scar Realm is going to do just a little bit more damage, as Z-God is going to snuff his life out with that M16, which now means KRONTEN, the captain of his team, is the last man standing, and this kind of gives him the opportunity to, run away to fight another day.
This is where Team Jonathan, they are starting to play at the natural element, right? We know how aggressive these lads can be. They come right up your face, and if you're caught sort of off guard, they are going to be making sure that you pay the price. But in the meanwhile, we do see the map sort of taking that southeastern shift again, and somewhere down the line, I believe the circle is going to end towards those hills that we have on towards the eastern side of Los Leones.
That is going to be a possibility, of course, as you do have a look at the circle. I mean, in Miramar, I love the fact that we have all these nooks and crannies and ridges to play with, but I don't know, man. There's something about there's something about Los Leones itself that I just love witnessing fights over there, especially since, you have so many levels. You have so many buildings under construction that, the angles that you can come up with are just phenomenal. You can be shot at from a position you least expected to be shot at from. So, that's something that is definitely exciting, as Ghosty is out on a little bit of an expedition. He is off-roading it, but his choice of vehicle is kind of making my stomach hurt, because that is going to be one bumpy ride.
Indeed. I mean, there you go. How do you get out of these situations? These boys need to learn the fact that, you can't really drive those muscle vehicles off you can't really take them for a spin on these off-roads, and, well, they've been stuck. But in the meanwhile, Well, we've got the boys from Clash Universe. I think might wanting to have a piece or maybe have a dig at Team K18.
You know, talking about muscle cars, I guess a few other players should be paying attention as well because they just bought a few in real life and they do not want to squash them up. Do not do this. Keep them on the paved roads, boys and girls, and you know, everything is going to be tickety-boo. But we did kind of seem like K18 was going to go up against Clash Universe. But I like the fact that, again, you did kind of mention, you know, half the battle is basically getting that high ground. So they kind of won the battle right now because they do have that little advantage. But the thing is, no one is around them. So again, it's going to be a waiting game for them, as we do have about, I'd say, about 45 to maybe 50 seconds before the next circle is going to form. So we did have that early skirmish fixes, but it looks like things are quieting down. But just as I say that, correct me if I'm wrong, did I just hear shots in the distance?
We did. You know, even getting back to the point of Team 8-bit really having that high ground. Yeah, you have a good vision, you've got that high altitude, you are going to be spotting a lot of squads out. And if you're taking shots and if you sort of tend to get complacent about, you know, another team around you, and that's where you pay the price because they're sort of in a plateau kind of a position where, you know, they are sort of focused on that one direction, and from some other area, some other team just sort of tends to push on towards them. But you know, with the way things are being panned out, we are sort of expecting that eastern Los Leones area, and really talking about that particular city over there, right, XP? One thing definitely does come up in my mind. That is not typical Miramar. You've got a lot of houses to play around with. You've got use a lot of utilities, a lot of grenades, and maybe I would love to see some stun grenades also in action. But we have the boys from ANTARYAMI. I really loved how this car really presented himself and his thoughts. But now they've got to deal with Team GHATAK.
And let me just say one thing. Props to Team GHATAK. Have a look at how they're positioned. They are split in two man, but right now BandookBaaz is taking the fight up against the enemy, as looks like Team DYNAMO are going to be pushing in. He's got to heal himself up really quick, and that first aid, is it going to be on time? It is not! Oh my goodness, a little boost just helped him out. And as a result of that, BandookBaaz is still in this game, but his teammate is going to be knocked out, in fact, finished by Hydra DYNAMO. And looks like Team DYNAMO are on a warpath over there, as they've already snuffed out the lives of 3 members from Team BandookBaaz, with Rishabh laying on the hurt on BandookBaaz. I mean, that looks a little dicey. I don't think he's going to make it. There you have it.
There you go. I mean, Team Hydro Dynamo really not really having a lot of trouble because you've got Paradox coming in, and now if you got to talk about how Hydra needs to make that rotation inside the zone, I mean, it's sort of going to be a little bit tricky because they do not really have a lot of meds. They need to collect on those utilities. And Miramar is sort of the last map where you want to take things a bit too long, right? You got to make sure you've got that center, because if you do not take it, someone else definitely will.
Someone else definitely will, and they're lucky that they have their vehicles on hand right now, because you know, those drives can be long and cumbersome at times. But it looks like action is breaking out elsewhere. As I was keeping an eye on the kill feed, Team Mortal were picking a fight, as were Clash Universe. And the question is, who are they shooting at, and will we see some more bodies drop? Because it looks like Delta PG does have his sights trained on the enemy over there, but that distance is going to be a bit too much for him to make a difference right now, as all the teams are going to be coming closer to one another, as Clowny is going to be spotted out, and unfortunately he is going to be taken down from the distance. And looks like Team K18 are putting on a little bit of pressure on the opposition.
And not just that, you know, even further adding along, you know, even Mortal's sort of being taken down, and even Punk getting knocked out in the far fray. That's going to make things so very difficult for Team GHATAK. But in the meanwhile, Omega does spot out Sangwan. Again, he's taking a few shots at him, and his vehicle has sort of managed to blow off, and Sangwan, having got to pay that hefty price, goes down. Now, XP, this is where, you know, that high ground advantage sort of becomes so very much instrumental for what Team 8-bit have been trying to establish, and the boys are having a really great time.
Absolutely. And it is kind of surprising to see that even at this late stage, you know that Los Leones is going to be occupied by a couple of teams here and there. You can't just drive through willy-nilly and expect, everything to be tickety-boo, because Sangwan did come in, but then as soon as he started getting shot at, he did kind of divert to the left. But again, lo and behold, another team was lying in wait for him. So, you've got to be a bit careful, especially at this stage now, as you are traversing into the new circle. But of course, there is a little bit of a stalemate going on, as K18 this time, Fixus, has decided to get his hands on a K98. What are your thoughts then?
Well, I really did have a conversation with him earlier, and he said that he wanted to get his hands on that bolt action. But you know what? He's just gonna shoot at flying birds, and he's gonna miss those shots. And I think I'm at this position where I'm ready to even wager that he might barely even find a knock with it.
All right, K18, this is the challenge for you, mate. Somebody has to shot Fixes up. If you get one knock, that is going to be a victory in my case with that coveted bolt action sniper rifle, as Spray Guard does have his sights set on Sensei.
Yeah.
Now does all that training come in, because Sensei, in fact, is taking a fight with the opposition, as Pro from Team ANTARYAMI is going down. But now Spray Guard, he is being careful. He wants to make sure Sensei comes to a complete spot before he lets those bullets loose.
Right now we're sort of seeing a lot of these teams, just closing up on each other, everyone finding their respective compounds to sort of try and let the circle sort of play things around. Because now what we had anticipated earlier was an eastern shift, but this time we're going to be having that urban warfare mode going on for ourselves. So now things are going to get really interesting. Now this is where, I really feel that bolt action do flourish, for the fact that someone's really trying to take that peek through the window. Where you're gonna have your crosshair pinned down and just blow that head off.
That's the thing. It's all about those angles. It's going to be where you least expect it from. If you think that one of your sides is covered, you got to think again, because there's so many windows. As right now, Team Jonathan does look like they are going to be taking the fight up against Team DYNAMO. But again, this is one of those moments in the game that everyone is so close to one another that it's just going to be chaotic, because you do hear a lot of shots being fired. You are going to see a few people being knocked down left and right. But the thing is, most of the team's fixes are already going to be kind of cemented in or fortified, so to speak. So at this stage, it's more of a situation, more of a case of depleting their utilities and making sure they use those first aid kits, because, the lower the health, the better your chances of wiping the opposition out.
But right in front of us, we've got Team Jonathan again. Now we do know for a fact that they've got a rather very good start, right? Now all they need to do is just pile up on those skills. But what I'm really intrigued and excited about to see is where exactly the boys from Team IND are. Now they've been having quite a good streak going on, but ClutchCon, having his position just being exposed, did take a few shots, but will somehow get into safe cover in the right nick of time.
Talking about Team Snax, I'm pretty sure they are going to be at the edge of the zone. I think they're towards the southeastern side of our map as of right now. But again, they're playing small. Oh, wait a second. We have some bolt action, but it isn't K18 who took someone's head off. It's Hydra Danger who blows his face off with that M24 shot at some distance. But again, we were talking about that fact that, all these teams are cemented in. They are fortified in position. So it is just going to be a case of depleting their utilities right now. And of course, a couple of grenades being lobbed here and there could help things down. Now have a look at this. Team IT, they are pretty much in the thick and the center of all the action around them, but they don't really have a lot of options to move around. I do also see Team GHATAK in the distance, and mind you, Sensei is still in one of those better positions right up there. He's got a bird's eye view on all the action happening around him. So, he can be relaying that information, but now Fixes, the circle has taken a little bit of a shift to the west, which means a couple of these teams are going to have to leg it.
Yeah, they certainly have to, and I'm really intrigued to see if they're actually going in for those vehicles, or are they going to travel by foot. But at some point of time, you gotta feel bad for KRONTEN, right? He's sort of alone there, but we've got a fight going on, and looks like it. The boys from Team Sangwan are in a whole world of trouble, XP.
They are in a world of trouble. In fact, there are two squads that are going to be shooting down at them on either side. So it means Doc's work is going to be cut out. Ooh, that grenade almost wiping his life out. But he is lucky to be still alive, as Jonathan, with a massive grenade, gets not one, not two, but three knocks, as Team Hydra look like they could be in a world of trouble.
right now you just have to get that res back onto it's iconic, and well, team Sangwan would want to sort of kind of get their breath back together. But look at the splash of colors on the minimap. I mean, now Team Snax have gotten themselves a piece of the pie, getting those knocks, but Antanki and Kratos have already been knocked out, and now things are getting very, very dicey for them.
Things are getting dicey indeed, as Diljit is going to make sure he suppresses fire on the enemy as the revive is going to come in. Of course, you didn't mention how Thunky's life was lost earlier, but I like the fact that Team Dynamo, man, they are in the thick and thin of all the action, right in the center of teams just advancing from all sides, and they are holding their ground. That is something that was a little unexpected, but boy, oh boy, man, can these guys pack quite a punch, because they're not just taking on Team Jonathan at one end, but they're also taking on multiple teams at the other. Again, this is going to be an urban fight. I love it, and I like that Sensei is still up there and no one has taken him out yet.
I mean, he still hasn't been spotted, hasn't really been targeted over there. But, you know, talking about this particular circle, XP, I must really tell to all our viewers, it's going to be a really daunting task for the boys from IND to kind of try and make it inside the circle and then again win the chicken dinner, because they're sort of on the edges. They've got a lot of teams around them in every possible directions, just apart from the south. So it's going to be really interesting as to how are they going to make those movements, considering they've lost quite some players out there.
That is correct indeed, as Wrath from Team Dynamo is going to be taken down by Ferocity. But I love the fact that Team Dynamo, they have quite a number of finishes to their name. Still a 4-man squad, as is Team Jonathan. Again, a complete U-turn from what we saw from this team yesterday, making sure they hold the angles. And only I've got to remind you one thing. I do believe IT Spray God does have an idea where Sensei is, but of course, you don't want to give your position away at this moment. Have a look at that. The circle is going to be engulfing in on itself even more, as people are going to be coming in with some vehicles, and Ghosty could be taken out over here, but he gets behind cover in the nick of time. The question is, are his teammates going to have the same fate? Almost, as one of them is going to be taken down by PG, as Omega is going to switch his weapons to a grenade. He might lob it, but the question is it going to be a bit too late, as they are going to slink away from damage. The car takes a lot of damage, but it looks like the boys from IE are still alive as well. Just as I say that, Akshat is going to snuff their life out.
Exactly. I mean, right now, the kind of a push that did come in from the boys of
Oh, have a
IE,
look at
well,
this.
that was sort of a last-ditch effort, right? They just tried, but eventually were taken down. But in the meanwhile, we've got the boys from Team Jonathan having already racked up 5 kills, and they certainly are hungry for even more. Considering the position that they have gotten for themselves, this is a game where they can certainly get a chicken if they play the cards right.
That is absolutely correct, and as we just say that, another team is going to bite the dust. This time it's going to be Team Ronak, who are going to be exiting this game early on, and now it's just going to be chaotic, as a lot of bullets are going to be flying all over the place. But the question is, who is going to be taken down first, as everybody wants to get a little bit of real estate over here in these last few circles in Miramar. But it does look like Sensei is in a good position, finally laying down some lead from his bird's eye point of view, and hopefully trying to get a few connects over there. But K18 and his team, fixes are looking good. All they need to do is make sure they survive the onslaught, which is inevitably coming towards their way.
And even, you know, start praying that the circle really favors them towards the very end. But considering how things are looking right now, with the splash of colors completely breaking out, you know, squads falling down one after the other, it's going to be so tough to get that chicken right now. But now, XP, we've got to bring this up. Are we going to expect a healing battle towards the very end?
You know, I think that is definitely a possibility, especially since one of the teammates needs to be given all the first aids, because you have so much cover to work with that, you know, a heal battle definitely makes sense. But right now, before that comes in, we are going to have some grenades lobbed over, as Fierce is going to get Hydra Dynamo off his feet and onto his knees, which means Team Hydra could be in a little bit of trouble, as Fierce is going to be lobbing a couple of grenades, but unknown to him, there was no one in that room. Elsewhere, Clash Universe is going to go down to a big bang, courtesy of KRONTEN.
I mean, I really love the positioning coming in from Sensei. He's got so much information feeded up onto him. But we've got Fierce with that beautiful grenade. Doesn't connect though. Gonna see, but hasn't really done so. But Paradox going in for a looting spree and has to certainly pay the price as well. There you got it. Team Sangwan having racked up 6 kills for themselves.
And mind you, Team Sangwan were looking like in a world of trouble just moments ago, but they've managed to turn things around for themselves. That is going to be exceptional, as Ditya from Team Clash Universe is going to go down as well, which means now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 9 teams. 23 people still alive, and Rexy again still alive. The last man standing for his team amidst all this chaos, and he is not done. This man does not know when to stop as he gets a knock on PG.
He certainly knows how to pick the pace up, doesn't he?
Oh,
But
K18
right now,
with the K18.
Yeah, he's got it. I'm telling you, he's not going to connect
I
even
want
a
one
single
knock.
shot. I mean, not even a body. Trust me on that.
I think
I've
he
seen
will.
him play. I'm ready for a wager, XP.
Alrighty, we are going to have a little bit of wager over here whether K18 is going to get that knock or not. He does switch to the M4. You need to switch to the K98, my dear friend, as he does have an idea that the enemy is going to be nearby. But again, K18, my dear friend, they are in a good position, Fixes. All they have to do is make sure they hold down the ground.
They do certainly need to hold down on their forts, but it certainly does have a beautiful knock secured onto its GODNIXON, but has to be really careful, needs to change his position up because those nades are definitely gonna come flying in.
He was lucky over that. That grenade just exploded outside his window. Had it made it inside, it would have been devastating, as Akshat has spotted out Spray God, and he's going to force him out with that Molotov, and a few shots could be it for the opposition, but he is still alive on his feet, as Omega is going to get a few knocks off his own, as Aladdin is going to go down. His Genie not helping him out at this time, as K18 is going to make sure he snuffs out his life, but K18 in turn is going to be blown to bits, as IT Prince is going to come in and seal that finish. It's just a give and take right now, Fixes.
Yeah, I mean, trade-offs are happening absolutely everywhere, but look at Jonathan. He knows exactly what he's up to and has sort of smelt ferocity with that beautiful grenade just connecting off, and they've already racked up 9 kills for themselves. Now, I certainly have to call it off because they do have a chance at winning this one, but then again, you really can't rule out Team IND, but look at GODNIXON just trying to spray around with the Uzi. He does manage to secure the knock, and this has to be huge. Clutching on towards one of the players of Team 8-Bit. Now things have started getting really interesting because we've got team that are remaining. The number is 5 and the players alive. The count is 10.
That is just amazing. And let me tell you one thing, GODNIXON almost losing out on that little skirmish, making sure he got the job and making sure his team is still in contention as well. Looks like Team K18 are going to be reduced to a one-man squad in the form of Akshat. Now, Akshat has his work cut out for him. He is at the edge of the circle. His position is kind of given away. However, they aren't really aware that he's on the first floor. Oh, good job on him to go prone, because GODNIXON could have spotted him out. Now, this is going to be a little bit problematic because GODNIXON, if he is only going to be focused on Akshat, it could be possible that Neo could potentially shoot him in the back. And I love the fact, well, that is not going to happen, as Akshat's going to be burning, as he is going to be burned to a crisp. And with that, his game comes to an end, as Aladdin is going to snuff his life out, which means now we are down to the final 4 teams, as GHATAK is going to come under fire and looks like he could be in a world of trouble as well.
He certainly can be, but look at Team GODNIXON. They are playing out of their minds. Prince finding that beautiful knock onto it. Jonathan now has to go pushing in. Well, GODNIXON providing that anchor fire from the back lines. Now, they are certainly making that push. Now, well, we've got to see if actually Team Jonathan can fend this push off. But considering the fact that you've still got Sensei watching everything around, it's going to get so much more interesting from over here.
Looks like Team IND Snax could be in trouble, but there you have it, a last-second effort coming in to get that knock. It's not going to be enough, as Aladdin was taken down, but with that, we are not going to see back-to-back 5 chicken dinners, because Team Snax, for the first time in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, have been wiped out. Let me just repeat that. For the first time in 5 games, they have been wiped out. Now, Aladdin is going to find himself at the receiving end of things as well, as he goes boom, which means now Team Jonathan is going to go up against Team GODNIXON. It is going to be a 2v2 situation, if I am not wrong, and this is it. This is amazing. We were talking about Team Jonathan, and boy, oh boy, with 12 finishes to their names already, these guys are coming out to make a statement.
They certainly are. Now just trying to reposition themselves, find a better altitude, and Jonathan has done exactly that. You need the right amount of players. They do have the numbers. Jonathan and Neo just kind of charging in. Prince really losing out on his HP. He's still trying to put up a fight, but eventually it was Team Jonathan getting that beautiful chicken dinner, and it seems like the streak has been broken, and well, who's done it? That's Team Jonathan.
Well, there you have it. If anybody was wondering where they were, well, there you have it. Here's Johnny. These guys are finally back, and well, they did it in style, an amazing number of kills. And it is going to be unfortunate that Team Snax, again, their lovely, phenomenal run has come to an end. But I think they're going to be happy with 4 back-to-back chicken dinners. But now, the spotlight is going to be on the young bloods, and well, Team Jonathan, we were expecting this from them for the past couple of games, and they finally showcased what they're made of. And boy, was it awesome.
It certainly was, and to
Wow.
make things even better, I loved how the circle really panned out towards the very end. That urban fight
Love it.
going out, and everyone just trying to hunt down the other squad, and it was sort of really chaotic towards the very end because you're trying to eliminate a certain squad, and then you find yourselves under heavy fire. So, well, Team Jonathan, the way this started off, I really felt that this is the game that they're looking to go big. They are hungry. The boys haven't had a chicken dinner since quite some time, and yes, the boys are back online now.
If you quickly have a look at the replays, now that was a beautiful push coming in from Team KRONTEN early on, and then of course Team Jonathan, man, these guys just laying down the lead. Have a look at this. Clutch God engulfs, goes around Raid and knocks him down before he even knew what hit him. That was just beautiful as we have a look at them again, just teaming up on the remaining members of Team KRONTEN, snuffing their lives out one by one.
But you've got to give props to Team 8-bit over here, Team K18 especially. The way they were
Did I just hear you say that? Did you just say you got to give props to Team K18? Did you say that?
Yeah, I mean, I said Team K18, not K18 himself, because all he did was just die off right from the very start of that fight. We did point out on this factor, right? He got an intense knock over there. That was beautiful. But that is the point where you need to sort of start repositioning yourself, because those nades were anticipated, and he had to sort of face the brunt of it and was taken down eventually. But then again, I really loved how GODNIXON put himself in the thick and thins of all those fights. And I mean, of course, we do know he's a content creator. He's not a professional player, but I really felt it was sort of the, the professional player coming out from him, the spirits being awakened, and he just went all out. And that was a really valid effort that he put up.
That was very well said, Fixes. That was very well said. In fact, we did kind of expect GODNIXON to not get the better of Omega in that last skirmish, but again, they did get the better of them. And how about wait a second? Something is missing from this equation right now. There's you, there's me. Always a pleasure having you. But let's bring in our host with the most. It is going to be Super John, who is looking a bit disappointed. What's up, Johnny? What's up with the pout on your face?
I wanted so badly for the for the 5th chicken dinner to come.
Oh, I just forgot about that. Oh no.
Team Snax right there.
No, we just lost $200.
Oh yeah. How
sort
did you guys forget about this, by the way?
I guess there is going to be one man out there who is going to be really happy that Team Snax did not win.
Well,
this is going to be icy baby right now.
Oh well, that's
just
pretty
celebration.
That is pretty much it. That's a proper rendering of what's going to happen at his side.
Again, now I have another question for you. So we were talking about Team Jonathan before this game as well. This game's performance, it was so good, like exactly what we expected.
Before Fixes, you obviously have a few points that I know that you want to talk about. Let me just say one thing. They looked like they were in a dicey situation, not once, but twice. And it's kind of like a miracle. It's miraculous, really, how they, emerged from that and then went on to win the entirety of this game. Just amazing. Just break Team Jonathan down for us because, well, this guy was talking about them quite a bit.
If you talk about Team Jonathan, right, we know these 4 lads, they're streamers, as well as, they've been having that bit of a competitive experience. And we know they sort of thrive under these sort of situations, where there's pandemonium everywhere around them. They know where they have to choose. They know how to pick their fights. They know which are the fights that they need to avoid. Now, even in those last few moments, we did see that sign of brilliance coming out from Johnny himself. He did take that higher ground and made sure he had those vision on those 2 players, and Neo just taking that flank, they went all in. And that has sort of been their, sort of a game style that they really opt for. And well, they succeeded at that, because even if you sort of compare it with the game that we did see in Iran, there was sort of a bit, thinking whether or not they really need to commit. That sort of reluctancy was sort of being a hindering factor for them in getting the win, and they certainly have done it today.
And so after this game, we definitely need a breather, because there was good performances and then there have been heartbreaks. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this very short break.
चलो एक बार फिर दोस्ती के ड्रीम्स सजाएं, फिर से क्रेजी स्क्वाड्स और कुछ नई टीम्स बनाएं। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया इसका नेम है। आफ्टर ऑल ये इंडिया का गेम है। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया का बैटल ग्राउंड्स। डाउनलोड नाउ।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to Battlegrounds Mobile India launch party. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Fixus and the Experiment. And yes, we are definitely going to lift the roof of this place because, well, that it looks like that's what's happening in the games right now. And talking about the games, let's once again give a recap to our audience as to what has happened up until now. Experiment, you want to take it over?
Yes, sir. Well, it looks like the phenomenal run by Team Snax has finally come to an end as they were snuffed out towards the latter half of this game, especially at the last couple of circles, in fact. And that's over. That dream run is over, but they still have back-to-back 4 chicken dinners, and they still are at the tippity top of the leaderboards. But again, Team Jonathan coming in with a bang, raking out quite a few finishes, and letting people know that, you should not forget this name anytime soon.
Exactly. It has been an incredible matchup for them, and they still have one more map to go. But before that, let's have a look at conversation between Varun Thakur and Jonathan. Here we go.
All right, so now I have with me somebody who's represented India internationally. It's none other than Jonathan. Jonathan, मेरे भाई, welcome. कैसा है?
कैसे हो मेरे भाई? बढ़िया बढ़िया, आप कैसे हो?
मस्त, एकदम फर्स्ट क्लास. बहुत बढ़िया दिख रहा है ब्रो, तेरी हेयर स्टाइल मस्त लग रही है.
अरे अभी फुल वो पहले से शेल किया था, अभी पहले लंबे
ये
दिन अभी
सब
छोटे
लॉन्च पार्टी की तैयारी हो रही है क्या?
ऑब्वियसली पता है कौन जीता.
तो मुझे बता कितना एक्साइटेड है तू लॉन्च पार्टी के लिए?
बहुत मतलब बोल ही नहीं सकता, इतना एक्साइटेड हूँ. लिटरली इतना वेट किया था, बट फाइनली अभी सब वो निकलने वाला है ना, बोलते हैं ना, जो जितना भी आपने रखा है सब वो अभी निकलने वाला. वही फटने वाला. उसके
सुपर यार. मुझे बता क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है तुम्हारे लॉन्च पार्टी से? तुम्हें क्या लगता है क्या होने वाला है?
जो होने वाला अच्छा ही होने वाला, तो ऑब्वियस है. सो देखते हैं, लेट्स होप फॉर द बेस्ट एंड फ्लो के साथ आगे चलते रहते.
सुपर यार. तो जॉनथन, तुम्हारा जो स्लैंग है टपाटप, इसका मुझे ओरिजिन बताओ, ये कैसे आया, कब हुआ?
तो ऐसा था कि मैं सोशल मीडिया पे देखता था, ये कुछ चल रहा था, ये मतलब स्लैंग टपाटप. तो मैंने ऐसे ही जब मैं किसी को नॉक करता था या स्क्वाड वाइप कर देता, तो ऐसा बोलता है टपाटप बोलते, तो वहां से ही शुरू हुआ.
सुपर यार. तो अब मुझे बताओ, तुम्हारे जो नया अपडेट आया उसमें तुम्हारे सबसे फेवरेट चीज क्या रही है? जब तुम बीजीएमआई खेल रहे थे तो तुम्हारी फेवरेट चीज क्या रही है नए अपडेट में?
तो नई अभी जो अपडेट आया है उसमें लाइक बहुत सारे आई गेस नए चीजें आए, लाइक टीडीएम में वो आई गेस नया मैप आया है, एंड वो भी खेला, मुझे बहुत पसंद आया वो मैप. फ्लावर्स वो लिटरली फिनिशेस, वो फ्लावर्स लिटरली बहुत पसंद आया मुझे.
सुपर यार. अच्छा मुझे एक बात बताओ, ये जो नई मैप आई है कराकिन की, उसके बारे में बताओ, तुम्हें कैसा लगा खेल के?
वो भी मतलब छोटा मैप है एंड वो फास्ट पेस मैप है. लाइक जो भी होता है सब फास्ट होता है. सो वो अच्छे अपना गन स्किल्स इंप्रूव करने के लिए भी वो बहुत अच्छा मैप है.
तो अभी जो अपडेट्स है उसमें तुम्हारी फेवरेट फायर पावर की डिवाइसेस कौन सी है, तुम्हारी फेवरेट गन्स कौन सी है, तुम्हारी फेवरेट व्हीकल्स कौन सी है, उसके बारे में कुछ बताओ.
सो ऐसा कुछ है नहीं प्रॉपर कौन सी भी गन तो मेरे को सबका बूम बम. तो यही चीज.
सबका बूम
सबका
बम.
डाउन.
सही
कौन
है
सी भी
यार.
गन दो
अभी सबको
देखो.
टपाटप मार देंगे.
यस ब्रो.
अच्छा मुझे बात बताओ, अभी तुम्हारे जो फैंस हैं जो इतना एक्साइटेड होंगे तुम्हें देखने के लिए, इतने टाइम बाद सब लोग इकट्ठे आके खेलने वाले, बीजीएमआई लॉन्च हो रहा है, तुम्हें अपने फैंस के लिए कुछ बोलना है, कुछ दो शब्द.
फैंस को तो पता ही है कि अभी इतने मतलब इतना देर मैंने वेट किया लिटरली जिस गेम का था, बट फाइनली अभी आ चुका है वो गेम, एंड उसमें वापस से टॉप पर आने के लिए मैं कुछ भी करूंगा. लाइक ग्राइंड तो होगी एंड लोगों को भी पता है, तो लेट्स
करोगे.
होप फॉर द बेस्ट. यस.
तो ये तो रही फैंस की बात, लेकिन अभी जो तुम्हारे कंपेटिटर्स है जिसके साथ तुम खेलने वाले हो,
हाँ हाँ.
उनको क्या बोलना चाहते हो.
तो अपने सब लोग लाइक जितने भी प्लेयर्स है सब ऑन स्ट्रीम मतलब ये इन गेम राइवल्स होते हैं, एंड ऑफ गेम मतलब लाइक सब भाई है. तो या ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं.
चलो अच्छा है यार. नाइस वन ब्रदर. वेरी वेरी एक्साइटेड टू सी यू एट द बीजीएमआई लॉन्च पार्टी. बेस्ट ऑफ लक. मजा आने वाला है.
थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, one of the favorite content creators, Jonathan, right there, who says how excited he is. And I like the fact that he mentioned like the fast-paced maps are his favorite, because we know he likes a lot of aggression inside of the match.
All right. So, I mean, XP and Johnny, are we looking at another back-to-back chicken from Jonathan? Because, from what he was really trying to imply during his interview, they've been sort of dormant like a volcano. They're just waiting to erupt, and maybe we're gonna see those lavas around us.
We could see a massive eruption because they've already kind of exploded onto the screen. If you kind of think about it, they did a wonderful job in the last one. And to answer your question, Johnny, you might actually just see a back-to-back if they continue that same momentum forward. But again, I don't know about that. Team Snax, they might just want to get that 5th chicken dinner as well.
I mean, they're going to try their level best. But let's have a look at the scoreboard for now and see what the storyboard is looking like. How far is Team Jonathan going to be? Well, they're still on the 16th position.
Well, they are going to be on the 16th position, but they are going to be coming up a little bit slower and steady. I think we are going to have... this is, of course, just for day 2, mind you. So, I mean, a couple of teams are going to be like, wait a second, how come their kills haven't been added up? I think we might have a little bit of an addition coming in sooner or later, but it does look like Team K18 are going to be climbing up. And Fixes, they just might be on the first half of the table. What are your thoughts on that, mate?
The only regret I really have from the past match was I did not actually wager, because I would have made some money tonight. But yeah, I certainly would have. But I think we're gonna see a new revamped standings, because I believe after getting the chicken and getting so many finishes, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be up top over there. But then again, you talk about Team IND. Well, they did they did really put up a show towards the very end, but we are talking about teams trying to chase them, right? But with again Mirabar being one of those maps where Team IND were again looking solid, I really feel that it's too late for anyone to sort of take the kind of title away from them from winning the launch party event.
I think, like you said, Johnny, earlier on, that they are definitely going to be the undisputed champions of the very first Battlegrounds Mobile India tournament. Of course, it is the launch party. It is a little bit more fun-filled, but they're definitely the undisputed champions over here. And, well, Team GHATAK, GODNIXON, and Team Ronak, they're really stepping on the gas as well, making sure that they overtake Team KRONTEN. But boy, oh boy, I mean, Team KRONTEN, 30 kills, 30 finishes to their names is still something that you can't really scoff at.
And that is a wonderful performance coming out from these players. But as you mentioned, I mean, Team Snax, they are leading the charge right there, 111 points, and Team GHATAK closing the distance with just 19 kills, 58 points. That means they have been consistent throughout the matches that they have played, getting in a lot of placement points, finishing late every single game. And look at the 8th position. Team Jonathan is right there, 20 finishes, 1 winner chicken dinner, 35 points in total. So this performance does give them a really, really big boost, and they needed this, but they have one more match to go. Let's see how high they can go.
You know, if you actually quickly think about it, if you have a look at second position, even up until ninth position, Team Mortal. Now, Team Mortal are going to be on 31 points. That means they're 17 points behind the team above them,
Yeah.
I believe, right? So the thing is, one good game could change things around because remember, we do have the podium finishes that are going to be walking away with prize money in this tournament. It's 1, 2, and 3. And of course, you know, the pan fight that comes later, but that is not going to be for everyone. So a couple of these teams, they still have a chance to kind of catapult themselves above a few teams like Team GHATAK, Team GODNIXON, in fact, as well, and, you know, just walk away with that second prize money. So again, I love the fact that it all comes down to the last game. Now, you did kind of mention Team Snax, way above everyone else. All right, let's just, you guys win. Alrighty, you guys get the first prize. Congratulations, well done. But now it's still split open for the second and third position.
Yeah. I mean, the second and third, it's quite close, but this game is going to be the deciding one. So there's going to be a lot of, well, do we say pressure? Do you think these lads are going to be under pressure, Fix?
I certainly do not think so because at the end of the day, we're all here to have some fun and witness some good games of
Yeah.
Battlegrounds Mobile India. Of course, it's a sort of a launch event. We're having a gala time, and it's been a pleasure. But then again, you know, talking about things like Sandhawk per se, because that's the map that's upcoming, and well, we've seen Team Jonathan really, you know, preferring such maps, and we do know he's capable of pulling some impeccable clutches around that area. So again, we've got to give props to Team GHATAK. They've been
Oh,
surviving
yeah.
for so long, and they've been getting those points. Sort of side a bit unlucky in terms of their man numbers towards the very end, but Sensei did really put up a very valiant effort in trying to secure those very important position points. But then again, you know, sort of dragging the conversation back along to its Team Mortal, they have not really been having a fun time because well, they've been trying, but things haven't really been going their way. So this clearly shows how hungry the other streamers are, the other
Oh, yeah.
content creators are. You know, now you're such a big name, you were sort of an icon, and well, it's kind of you know, even if I were there, or well, you, if you sort of stake him down, if you knock, then you're 100% going in for the kill, and
Yeah.
sort of been under the radar, and hasn't really been a fun time for them. But the last game might just change everything.
Well, I would like to contradict you on that. I think they are having fun. Losing it is not the thing
Go
that's fun, but
against
they
him.
are enjoying the
Not
matches. They're
Scout.
enjoying the matches.
He's not Scout. He loves to win. He does not like
Yeah,
to lose.
he does love to win. That's the thing. That's the reason they have all those finishes in the bag. They are trying to see if they can just get the most finishes. I believe that's the thing they're focusing on right now, just getting the most finishes in the server. But let's see if that is going to happen with one match to go.
Oof.
I'm going to leave right now. You guys will have to take it over again.
Well, once again, Johnny, thank you so much. It is that time of the day where we are going to bid you adieu, which means Fixes and I are going to be your captains over here, making sure that everything is tickety-boo, because we are going to be on the plane soon enough, and a few people are going to be jumping out the plane from the back, and the thing is, they're going to drop down on an island and then try and finish one another off. So I guess exciting times are definitely ahead. And, you know, just adding to a point that you guys were talking about, the
Yeah.
pressure. Yeah, there's no pressure, but there's always the pressure to perform for yourself, right? Because again, like I said, we are part of the esports industry, and boy, we are a competitive bunch. And you know, you got to make sure that your viewers are going to be happy with your performance. And again, at the end, it's about bragging rights. I mean, if someone takes down Team Mortal, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be forgetting that soon enough, because you know it's going to be etched in history, and it's going to be something that you're going to carry with you on forward. And I'm pretty sure, Fixes, if you were in this particular matchup right now, and imagine you get a knock on, say, Team Mortal, or you wipe out, say, Team Jonathan, I'm pretty sure your grandkids are going to hear about that, right?
Exactly. I mean, I would be famous overnight, 100%.
Oh,
And
yeah.
but then again, you know, we're talking about even the other content creators. Now, we've been talking about that competitive spirit that these players have been having instilled amongst them. But and they've really been performing. You talk about Team GHATAK, you talk about Team
Oh, yeah.
Ronak, even God Nixon. You know, we haven't really
Beautiful.
seen him in the competitive arena, but what he really did against the players of 8-bit, you know, that was phenomenal. That was nasty. And I think it's time to head into the rainforest, XP.
Yes, sir. In about 2 seconds, we are going to be underway with the final match in this Battlegrounds Mobile India launch party tournament, as we are going to be flying over the beautiful tropical island of Sanhok. And in just a few seconds, all your favorite players, all your favorite professional players and content creators are going to be jumping down. And well, the aim of the game is to basically be the last man standing. And if you have a look at the flight path, we are going to be cutting the map pretty much in half, this time flying from the northwest to the southeast trajectory. And again, boot camp. Do you think boot camp is going to be left empty once again, Fixes?
I mean, once again, was it left empty yesterday,
Yes!
XP?
Yes, it was left empty. Nobody went for boot camp at the beginning. In
hurts.
fact, we thought Team Mortal were going to be dropping down there, but they just flew right past it.
I mean, certainly you've got the likes of Mavi and Scout, who tend to get really competitive, with whatever they're playing, and that's a really good thing. Obviously, you would want to win it all, but then again, if it coming back to a map like Sandhawk, it highly depends upon where the circle really forms, because you've got such a small map, and we did witness in Los Leones when things were starting to end towards that end zones. We had so many teams still alive. I mean, around 35 players even after 25 minutes. I mean, that's insane. But in Sanhok, you really need to take those fights, but you need to be very careful that you do not exceed that 2 minutes marker, because if you sort of tend to prolong little bit even further, I'm certainly sure that there's one team that's going to be hunting you down, maybe even two or even more.
Well, it is Sanhok, so you can expect pretty much, everyone who is in your vicinity is going to try and hunt you down. And, now, historically speaking, we know that the blue zone kind of works a little slower in Sanhok, and the damage that it deals isn't as cumbersome as in other maps. So, people can kind of use that to their advantage, because we've seen one thing, right? Fixes that in this map, nobody really uses vehicles that much, because it's a clear giveaway of your position. So, you want to be nice and sneaky as you are creeping and crawling your way through those long bushes. But it looks like everyone is pretty comfortable, something that is kind of unprecedented again in Sanhok, because it being one of the smaller maps out there, you want to see that action right from the get-go.
I mean, of course, we as viewers would love to, but then again, a lot of teams are going to be feeling the heat right now, because leaving Snax apart, right? That particular team, and down under, it's all a bloodbath for trying to get those intense points for them. But right now, we are witnessing some action elsewhere, because we've got Team K18 getting on board, and it's Team Jonathan that they've picked their targets.
Well, it looks like one of your favorite streamers' team is going up against Team Jonathan, and they've actually got the advantage over here, as Z-God looks like he has lost his life. He was knocked down and then taken out in an instant, as it looks like K18 is trying to go on a little bit of a right flank with that QBZ in his hands, trying to secure a few more knocks for his team. But again, that's the only action that we have kind of witnessed so far, which is kind of strange, because we want to see something more. And it does look like finally, boot camp is going to be occupied, and this time it's going to be Team Classified YT that are going to be calling it their home.
Yeah, but then again, boot camp is one of those areas that where you do not really want to be lurking around towards those final zones, because we've seen those hardships going towards the east side. But then again, we did witness, Team K10 getting up on board with that one finish over there. But eventually, if that, if the spectators could have, stuck onto him, I would have really pointed out on how wrong he was in his positioning.
You have to give the lad a break. You
I mean,
have
I'm
to
not
give
gonna
the
do
boy
that.
a break. I mean, I get it. Just a little reminder out there, again, just for all of you who are, kind of wondering what's happening over here. Kathan and Fixes are like the best friends. So, there's a little bit of a banter that goes on back and forth. So, we love pulling each other's legs. Just in case, just putting it out there before, you get a couple of DMs, Fixes, kind of
How
threatening
dare
you,
you.
because I love the fact that that's the beauty about the fans in this country as well. We are very loyal fans, and, we love our team, whether they win or they lose. And again, if you say something against our boy, we are coming for you. So, just a little reminder, it's just a friendly little banter going on over there between two good friends. And, well, I think there was nothing wrong with K18's position. I think he was perfect, mate.
I mean, he's just trying to be,
Brownie points!
Then again, I mean, yeah, I sort of have to keep myself off from being very critical about him. But then
I'm
again,
interested around
every
you.
single small point I get, I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah,
do that because
of course.
the way he gets off with his memes, and even the audience sort of chiming along with him. And I've been famous for all those wrong reasons. And
Of
well, I
course.
certainly have a different name for myself. People have forgotten that I'm even known by the name of Fixes. So yeah,
Wait, what?
I
What?
gotta.
Wait, so
No,
fixes. I thought you were fixes. What do they call you?
I'm not gonna say that on stream. No, I'm gonna pretend that never happened. But every time I even think of that, it sort of haunts me.
Well,
Uh,
this is where the lovely audience can actually help me out. If you know what I'm talking about, let me know what his name was because I would like to have a little spam in the chat. But right now, as we witness the action once again, there has been a little bit of a lull in the action as far as Sadok is concerned. And ladies and gentlemen, there you have it for the very first time in this tournament. We have the BFG, the big bad gun itself, the AWM, the Arctic Warfare Magnum dropping down. But the question is anyone going to go and pick up this beauty of a gun and use it? It doesn't look like it. Oh,
Ooh, a bit of a skirmish. Vexy already being taken down. Now that's going to be a big blow. Now Team Clash Universe needs to do everything that they can to keep his star player alive. But look at Team Cyrus. I mean, they've decided to make the push, and Team Dynamo, can they get something more? Because Aditya, he's sort of like that holding anchor for his team. He's trying to fend off this push, but XP, I'm really scared. Can he succeed at that?
well, it does look like Vexy might just be picked up because his teammate is near him. But I do believe this is Team Alpha. Of course, a lot of Hydra players in this tournament
Yeah.
split up between two teams right now. For the kill, looks like Danger is going to get the better of Destro. In fact, Destro is going to be finished off as we speak. But right now, they are going to have a little bit of an upper hand. As again, we did kind of mention Vexy, the star player, is back up on his feet. But the question is, can he do something? As he does see a couple of people running around to the left. But Danger is going to be a bit quicker on that trigger, taking him down in a flurry.
I mean, way too much mistakes being committed by Vexy. He was way too much out in the open and had to face the brunt of it as the push might just come in anytime soon. Clash Universe making that flag, just pre-firing, and does get that knock. But then again, Team OR, they need to get those res back up as Team Alpha to respond in fashion.
That was a little bit of a mishap over there, switching the weapon on Danger Spot. And right now, again, another mishap. The grenade has been lobbed in, but he did get knocked out instead. Now, Alpha's going to have his work cut out. It is going to be a one-on-one situation. It's going to be Hydra Alpha up against Nithya. Who's going to come out on top? It is going to be Alpha as he snuffs the life of his opponent. And now he can finally get those revives coming in. So, despite having lost one member, it looks like Team Alpha is going to be on a bit of a high as they wipe out Clash Universe. And again, Clash Universe fixes living up to the name, clashing early on.
I mean, it all came down to that very first knock, right? It sort of gave them that moment of opportunity to just make the push because it's the final game. And like we said, we're here to witness teams having fun. That being said, we sort of forgot to put up this fact that, yes, this is the last game. A lot of teams do understand for a fact that they cannot really have that prize pool going into their pockets. So might as well just go Oric, just completely go guns blazing, try and go for those quick finishes as we see the circle sort of towards those Paradise Resort.
It is going to be exciting, and in fact, Paradise Resort, I don't know if people know this, is probably one of my favorite spots in any map in this beautiful game of Battlegrounds Mobile India. I don't know, there's something about it. There's something that, you can really make a lot of angles in that particular location. You can jump up on the walls, you can get on the roofs, you can be really unexpected over there, but it looks like Sangwan is going to be taking the fight up against Team KRONTEN as the captain himself has been taken down, brought to his knees. It is at quite a distance as Sangwan is going to go on the left flank. Now Smokey is going to be the first opposition, the first obstacle that he has to overcome. In fact, Smokey just might come around that wall or that block over there and knock him down on his knees, and he does, just as Sangwan was about to get behind cover.
Exactly. I mean, right now, considering how things have panned out, of course, KRONTEN is going to get that res back up. But Sangwan, now we need to have that revive on towards him as the smoke parts have been made over here. And, well, he was way too out in the open, don't you think? Because, making a push blindly is sort of synonymous with this map. A lot of people can resonate with that fact. But S-Power with those beautiful set of grenades. But it's going to be KRONTEN who eventually gets the finish.
And have a look at Ride's position. He is currently circling around the opponents. He's going to get up behind them, and that flank could be devastating for Team Sangwan over here, as the captain has been taken down. It's going to be Fierce, Iconic, and Dark, basically laying down the lead over here, laying down the law, making sure they can survive, because it looks like Team KRONTEN are a bit hungry. They have kind of deployed those smoke grenades, but have a look at that. Raid was in a wonderful position. He might actually leave a few bullets loose from his weapon. They do connect with Iconic, but a good decision on Team Sangwan's part to kind of back off, because, you know, they knew that this uphill battle was lost, especially since Sangwan was taken out. They're going to retreat back to a little bit of a fortification. They do have those rocks over here, and, you know, they're going to fight again, as Iconic is going to spot Raid, but he takes a little bit more damage than he intended to.
I really love the kind of map area that Gotl have really chosen for themselves. You know, having choosing that higher ground, they've got that vision. They've sort of tried to retreat from that fight, because they know they've got that one finish, they've got that 1 point. Might as well face up against each other in maybe another circle. But right now, all they're trying to do is maybe try to apply that extra bit of pressure, because you cannot really tend to prolong the fight, right? We might sound like broken records, and we do know once you start, you know, engaging and taking the fight even for further times, you're going to be in a whole world of trouble. But eventually, Rishabh was taken down by Team Ronak, and we do have one more squad wipe around here.
And I think it's going to be Team Dynamo that have been taken out from this game early on. As again, Team Ronak, you did kind of mention that, you know, this is a hard-hitting squad as well. And well, they are living up to that with 4 finishes to their name. And if you quickly have a look at the circle, I love the fact that the boot camp is still in contention. I love the fact that Paradise Resort is still going to be in place. So this could be exciting, as the circles are going to be shifting slowly and steadily in due time. But the question is, where are they going to go? Now, if you quickly have a look at all the teams, everyone barring a couple of teams are going to be in the circle, as Team ANTARYAMI is going to be coming in from the northeast, from the top right of your screens. And looks like the big boys, Team IND or Team Snax, whatever you want to call them, might just be lying in wait. So again, a few skirmishes are going to be breaking out sooner than later, but for the most part, everyone is in a comfortable position so far.
Yeah, I mean, I really think that we're not going to be witnessing a lot of skirmishes up until the next 2 circles, right? That's where things start getting nasty, because of how the circle shrinks. But now a lot of teams have a lot of room to play around with, so they're going to stick to that. Not going to be taking a lot of risks, because, you know, if you talk about pressure mounting, right? It's Team GODNIXON, it's Team GHATAK, it's Team Ronak that have been sort of very close to each other in terms of the point standing.
May I just interject for one quick second? Just looking at GODNIXON jumping up on these roofs kind of gives me that feeling I'm watching a tips and tricks video over here. You know, how to get the best position in a house. It kind of felt like that, you know, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, which again, it does come in handy. You know, I mean, you kind of think about it that, you know, tips and tricks, the videos that these boys come out with, it's not going to be, you know, useful in a competitive scenario. But that is absolutely wrong, because again, it's that unexpected that usually wins out in a game such as this. Because again, you know, we do kind of say that these boys have been playing such kind of games for quite a long time. So, you know, you kind of have an idea as to what to expect. So again, you want to be out of the ordinary if you want to be extraordinary. So I think that is something awesome. And on our screens right now, Team K18, still a 4-man squad with that 1 finish to their names. They've been looking stronger and stronger as the games have been going on.
You know, from what I can really figure out, you know, Battleground Mobiles India has been all about movement. And, you know, these tips and tricks certainly can give you that extra bit of an edge in those fights. You never know. It might just help you out. And you might be like, okay, I cannot maybe use this particular bug or glitch. But if it's something really legit that you can actually use to get a competitive advantage, you know, in those tournaments, then you might as well go up for that. But right now, as things are, we've got MAXTERN's team sort of being a bit silent today. What do you think XP went really wrong with them?
Well, it looks like Pav Killer over there is just trying to get some attention over here by opening and closing that door. And looks like the big AWM has been picked up. That is something that I'm happy about. It doesn't matter if you don't have a scope. Just use the iron sights. It's doable on that weapon, and just go in and get a few headshots. But again, the circle is going to be shifting in about 30 seconds from now. The question is, where are we going to go to? Because if we have a drastic shift either west or east, it could be problematic for quite a few of these teams. If it's a northern or a southern shift, I don't really see a lot of problems because, it's going to be easy for teams to traverse by judging by how they are laid out right now. But I think I would want to see some drama, and I want the circle to shift a bit to the west with that western island coming in play as well. I wish that happens, Fixers. Come on, make it happen. Make it happen. Do it.
I mean, you certainly say this,
Do it.
or
Do
saying
it.
that statement. But right now, considering, I really love how Team Jonathan have been playing from the edges, quite contrary to how we're supposed to approach Sandhawk. But you did talk about the curveball starting to hit in, and that's where you go. The zone going towards the northeastern side.
That is going to be exciting. It is going to be Paradise Resort. That is going to be my second choice, of course. And, talking about Team Jonathan, yeah, I mean, they are a team that I've said in the past, they thrive in chaos, right? They need to be in the thick and thin of all the action, and they just need to make sure each and every one of their members has, their attention diverted to a single front. I mean, they can take battles on multiple fronts, right? But the thing is, you've said this in the past as well. Sandhawk has that RNG factor, which just comes in and just throws all your gameplays out the window. So you don't want to be in the thick and thin of all the action in a map like this, where you really don't have an idea where people might be lurking, because man, there's a lot of hiding spots in this map, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of hiding spots, and even adding a log, you need to have that essential cover for yourself. And if you have got a high ground, I mean, those are a few principles, and the most important being the center of the circle. Because if you really want to win, you need to hold it. I mean, the current meta sort of dictates you have got the center, you've got a compound, which is kind of very rare to see in Sandhawk. But if you do have it, then you've already sort of won 60 to 70% of the game. Then it comes down to your decision making skills. But here we have Team Soul engaging a fight against Team Maxton.
Alrighty, finally some action breaking out as it looks like Team Mortal are going to be pushing up on Team Maxton over here. Ghosty does have one angle as Scout OP is going to be the first man in the line of fire, but Mavi is the one who gets taken down by Dawn, and the Dawn is using a weapon like a gangster. It is going to be that Tommy gun that sprays down the bullets now. Power Killer is going to come on the right flank as Ghosty takes down Soul Mortal. This is devastating for Team Mortal as they are getting snuffed out one by one, and that's it. That is all she wrote. Regaltos did manage to get a knock on Ghosty, but it's going to be Dawn who comes in again with that gangster gun of his, knocking them off their feet. And with that, Fixes Team Mortal. We were kind of expecting them to win this skirmish, but looks like they have been put out of the misery, as now it looks like Team Maxton's woes are still not over, as Team Snax are laying down some lead in their direction.
I mean, they really cannot be happy about the fact that they just wiped out a squad, and squad Mortal at that, as they really need to recover themselves. They need to get their players back up online. But my oh my, I was really wondering as to what was the thought process behind that push. You do not know where the other players are, just ramming in your vehicle, and they did meet their makers over there. And I really loved how Team Maxton controlled that entire fight. But we do see my bestie getting down on his knees.
Well, let's see if your bestie's teammates can pick him up, because it looks like GHATAK is not going to be getting back up, as Fierce is going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under as Team KRONTEN. Now, they do have that little high ground, as we did kind of mention, that is pretty much half the battle already won. But the thing is, you've got to be accurate on your shots, as Punk from distance is going to get a knockoff on Pakar. Instead, he gets taken down by Ronak. Now, this fight is going to be taking place elsewhere, because we're going to focus on a potential fight breaking out in front of our screens right now. It is going to be Team KRONTEN going up against not just one, but 2 teams in the distance. And there you have it, your besties team in the distance over there, up against godlike KRONTEN and the boys.
I mean, right now, K18 is going to have a really tough time trying to get downhill, because he's way too much in the open, and the boys from Godlike are way too precise with their aim. And if he does not really kind of traverse around through the covers, through those stones and the rocks, then he's basically done for. But right now, if you take a look at how the teams are performing, well, a lot of teams have to get inside the zone, and we still have 15 teams alive, XP.
That is just amazing, because I was expecting a lot fewer teams to survive up until this point. But you got to keep one thing in mind: a lot of these teams are only survived by 1 or 2 members as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if those numbers are going to come in play later on, which we've seen in the past. If you have more numbers towards the end, it is definitely going to be an advantage, as it looks like Team Jonathan are going to be opening up as Mr. Cyber Squad is brought down to his knees. Now again, we are still in and around Paradise Resort as far as the final circles go. So Team IND are going to be comfortable. And what's this? We have a vehicle in use, which is quite uncommon, as Pro gets out of harm's way from Arthunki's M4.
I mean, I love the buggy in Sanhok. I mean, it gives you that mobility, but at the same time, you really need to be careful with it. I mean, if you're too exposed, if someone sort of blows off your tires, you're basically stuck. But it seems like K18 has managed to secure a knock for himself. But can he get a confirmation though?
Well, I guess time will tell. We are going to be making sure that we stay glued to the kill feed that is coming up on our screens as we have a look at 4King's ferocity. Trying to be a bit ferocious, trying to get closer to the enemy. Now, you got to keep one thing in mind. They are going to be pushing up on Paradise Resort, but there is a team towards the northwest of said resort. It is going to be Team Snax, who have that guest house under control, and looks like shots are being fired as Team KRONTEN are going to come into play as well.
I mean, well, with the way things are panning out, we're looking at a circle sort of headed towards Paradise Resort. Now, Team IND have gotten themselves a very, very good position. They've secured a compound. They're just looking out for enemies in the far-off race. But Team Godlike, for a certain amount of time, they had a very good spot. They had a high ground. They had got good cover. But now this is where things start to get really interesting with them. They need to get inside a better position. But right now, KRONTEN, any single moment might just get spotted down and be finished off, but eventually it's KRONTEN the one who's gonna respond with a knock from his own side. But Paul in the meanwhile just kind of proning down, and KRONTEN still surviving by the sliver of an HP.
I mean, how is that man still alive? I thought he was taken down, but oh my god, he almost gets that second knock as well, as now it looks like these boys are going to be in trouble. BandookBaaz is going to have a lot of work cut out for himself, as Toxic Singh is going to be brought back to life. He has got the revive in, but now Paul is going to be left bleeding on his knees, just a short distance from them, but it looks like KRONTEN's little retaliation over there put them out for a little bit of a 6, as Clutch Guard is going to make sure he patches himself up, because again, you got to keep one thing in mind. They are at the edge of the circle, and they really don't have a lot of options over here. In fact, literally Jonathan between a hard place and a rock right now, and the blue zone at one end. He's got to make quick work of Dark before he can move in, but I do believe Team BandookBaaz could play spoil spurt for them as well. I think that is something that he did realize, and he makes sure he goes the other way, which is the right call for right now, as Prince with that ratata is trying to get a few knocks, and 8-bit K18 is going to go down.
He certainly will, and this time again falling to the hands of Team Nixon. The way these lads are making a push, this time they want to get all of them together. Last time they managed to get, I believe, 1 or at max 2, but Jonathan's still putting up a fight. I mean, he needs to make it inside the circle, and he is gonna do that whatsoever may come his way. But in the meanwhile, you've got a bit of a skirmish getting along here as well. Now, ClutchCon having been taken down by Dark, he is gonna be put away from his misery as the finish has been secured. Now it again comes down to this lonesome play again. Jonathan, can he do something? Can he pull something off? No, not this time.
That was a little difficult because he was spotted out, and I did kind of mention that, Doc was in a wonderful position to snuff his life out, which he did for his teammates, as Godlike's Raid now has his sights set on BandookBaaz. He knows there's someone behind that particular rock over there, and they are going to be keeping an eye on the kill feed just to make sure, they don't waste enough time. But it looks like it is going to be a fight in the Paradise Resort. Well, where the grass is green and the girls are pretty, but over here right now, it is going to be a bloodbath.
It certainly will. Because look at Team Godlike, they've sort of unified at a certain position and not really giving a lot of room and space, not really creating those angles. And on a map like Sanhok, you certainly aren't supposed to do that. You gotta stick to each other. You need to make sure, even if your teammate gets knocked out, you need to get those quick rests back up, because the pushes are inevitable after those second knocks coming in. But Godlike really having a good time with the rotation, will meet some enemies right in front of them, and that's going to be Dark, and he is just waiting for them. But the numbers are definitely in the favor of Team Godlike, but eventually Dark has started big, has managed to secure that one knock onto its power, as Smokey's still struggling to find that knock and the finish.
Let me tell you one thing, Sanok is definitely one of Doc's stronger maps over here. He's been phenomenal in this map throughout this tournament, and right now he is living up to his name as well because he is like a shadow and he's striking from those shadows, making sure he gets his opposition off guard. And now with that, Team KRONTEN are going to be one member short, but mind you, Raid did finally get that kill on BandookBaaz in the distance, which means now we're down to the final 8 teams. It looks like Akshat could be in prime position to lay down some lead in IT's position as his teammate Omega is going to kind of push them out towards Akshat's position with a good grenade. This could be wonderful teamwork coming in as they are going to be pushed out of that house, but unfortunately that grenade is not going to find its mark, but Akshat's position has been given away.
I mean, this is pure brilliance coming in from Team K18. The way they're just kind of grenading those areas, and Akshat in a very good crossfire position, providing that quintessential pressure onto the team of GODNIXON. Things have become certainly very spicy, but Riot, having been spotted early on, will eventually manage to secure that knock. Now, Team 4King might just be in a bit of a pickle, but Guru, responding in fashion, does manage to take Riot down. But look at Omega completely just pincering down the players of Team GODNIXON and punishing them one after the other.
Beautiful baiting over here by Akshat. He made sure that all the attention was on him as Omega took them out from behind, but now SprayGod is going to be the last man standing for his team, and we know one thing, this man can do some miraculous things as Akshat is going to go in for the kill. He does crouch down, and he is going to make sure he comes out on top in this little skirmish. Now, the first aid is going to be coming in. Of course, he doesn't have any first aids. Those bandages are going to have to come in quickly as his teammates are now going to fall one by one near him. The question is, we only have 8 seconds on the clock before that blue zone moves in. Is reviving going to be the right call?
Only one of his teammates is going to make it inside the circle along with him, given the chance that someone else does not really take them down because they've been making a lot of noise. So teams are definitely going to be anticipating someone coming along. But Team MAXTERN, they've been having a phenomenal game so far, wiping out Team Mortal, and now certainly looking really sharp and strong as Guru will find that final finish onto its Ronak as 4 teams remain 6 players alive. Everyone eyeing out for that glorious chicken. Well, I mean...
Oh, I beg your pardon. I currently had a little bit of a technical glitch over here, but let me just say one thing. KRONTEN, I thought he was going to get knocked out, but it's amazing how he is still alive. I thought Dark was going to get the better of him, but oh my goodness, that reaction time is phenomenal. But before he can administer that first aid, he is taken out, which means now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 2 teams. It is going to be MAXTERN up against the 2-man Team Guru. Question is, who is going to come out on top?
I mean, honestly, MAXTERN as a creator has been really vocal about his thoughts, the way he just pulls off those shenanigans. But this time, even inside the game, he's been really vocal in terms of how devastating he's been towards other teams. Yeah, I mean, look at the position. I love the spread coming in from Team MAXTERN. I believe if they just play their cards right, and if the pet just start too patient, they might just secure the win.
It can actually go either way right now because in this particular round in Sanok, both these teams have played phenomenally, especially Team Guru. I mean, they've got some amazing shots in. Team MAXTERN as well. We did see that wipeout of Team Mortal just a few moments ago. And of course, the man of the moment, i.e. Dawn, the mafioso himself. The best thing is that he's killing people with that Tommy gun. It's cool. OP is going to be spotted out. He gets taken down by Dawn and the combination from MAXTERN, which means ferocity has to be ferocious right now. He's got to be like a coiled snake, ready to strike because his teammate is definitely going to be spotted out. Now with that suppressed Uzi, he does lay down a few shots. MAXTERN is going to have to come into the circle. The question is ferocity going to be quick enough on the trigger? And the answer is no, but the reload does come in. But looks like MAXTERN has some cover for now, and he is just trying to scan out the environment and get a location as ferocity. Let's have a look at this. Dawn is going to be coming in slow and steady.
And there you have it. I mean, a perfectly well-executed flank coming in from Dawn, and has to be the MVP of this match without any second thoughts. The way he's been so proactive during those fights. I mean, for a time, I was really thinking, where on earth is Dawn? And the moment we have the camera on towards him, he had a genius angle. And, well, the moment they got that first knock, that's where they sort of realized that, yes, this game could possibly be theirs. And, well, they did it.
You know what I'm really happy about? I'm just happy about one thing from the entirety of this game. I'm happy that I could make some Godfather references because A, his name is Don. B, he's playing with the gangster gun, the original Tommy gun itself. And well, the mafioso, they came, they saw, they conquered. And with that, of course, we are going to have a look at the highlights right now. Some amazing skirmishes coming around. Of course, early on, we did see Team Hydra, both elements of Team Hydra, Team Alpha and Team Dynamo go up against opposition. And well, it was just an amazing game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the moment. These players have been, grinding this game since the very day of its launch, and they've kind of established the fact that they do know what they need to do in terms of how to follow up even after securing those knocks. But you know, this particular fight, I mean, I have no idea as to what was going in the minds of Mavi, because he's just sort of rammed inside. Maybe he was trying to go YOLO, but have Don getting that perfect room and space to just play around. He performed phenomenally well over there. Now coming down to Tommy Gun, you know, in situations as such, when you've got that SMG, you've got those 50 bullets, and had he had a suppressor with him, I think he could have even had that extra bit of a stealth, especially in a map like Sanok, but does not really matter. A chicken dinner is going to be a dinner, of course, getting those 15 position points. But then again, you're talking about Team 8-bit, right? We did see some phenomenal clutches coming in from Akshay, the way they sort of set them up. But amidst everything, amidst everything, there was one player who was never in action. That was K18.
Well, let me tell you one thing. K18 is kind of like he's the one who's, you know, pushing his team forward. He is going to be on their shoulders, basically letting them know what to do. But again, a wonderful effort. You got to stop picking on my man K18, mate. But anyway, let me just talk about that fight in particular. It was beautiful. I kind of had a sense that it was going to happen, especially when I saw Akshat trying to bait them out, and Omega's position up top was just beautiful. The moment the members of IT, they came out towards Akshat, they just got shot up in their backs. That was phenomenal. That is how you want a bait and switch to work. But again, kudos to all the teams for participating in what has been an amazing launch party. But you got to still keep one thing in mind. We still have a few more things in store for you, especially the much awaited pan fight with a massive 20,000 rupees going to the winner. But again, what a wonderful end to this day. And you know what this means, Fixes? The leaderboard is going to have a little bit of a shuffle. I think second and third position are finally up for grabs. The question is, have you been doing your maths? Do you know who's going to walk away with it?
I mean, had I been good with my maths, I would never have been over here. But either ways, you know.
Yeah, go ahead. How about we get another one in this question? Do you want to do that? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, certainly,
Should we have him with
100%.
us?
Because I know he's equally as bad or even worse with maths.
How's your maths?
That's quite true. My maths is pretty bad. We've already discussed this yesterday.
Looks like the Indian education system is letting us down. No, I'm just joking. We just haven't been in school for long, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've all gone old.
Yeah.
It's time to get settled down.
It's the boomer squad right here, ladies and gentlemen. But I have to say, Fixes, I know why K18 is, well, his gameplay is lacking, because he's on his way right now. See you. So you better watch out.
Uh-oh.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Lock those doors, mate.
No, I've got my house guarded. It's fine. He just cannot get an entry tonight. At least I know he's gonna be pretty pissed about it. But you know, eventually we're just gonna settle things down with some good food. Eventually, me just going over, heading and increasing the bulk over down there. But you know, but you know, XP. Really sort of excited for the pan fight now that you've mentioned, you know, the captain's just going out and you've got 20,000 on the line. So
not just 20,000. If your team Snax, $100 as well. $100 from the side of ICB. How can you guys keep forgetting that? Why do you guys keep forgetting that? XP, how can you forget about that?
I apologize. I mean, I'm kind of, you know, ashamed of myself as well. I'm going to be hitting myself on the foot quickly. I feel bad. My memory's kind of going for 6. You know, it's like, wait, what did I say? But you know, anyway, it is what it is. It is going to be an exciting time. And I just before we get to the band fight, I want to see who walks away with all that moolah.
And to do that, I mean, the scores need to be calculated. We are pretty bad at maths. We're going to take a little bit of time to get the scoreboard ready. So let's take a very short break while we do that, right? So you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Once again, welcome back to the Battlegrounds Mobile India launch party. This is Super Johnny, joined by Fixes and the Experiment. The matches are done. All 6 games with 2 days, they are played out. We do have our calculations down, but we're going to take a while before we reveal the champions and how the teams have finished. But we were just having this conversation off camera and Experiment. We have had a fun set of matches today, haven't we?
We have also, I just got a call from K18, and he wants me to kind of talk to this gentleman right above me, and I think I have my weapon of choice ready. So, Mr. Fixes, did you have a few things to say about K18 earlier? Are you going to say the same in this pound fight? Because it looks like he has a little bit of extra motivation right now, just to shut you up.
I mean, a lot of alliances have been formed, I believe, in a span of few minutes. But
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, XP, you're a big man. I know I can
That is
just sit
correct.
on Ketan and he's gonna be completely handicapped, but it is gonna take a lot more than that to deal with you. So I really need to wave that olive branch, but I certainly do not have a lot of branches around me.
Well,
Jungles.
alrighty.
Well, I mean, you better start going out into the wild, find an olive branch to wave. Otherwise, I mean, you know, there's a crew coming out for you right now. But before that, before Fixis is gonna try and find an olive branch, I want to know, like, what do you think is gonna happen when they actually find you? Are they going to start challenging you to 1v1s? Because I believe that's what's gonna happen.
You know, I don't think it was Ketan. It was me who challenged him
Oh
for a
yeah.
1v1, and the show is on. I'm just waiting for the launch on the other platforms, and once it gets online, we are definitely going to go ahead with it. But then again, you're talking about launching on different platforms. You know, I'm really getting excited and stoked up for the tournaments that we have online coming up in maybe within a few days. Maybe on
Exactly, ladies and
weeks.
gentlemen. Let's go over that once again. All right. So 15th of July, there's going to be a really big announcement about the esports scene regarding Battlegrounds Mobile. So get your squads ready. Make sure you guys have practice just like Team Snacks. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a look at an interview between Varun Thakur that happened with a person that Fixes
wonder
likes
who it is.
really Fixes really likes him a lot. So here's an interview, Varun Thakur and Ketan K18 Patel.
What's up, Ketan?
सब बढ़िया भाई, आप बताओ।
मस्त, फर्स्ट क्लास। कैसे हो? कैसे रहा तुम्हारा लॉकडाउन?
लॉकडाउन बस चल रहा है, वेट कर रहे हैं और वो फाइनली आने वाला है।
हाँ, तो मुझे बात बताओ, एक तुम कितनी एक्साइटेड हो BGMI लॉन्च पार्टी के लिए?
सुपर एक्साइटेड। ईच एंड एवरी इन्फ्लुएंसर आर इक्वली एक्साइटेड एंड ऑडियंस को भी हम लोगों ने देखा है, पागल होते हैं। ऑलरेडी हमारा जो प्री एक्सेस हम लोगों को मिला था एंड्रॉइड में, बट अभी जब ये अपना iOS में भी आएगा, जब सारे ऐप स्टोर, प्ले स्टोर वगैरह में अवेलेबल होगा, सारी ऑडियंस इकट्ठी एक्सेस करवाएगी, तब तो मतलब धमाका।
मतलब मैं देख रहा हूँ तुम कितने एक्साइटेड हो, क्योंकि तुम जब भी उसके बारे में बात करते हो तुम्हारे मुंह पे वो एक लंबी बड़ी वाली स्माइल होती है। तो मैं इमेजिन भी नहीं कर सकता कि तुम्हारे जो फैंस है वो कितने एक्साइटेड होंगे टू सी ऑल यू गाइस कम बैक टुगेदर अगेन।
बहुत ज्यादा। मतलब जब हम लैंड टूर्नामेंट से भी जाते थे, तब ऑडियंस को वो साथ में सिनर्जी देखने में मजा आता था। अपने अपने फेवरेट इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को सब लोग इकट्ठे देखते थे, बट अब वो ड्यू टू पेंडेमिक वो सारी चीजें हो नहीं पाती। बट उसके बाद ऑनलाइन में भी ऐसा था कि लोग खुश हो जाते थे, हाँ साथ में खेल रहे हैं, बट आफ्टर दैट एंडेड एज वेल। बट अब सारी चीजें इकट्ठी रिटर्न आने वाली है, सो ऑब्वियसली ऑडियंस का तो ठिकाने नहीं रहेगा, जो वो गेम फिर से खेलते हैं।
खुशी से पागल होने वाले हैं सब। तो तुम्हारे मुझे बताओ, तुम ये जो अभी लॉन्च पार्टी हो रही है उससे तुम्हारे एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या है? तुम्हें क्या लगता है कि वहाँ क्या होने वाला है?
नंबर्स वहां पे बढ़ने वाले हैं खूब, बिकॉज जब हम लोगों ने पहले लैंड टूर्नामेंट्स में भी जब वो सारे नंबर्स देखे, तब 2 लाख प्लस लाइव कॉन्करेंट वाचिंग हम लोगों ने देखी हुई है। सो दैट इज समथिंग सररियल इन यूट्यूब इंडस्ट्री एज वेल, जो गेमिंग ने वो एक प्रोवाइड करा है, एक स्टैंडर्ड। सो I want to see that going up and up in upcoming years, because this is something we have to look up to.
Correct. No, and it's incredible that you guys are able to do this. मतलब जब मैं अपने लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा होता हूँ, मेरे आते 2000 कंकरेंट सब्सक्राइबर, हम बहुत खुश हो जाते हैं यार, 2000 लोग आए, और आप लोग 2-2 लाख लोग कंकरेंट व्यूअर्स के साथ खेलते हो। So it's incredible to see the following that you guys have and the amount your fans love you. मुझे बताओ, finally ये what are your views on Battlegrounds Mobile India?
Battleground Mobile India में I just want you can say a community which comes together। जैसा आपने बोला कि हम लोग सारे इकट्ठे खेलते हैं, अगर इंडिविजुअल कोई कुछ ज्यादा इतना कर नहीं पाता, बट मेन चीज है कि आप एज अ कम्युनिटी कितना आगे बढ़ना चाहते हो। And due to this game, each and everything looks up so easy कि भाई सारी चीजें लोगों को भी पसंद है, आपको भी वो कंटेंट बनाना पसंद है. So that is something कि जहाँ पे आप एक पैरेलल लाइन पे आ जाते हो ऑडियंस के सामने. So एक यू कैन से आपकी साइड से भी हंगर रहती है, ऑडियंस के साइड से भी वो कंटेंट को कंज्यूम करने की यू कैन से इच्छा रहती है आने वाले टाइम पे. सो दैट इज समथिंग यू कैन से एक बहुत बढ़िया चीज है. बीजीएमआई एक कोर बन चुका है, मैं बोलूंगा.
तुम्हारी सबसे फेवरेट चीज क्या है लेटेस्ट अपडेट में बीजीएमआई के?
बीजीएमआई में अभी तो जो सीजन 19 आया है उसमें रॉयल पास के बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया हम लोगों ने आउटफिट देखे हैं, स्किन वगैरह. सो आने वाले टाइम सीजन 20 विल बी आल्सो गुड वन टू हैव, बिकॉज़ अभी बहुत सारे लोग एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहे हैं यार. वो डाउनलोड एक बार लॉन्च पार्टी हो जाए उसके बाद देखना चाहते हैं. मेरे खुद के दोस्त पूछते हैं कि यार कब आने वाली है गेम.
But no, you're one of the lucky people who's actually gotten to play it. You're extremely good at it. आपकी फेवरेट मैप कौन सी है खेलना?
Miramar.
Superb. Okay, so Ketan, we are super excited to have you at the launch party. I'm sure everybody there is waiting. All your fans are waiting. तो हम मिलेंगे launch party के दिन पे. Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Thank you, Varun bhai.
Cheers, bro.
Fixes, I have to say, no matter what you say about K18, I just love him. I just love the lad.
Of course, then again, he's been there since the very start, right? The way he's been spreading positivity throughout his maybe his vlogs, the way he's been casting. He's always got that persona backed up, and
Oh, he's saying something nice about K18. That is so awesome.
All right.
In the end, we're friends, right?
All right. Enough talk about K18. Now let's talk about the winners of this launch party, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys ready? Because well, we all know who it is, isn't it? XP is nodding his head. XP. It is Team IND sitting at the first position on this podium right there, taking home with them 3,30,000 rupees. That is Team Snax right there, ladies and gentlemen.
And in second position, of course, Team KRONTEN coming in, making sure they had that last-ditch effort to get that second prize. 1,50,000 is going to go their way. And Team Ronak, surprising quite a few people over here, snagging that third podium position for themselves. What a wonderful day for BGMI over here. This is beautiful. This is just awesome.
I like how Team KRONTEN were always there trying to challenge the top three, but finally, in just that last game, they made sure that it all counted. Let's have a look at the scoreboard and see how the rest of the teams did in this final match and what the final standings are going to look like. So, are the both of you ready? Well,
I'm ready. If I may quickly just add one point, the fact that, Team Ronak, they've been dormant for so long and they're finally on day 2, they came in and basically spread their wings and, basically flew. And this is what they got. It's just amazing. But look at that. Team GHATAK, just 2 points shy of that third position, as is Team Sangwan, 4 points shy of that position as well. I think overall it was a wonderful outing by all the teams.
You gotta feel bad for Team GHATAK, right? Just missing out on that 1 lakh rupees. But then again, it's just the start and it's the launch party. We know competitive events are definitely going to be coming up. You've got your rosters all squadded up, and let's tell about this event. It was a phenomenal one. It was a success all over, with all these matches being played out. Eventually it turned down to Team Snax single-handedly having no trouble. Look at the difference. It's almost double to what Team KRONTEN have secured for themselves.
I mean, it is an impressive performance from Team Snax and those 4 chicken dinners as well. 3 yesterday, 1 today. I mean, we were hoping to see all 6 so that we could see one of our buddies lose a little bit of cash from his pocket. I'm going to keep on...
There still is a chance.
Yeah, there's still a chance of that happening, but let's have a look at the bottom 9 right now with Team K18 sitting on the 10th position, 38 points in total to them. Then we have Team Jonathan. They had a lot of finishes. They were doing really well as far as the aggression inside the matchup was concerned.
Especially on day 2, because there were only 4 finishes in on day 2. So they've basically got 18 finishes today, which is phenomenal. And also you got to keep one thing in mind. Team Alpha, have a look at that, 24 finishes to their name on the second half of the table. They didn't have those consistent placement points, but boy oh boy do these boys pack a punch, and can they go around finishing squads left, right and center. But overall, I think it was an amazing couple of days for Battlegrounds Mobile India. And have a look at that, even Clash Universe, they do have 15 finishes to their name. So all in all, I think all these teams are ready for the action up ahead.
I mean, definitely they are ready for the action, and since most of these players are also going to be getting ready for the esports update to get into the competitive side of things for real, I mean, it's going to get really, really interesting. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, you have to wait for the 15th of July to actually find out what's going to happen and how things are going to go about.
If I may ask you,
Alrighty,
can you tell what I'm ready for right now? What I'm waiting for? Can
Johnny,
you guess?
could you just ask him to
anyone.
put down that pan?
I'm looking at you, Fixes,
is
right
that
now
for
because
Fixes?
that
I
is
might
for
just poop
Fixes.
my pants.
I think you already have, mate.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
I mean, you just walk right into that. All right, so you just pooped your pants. I mean, it happens. I guess it can
About
have a little bit of effect.
I'm pretty sure experiment is not going to do anything to you as long as I am here.
Nah.
But I can't say
Have
after
you
a
seen
leave.
yourself,
I know,
Johnny?
but still, we are
Hey
buddies.
man,
we
it's not about your stature. It's about what you bring to the table. And let me tell you one thing. I'm afraid of Johnny. I mean, I want to be in his good books. So if he says no to beating you up, I'm not going to beat you up. So there you go, Fixes. You can sleep a little comfortable tonight because Ketan and I are not going to be coming for you yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. But we are going to do something in future things. Oh boy, you kind of walked yourself into this today, didn't you?
I mean, I did, but eventually, now that so many alliances have been formed, XP, I need to get my, crew ready after you guys, and I really
Yeah.
need to search
Bring
for
it.
people who can.
Bring it.
Yeah, you've got that Punjabi vibe just coming in, right on the face. Bring it. But eventually, just coming down to what we've seen so far, I think this
Yeah.
is the kind of an attitude that the players are going to be having since we've got those tournaments completely stacked up. It's just not one, it's just not two. It's all coming one after the other. You're not going to have time to
Exactly.
even breathe. So many matches to be cast. I'm so stoked up for the next few months to be coming up ahead of us.
Exactly. And as you said, many tournaments, exactly how many, we don't know yet because it's not the 15th of July yet. There's still time. And I mean, I know we can't wait, but experiment. Do you reckon Fixes can get a crew together by then?
I mean, it is Fixes, and you know what? I think we've been talking about Fixes a bit too much right now.
Yeah.
Let's just take a break because I really can't come up with anything new right now because my brain is kind of tiring itself out. It's like, dude, this is so difficult saying nice things about him on camera. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm just messing with you, Fixes. But yeah, the 15th of July is one of those dates. Now, up until now, we as a nation, we were anticipating the launch of Battlegrounds Mobile India with such bated breath. I mean, everyone was just waiting for that moment, which is finally here. But now the fact that, there's the bigger announcements that are going to be made on the 15th of July, I guess that is the next date to save in your calendar, ladies and gentlemen, because as Johnny did mention, we have no idea what's going to happen. But on the 15th of July, everyone's world is going to change because it is going to be just a BGMI overload. And let me tell you one thing, that is something we all are looking forward to. Oh God, I feel so good just thinking about so many tournaments coming up. It just feels good. And the fact that, all our favorite content creators and all our favorite professional gamers from so many different games, I love the fact that they all came together for this beautiful launch party, and the fact that it has been a phenomenal success and everyone has kind of come together for this amazing show. But again, I love the fact that we are competitive. And yes, we all are friends, but everyone's kind of like, just smiling. But behind the smile, you do know that they are thinking of what's going to be coming up in future, especially since so many lineups have been announced. Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath, mate. It's going to be awesome.
Definitely, it is going to be awesome indeed, and I believe we have such a good sync up at this point, you and I, that you just took the words right out of the mouth, right out of my mouth. As I was just about to say, I mean, like a huge shout out to these content creators and streamers for being a part of this launch party and taking out their time. Do go follow all of them. The ones that you like, cheer for everyone, cheer for the ones that you like. Go and follow everyone. Show some love to these guys and try and see if you can save Fixes tonight.
That is going to be a tall order. Fixes, you're done for, mate. I mean, any last words?
Any last words?
All the lovely people watching you right now?
I mean, apart from just for the fact that we've got so many tournaments, I'm kind of
Yeah.
losing my chain of thoughts because I'm gonna be threatened tonight, and that's not a good thing.
Oh,
It must be really smelly around
Because he
your
had
place
that
right now, right?
word yet around him. He just drive over with his car, and I never know. I gotta do something about it. But
olive branch fixes. Go find one.
You better find one.
You
in
go. You
these
have to
tough
go
times
out.
that we are in.
Hmm.
Oh, but then again, coming back, we've been talking
How
about
about
the
this? How
creators.
about we just
Yeah.
leave all the violence to the game
Oh yeah,
itself? We'll,
yeah.
we, we'll do we'll
It's
do all our talking in Battlegrounds Mobile India. You and I are going to be going one-on-one, head-to-head, and we'll settle it down in the battleground. How about that?
I mean,
that's gonna
game
be
on,
nice.
game
Yeah.
on. I mean, their sizes won't matter really, XP. I mean, you
Oh,
might be
this
six
this
five,
this
but
this
does
little
not
kid.
really matter.
Whoa, I'm 6'5" now. I thought last I checked I was like 6'3".
All right. I mean, that's fine.
Why
That
have to? Why do you have to reveal everything?
I
He just made you taller.
all right, all right. So now just getting back to the kind of
Oh,
conversation that Johnny was sort of trying to build up
Yeah.
on, and not about me. I think as audiences, our spectators, all the viewers out there have done a tremendous job. We've been waiting for this particular
Yeah.
launch for quite some time, and the people in the chat might just be stars of tomorrow. You never know. So many opportunity, not just for the professional players out there, not just for the creators, but for
mhm.
everyone around.
But guys, I have another question for you, and this
Yes,
one's
sir.
gonna be big. Are
Oh.
your pans ready?
I'm
Do
ready
you
to
guys
go,
have your
sir.
pans ready? Because it is
Boom.
time for the pan fight, and that means I'm
Let's
gonna
do
head out
this.
for a little bit. You guys take it over.
Thank you once again, Johnny. It's always a pleasure having you here. But now it is going to be that special time of the day. It's going to be that fun segment where all the team captains, all your favorite content creators are going to be running around with essentially these in their hands, trying to knock it over the other person's
Or
head.
maybe just
Or
throw.
you might throw. I'm not going to throw it. Should I just? Nah, I'm not going to throw it at the camera right now. I don't want to mess up my setup over here. But that is what you could expect. You can expect a lot of pounds to be thrown around and a few tings and tangs over here. But the question is, who is going to walk away with that 20 G's? Ooh.
I mean, 20 G's for just, smacking people around with a pan. Hell yeah.
The
I mean, just bring it
dream.
on. I mean, what are we even waiting for? Because, all right, we did witness all those matches turn out. Yes, Team Snax did turn out as the victors. Huge congratulations to them. But this is it. You're talking about bragging rights. Let's talk about a little bit of BMing. I mean, eventually everyone's just having a pan. We've seen those fist fights being engaged. Now it's legal. Just go for it. Go pan a few people down. Get yourself smacked out right after one. But eventually, whoever walks off alive with that bloodied pan in his hands, he must be feeling
Ooh.
great about himself.
I love that little image you just put in my mind. The pan dripping with blood on the ground below as the one, only one. There's only one man who walks away alive. It's going to be phenomenal. But again, the question is, how do they go about it? Because what would your strategy be to a pan fight? Now, you all are going to drop down, right? You can still use your fists. Remember that. So even if you don't have a weapon, a melee weapon on you, you can still go for a little bit of a fisticuff over there. But what would you do, Fixes?
I mean, just hide.
There you have it. He's going to be that guy, that ninja in the bush. But again, in 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have actually been waiting for. It is going to be the pan fight between your favorite content creators.
And well, I mean, we do know that Snax definitely has won this launch party event, but does it have what it takes to win this one around? And maybe Icy Baby might just have a tough time, but he's made those claims, and I'm sure he is definitely a man of his words. And so, I mean, are you going to be rooting for Snax in this one? Because I certainly am.
Hey man, I'm going to be rooting for the guy who finishes in the most pristine fashion. I want to see something phenomenal because it does look like Primosk is going to be our chosen battleground, as everyone's going to be panning each other out. And Soul Mortal over here, representing Team Mortal, doesn't have a weapon on his hands, but it doesn't really matter. He's going to crouch down behind those boxes as the others are going to find as much as they can. Now, again, you got to keep one thing in mind. All this armor is going to be helpful as well as well as, your bandages and your boosters, because mind you, after level 3 of boost, it's not only the health benefits that you get, but you also get that slight increase or that slight burst of speed, which is pretty much the make it or break it moment. Looks like we might have something happening as Jonathan is going to go up against Snax. Ooh.
All right. I mean, you're talking about
Oh.
the fight breaking between two titans, already making some switches, but not really connecting. XP.
They are connecting, but looks like K18 is going to be the first
knew it.
one to
I
go
knew it.
down. As Fixes is, of course, a happy man, but there you have it. K18 is going to be out of this. Jonathan takes a hit, as does Snax. Now, these guys are at 1 hit apiece, and Jonathan is going to be quick on that bandage, as I'm expecting the same from Snax. Now, again, you got to make sure your health is as full up as possible if you want to have that little upper hand. It looks like Baby Kong over there is getting a little angry. He's like, Jonathan, you got to go in for the kill. Now, he does spot out Snax. Snax is going to go a little left off that container, but a wall separates the two titans.
You know, anytime soon, Nixon might just join the party, but
No! What I'm upset about is that Icy Baby is a rich man.
Yeah, he certainly saves those $100 US. So, but either ways, I mean, Jonathan getting that beautiful smack right on Snax's head. I mean, well, Snack is still the happier man because he's got the majority of the chunk out of the, prize pool. But Ronak, oh my goodness, he just really missed that shot, that throw onto it. Sangwan, who's apparently making a run for his life. Does he even have a melee weapon?
I mean, this is like a little chase over here right now with Sangwan just bunny hopping in front of him a little bit. Now he tries to change his course a little bit, closes the door behind him, trying to put him off balance. I'm pretty sure he's going to be jumping out from one of the windows up top. Oh, he's waiting for him in that little balcony and almost getting hit by Ronak's pan. But again, this is like a little merry-go-round. And, I did kind of say this yesterday. I wish we could have some of those Just for Laugh gags music in the background as DYNAMO with his machete is going to go in for the kill, but he switches to the sickle, does a little bit of damage, but it looks like it is going to be Jonathan who's going to come out on top with a finish to his name, which makes it 2 finishes for him as BandookBaaz gets one to himself. Oh, Sangwan again with a pan thrown from Ronak.
And well, Sangwan has taken a bit of a damage out there, and Ronak is up for the chase. And Sangwan really not having a pan on himself. Does have that katana though. I mean, what are your chances against a pan? Do you even stand a chance, XP?
Well,
Against a pan with the katana?
When you have the katana, it is the way of the samurai or nothing else, because that is all that matters, and no pan shall come in your way. But looks like Sangwan is just jumping around Ronak right now, evading all his assaults over here as he is just making a fool of him, making circles of 8 around him. That is just beautiful. I mean, this man can bob and weave. I mean, put him up for a little bit of a boxing match sooner or later, because man, can he dodge those shots.
I mean, those basketball reflexes being shown up over here, and he's finally just opened up. Right now, he really wants to put that fight, bring it right onto the face of Ronak out there, but BandookBaaz going, rather throwing his machete, and does have another pan. Wow.
I mean, you did just kind of give up on the weapon, but he does know that the enemy is nearby, and Sangwan, oh my goodness, all that bobbing and weaving did not do too good because he is going to be low on HP, but the fact that he has a few seconds all by himself means he can actually administer a first aid, which he might do once he gets inside this little cubicle over here. There you have it. The first aid comes in, and expect him to pop a few pills and drink a couple of energy drinks, making sure his boost is going to be on full. But right now, Team KRONTEN's leader is like, you know what? I'm in the corner. I'm just going to do a couple of moves over here. That's what you expect, isn't it?
This is exactly what I would be doing, right? Just stay inside a compound, have a melee weapon for myself, and then just dance. I mean, why on earth would I be just going after players, trying to hunt them down? I mean, let them fight amongst themselves. Whoever remains standing goes up against KRONTEN.
Right, at the end of the day, it looks like Sangwan is going to get the better of Ronak, because after that immense chase that we saw earlier on, Ronak is finally going to be taken down, and Sangwan again with that machete chopping his opposition. I love the fact that, he has the cojones to be jumping around in front of his opponent like that, and now he's going to make sure, look at that, he has plenty of utilities, he has tremendous amount of meds on him, and now he's just practicing his throw. You got to do that. You got to make sure that your right arm is going to be working properly, because all right, this is going to be a little... That could be. You never know if he does get that shot. Oh my goodness, talk about that. We're going to be talking about that for a long time. But right now, we do have a couple of players in the field with multiple finishes to their name. But again, it isn't how many finishes you get. It is going to be the last man standing who walks away 20,000 rupees richer. But again, the question is who? Because in a few moments, the circle is going to implode in on itself. And looks like Jonathan, oh man, he is being a little risky over here. He does go in for that airdrop, which means he's going to have level 3 armor. That is definitely a plus point, right?
Very well read, XP. I mean, you've got your senses sharp. Seems like it. But yeah, I mean, it was quite. It was exactly what we anticipated, right? You know, look at teams like, in fact, players like GHATAK over there. He does understand for a fact that it's better to just stay aloof from the fights, wait for the circle to sort of shrink out and shrink down, in fact, and then when the time is right, set your hands and maybe go in for those finishes. But classified, just pulling off with those really slick moves.
I mean, when you're bandaged up that bad, you don't want to be jumping around. You might just break something. Kind of reminds me of the Mummy, but right now it's going to be Soul Mortal going up against BandookBaaz. He is going to be applying the pressure as BandookBaaz is going to be on the back foot. He is running for his life. Mortal, can he get this knock over here? No, he doesn't. In fact, he's going to go for a little bit of cover, which is the right call. I love this. He's baiting him in. He is waiting by the door. As soon as somebody opens it up, expect a ding on your head as you get taken down. I love this. This is just this is fun. This is crazy. There's no sense to this, but it is just amazing with all these amazing players just running around trying to kill each other with a pan.
You know what? Mortal might just, always pull off that beautiful smile, and he is a gem of person. We all do know that. But at the same time, he's really competitive, just pulling off those small movement tricks, trying to bait those players out. He is doing it all, isn't he?
He is indeed, and SHREEMAN, he is going to be lucky because he did lose his crowbar, but luckily he has another sickle on hand, which he can use, and it looks like he's going to go and pick up his crowbar, because you want to have as many throwables as you can towards the end, especially because, if you do get a, well, like the fact that classified, that was a bit scary, because if I saw a mummy staring at me from behind a door, it would be quite scary, as looks like Sangwan does know the enemy is nearby. Oh, this could be problematic. He has his back to the enemy, and Guru OP could have capitalized on it. In fact, he does get a hit. If he gets another one, Sangwan's life could be snuffed out, but Guru OP takes a shot instead, and Mortal coming in from the side puts him in the ground.
I mean, I'm really getting excited to see all these pans being thrown out, because now everyone is sort of out in the open. But look at ANTARYAMI still in those waters. But taking a look at Jonathan, I mean, he's got a few finishes already, and he's just playing it smart. But look at BandookBaaz. He's in a bit of trouble because Mortal is chasing him. Have you even imagined, in your wildest of dreams, Mortal running around with his pan, trying to, not just take the players down, but playing for those bragging rights?
Yes, sir, and have a look at this. The circle is going to be closing in on itself. Mortal with a swing and a miss over there, almost getting BandookBaaz, and attempt number 2 is going to be the same. Question is, can he be lucky on try number 3, as this time somebody else is going to be coming in for him, and that somebody else is going to be ANTARYAMI, who in fact goes prone in front of him, but Mortal is going to get the better of classified YT, as Jonathan is going to hack Clash Universe to pieces.
Look at Sangwan. He's taken some massive damage, but KRONTEN coming out of nowhere, just finding Jonathan off guard, and will also put him away from his misery.
I love the fact that this is the most pointless, silliest thing ever, but it is so much fun. I know I might be hyping it up, but there you have it. Mortal gets another finish on BandookBaaz, making it 3 to his name, and now the circle is going to do a lot of damage, and the play zone comes in and snuffs the lives out. It is going to be Mr. SHREEMAN, who is going to be the last man standing, if I'm not wrong. We're going to have to confirm that with production right now, because it did kind of look like it was the play zone who could have been the winner, but I think the legend himself, Mr. SHREEMAN, the entertainer of the bloody year, could have just won and walked away 20,000 rupees richer.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was so chaotic towards the very end, and well, Fixes was not harmed during this event. I am safe, ladies and gentlemen. I finally, I think I've taken some safe heaven for myself, or making a few calls while the match was going on. But either ways, you gotta give props to all these players out there. Just even in such a silly, funny game, trying to pull off those small little movements, just crouching down at the right moment, dodging that attack, and then again responding back. And the moment you just take down one player, someone else just from behind comes and takes you off.
Again, the fact is that this is such a fun little segment because, we did have the main games before. That was done with. And of course, we have a look at the highlights right now as Jonathan, he did hunt down Snax. Early on, there you have it, a swing and a miss from Snax, but Jonathan made sure he gets that ding headshot, putting him down. And overhead, DYNAMO almost getting that swing, but Jonathan again finishing with a couple of finishes to his name. But at the end, again, this feels so different, but for some reason, I kind of enjoyed this a lot more than other games because it is just crazy. This is something that we talk about, a pan fight, and it finally happened.
I mean, sometimes, you've got these stuffs going on around. It's not even relevant, but you sort of tend to, get hooked up to it. You like kind of who's going to win this one out? Because even I was sort of, prying out as to who is going to be the victor in this one. Eventually, SHREEMAN Legends. Well, during the, 6 matches fiasco that we had, he could not do much. But like you said, he's an entertainer and, well, he won the pan battle.
Well, I guess one man who was standing, who hasn't been with us right now. Let's just call back Johnny. I hope he is on standby because, Johnny, I got to ask you a big question, mate. Unfortunately, our good friend Icy Baby did not lose any money today. However, I think we got our money's worth right now from this last fight. It was awesome.
It was awesome indeed. I mean, I was laughing while watching this entire fiasco just unfold right in front of us, right in front of our eyes. And I have to say, Mortal right there getting a really, really nice set of finishes for himself.
1, 2, 3 finishes in an instant. I wish somebody does this later on. Once the video's out, once we edit it, I want to have some Tom and Jerry sounds. I want to have some of those funny boing, 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 boing. I want to have those sounds in, and somebody should definitely do that. But of course, right now, I do believe Mr. SHREEMAN Legend is the winner of a pan fight, walking away with 20,000 rupees.
But we're so close. A lot of the players at the end were taken out by the blue zone that just closed in all of a sudden. And SHREEMAN Legend was the last lad left standing. And as you said, Experiment, during the match as well, it's not about how many finishes that you get. It's about who is the last person standing. And it was SHREEMAN Legend walking away with 20,000.
I have a little funny story about SHREEMAN Legend because I really haven't interacted with him a lot, but way back when, in a different game, in a different universe altogether, he actually knocked me down once in one of these, streamer tournaments that we had, and he looks at the camera and he just gives a little bit of a kiss, and that was like just the way, his actions, the way that he is, he knows how to basically have a hold of his audience. And again, like we said, he is one of the best entertainers I've ever witnessed. And
the man is a legend. He has legend in his name.
Oh yeah,
and they never die.
And they never die. Legends never die.
Never die. That is awesome. I hope. I think that's the right thing to say right now. But again, I love this. I don't know why. This was probably my favorite bit out of this entirety of this event, the pan fight.
It was fun. It was fun. I mean, and this is what it was all built up for, right? The fun, the entertainment, building up the excitement for Battlegrounds Mobile India. The launch party is for the launch, and the game is out right now on Google Play Store. Go ahead, download the game. Again, form a crew, get a squad ready so that when the announcement comes out on the 15th, you guys are ready. You guys are ready with your team.
Man, I can't tell you, I'm so happy that Battlegrounds Mobile India is finally out. That, it is going to come out on iOS soon as well, because we do read the chat. We all understand that, it's going to be a level playing field for everyone soon enough. But, man, I'm hyped. And,
I mean,
I just can't wait.
We are all waiting for that to happen. But for now, I mean, as I said earlier, do go show love to the streamers, the content creators, Battlegrounds Mobile India. Go follow their socials everywhere so that when the update comes out, you guys are ready for that as well. And show us some love as well. Our socials are right there on the screen. Fixes is there, Experiment, myself over here. But with that, I mean, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned and keep watching, because our day is not over. Coming right up is going to be a discussion between the streamers about Battlegrounds Mobile India. What else? So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back.
वेलकम बैक। हमारे साथ है काफी सारे और इन्फ्लुएंसर्स अब जॉनथन, K18, मैक्सटर्न, अंतर्यामी, बंदूकबाज, श्रीमन, रौनक, क्लैश यूनिवर्स और क्लासिफाइड वाईटी। व्हाट्सअप बॉयज, कैसे हो? एकदम झकास। एक साथ इकट्ठे मुझे बताओ कैसे रहा बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया लॉन्च पार्टी के 2 दिन आप सबके लिए?
अरे
एक
बहुत
साथ में जोर से
exciting,
बताओ।
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत मजा, एक्स्ट्रा मजा।
बहुत मजा है।
बहुत मजा आया। आप लोगों ने बहुत ही बढ़िया खेला है। आप लोग की गेम प्ले देख के हम लोग सब लोग ने तो बहुत ज्यादा एंजॉय किया, आपके फैंस ने भी बहुत ज्यादा एंजॉय किया है। लेकिन अब फाइनली जाके दिन खत्म हो चुका है, 2 दिन खत्म हो चुके हैं, तो मैंने सोचा आप लोगों से थोड़ा कुछ बात करके एक फाइनल थोड़े कुछ सवाल पूछ लूं। तो आई वांट टू स्टार्ट विद जॉनथन मेरे भाई। तुम्हारी टीम कल थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रही थी, बट आज आपने बहुत ही एक बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस किया। ऐसे आपने क्या चेंज किया कल से आज में टू इम्प्रूव योर परफॉर्मेंस?
कल ऐसा था कि कल थोड़ा कुछ चोक हो गया था, तो इसलिए मतलब कुछ बोल नहीं सकता वो चीज, बट उसके लिए हम मतलब लाइक वो कर नहीं पाए, जल्दी मर रहे थे, जल्दी एग्जिट हो रहा था। बट आज क्लच गॉड और जी गॉड घर पे आ गए मेरे, सो यहाँ पे बैठ के हम साथ में सबको पहले।
अरे बहुत पहले क्या मस्त किया। फाइनली तुमने किसी और ने जाके चिकन डिनर लिया और वो पहले लोग तुम थे। सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन अ सुप्रीमली वेल प्लेड गेम। मुझे बताओ कि बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया के बारे में आपको क्या कहना है?
अभी मतलब लाइक जिस
बताओ
गेम
गेम के
का
बारे में।
वही सबको बोलना है कि ओके हमें
नहीं तुम्हारा जो
ओके ओके, तो जिस गेम का ऑब्वियसली जो वेट कर रहे थे बट फाइनली आ चुका है, जिस मतलब गेम मतलब क्या ही बोलूं मैं, नो वर्ड्स जो
ये वाली सिचुएशन में चोक होना ठीक है कि तुम्हें बहुत कुछ बोलना लेकिन तुम अटक गए हो। ओके जॉनथन, थैंक यू।
ये लोग हाँ ओके
गो ऑन कंटिन्यू करो।
अरे ये लोग इधर से आवाज नहीं तो चोक हो रहा हूँ थोड़ा, कोई ना।
आवाज आ रही है अभी?
आ रही।
अच्छा K18, मेरे को तुमसे बोलना है कि आज जो तुम थे जब एंड आप जब फिनिश राउंड में थे, आप मिड टू लेट गेम में ऑलमोस्ट हर गेम में वो वाले लेवल पे आ गए थे, तो आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या थी? आपको क्या लगता है कि ओवर कमिटिंग पोजिशनली इन टुडेज मैचेस आप वो कर रहे थे आपके हिसाब से?
फर्स्ट वाला मैच थोड़ा सा मतलब कम्युनिकेशन इतनी बेटर नहीं थी। मतलब ओमेगा ने बहुत बढ़िया करा है लाइक थ्रू आउट द डे। कल भी उसने अच्छा आईजीएल करा और आज भी आखिरी 2 मैच में एक टॉप 5 फिनिश, एक टॉप 6 फिनिश। लाइक मतलब एक अच्छा, मैं बोलूंगा मतलब हम लोग एक दूसरे के साथ खेले भी नहीं है कभी, इवेंचुअली हम लोग मिले भी नहीं है। सो उसके बावजूद भी अगर लाइक वो आज का दिन मेरे ख्याल से कल से बेटर था। तो जीजीस टू 3 बॉयज जो मेरे साथ खेले, इट वाज प्लेजर प्लेइंग विद देम एंड alongside all of these influencers. So it was great day.
एक वर्ड में आप मेरे लिए बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया को डिफाइन करो, एक वर्ड में।
प्यार।
क्या बात है। लेकिन ये किसी और ने भी पहले बोला था। आई थिंक ये एक जो चीज है आप सब में अंदर से आ जाती है, राइट? बैटल ग्राउंड मोबाइल इंडिया बोल दिया, अंदर से सीधा प्यार जग जाता है। एक फेस्टिवल जो है ये शुरू हो गया है। सो थैंक यू सो मच ऑन अ वेरी ब्रिलियंटली प्लेड 2 days। मैक्सटर्न मेरे भाई, चिकन डिनर, तीसरे गेम में चिकन डिनर, तुम्हारी आज की स्ट्रेटेजी क्या थी?
मेरी स्ट्रेटजी बस यही थी शैलोक में, क्योंकि लास्ट की जो हमारा जो लास्ट डे था उसमें शैलोक ही हमारा अच्छा गया था, तो मुझे थोड़ा सा भरोसा था कि अगर शैलोक में जोन थोड़ा सा फेवर करेगा तो हम चिकन डिनर निकाल ही लेंगे। और इस गेम में लकीली हमारे साथ जोन काफी एंड तक साथ था, तो हमने बस उसका थोड़ा सा फायदा उठाया। मतलब जो एक एडवांटेज होता है अगर आपके साथ जोन हो, तो बस उसके साथ चलते गए, ये स्ट्रेटजी थी हमारी।
करेक्ट। लेकिन मुझे एक बात बताओ, जब भी आपकी पूरी टीम खेलने के लिए उतरी थी, उसके पहले आप लोग क्या कॉन्वर्सेशन करते हो एक दूसरे के साथ?
कॉन्वर्सेशन तो क्या ही करते, क्योंकि ये जितने ही प्लेयर्स थे उनसे मैं ये मतलब फर्स्ट टाइम ही खेल रहा था उनके साथ, तो हमने बस ये कहा कि चलो टीडीएम खेलते हैं, उसके बाद सीधा गेम में उतरेंगे, जो कन्वर्सेशन होगी गेम के अंदर ही करेंगे, क्योंकि एक दिन का मतलब एक दिन में हम कितना कर ही लेंगे प्रैक्टिस, है ना? तो हम लोग बस उतरे, उसके बाद उन्होंने बताया कि यहाँ उतरो, उसके बाद जोन वही बता रहे थे, सब कुछ वही बता रहे थे, मैं बस उनके मतलब ऑर्डर्स फॉलो कर रहा था।
लेकिन आप सब लोग पहली बार इकट्ठे कर रहे हो, फिर भी आके आपने बहुत ही बढ़िया चिकन डिनर की। कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन अ वेरी वेल प्लेड गेम। आप भी जाने के पहले मुझे बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया को एक वर्ड में डिफाइन करो। प्यार हो गया है, अभी प्यार नहीं बोल सकते।
नहीं बोल रहा हूँ।
तुम लव भी नहीं बोल सकते।
ठीक है, एक सोचने दो। टीम वर्क।
टीम वर्क, क्या बात है।
2 वर्ड हो गया।
हाँ मतलब हो गया।
वो टीम वर्क के बीच के हम स्पेस
हाँ,
निकाल देंगे और एक
निकाल
वोट
दो
बना
निकाल
देंगे।
दो वो
हाँ,
बस
फिर
एक वोट बना देते हैं, चलो।
सही है यार। ओके अंतर्यामी मेरे भाई, तुम्हारा डे वन
हाँ
बहुत ही
जी।
बढ़िया था। तुम्हारा डे वन बहुत बढ़िया था। यू एंडेड अप इन 9th प्लेस। आपके लिए सबसे डिफिकल्ट और चैलेंजिंग मोमेंट क्या था ये 2 दिनों में?
डिफिकल्ट तो ये पूरा ही बैटल था। डिफिकल्ट कैसे बोले, लाइक इतनी बड़ी बड़ी टीम्स के साथ हम खेल रहे हैं और पहला दिन तो अच्छा गया था। सब लाइक बहुत ऐसा वो किए थे कि हाँ यार तुम लोग अच्छा खेल रहे हो। तो वो तो जब लाइक ऐसा टीम्स का वो आया ना कि ये प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं, वो देखना ही सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट था कि कैसे खेलेंगे हम इनके सामने। तो वो था।
ओके
बाकी स्नैक्स बाइक से थोड़ा डर लगता है।
स्नैक्स भाई से कौन नहीं डर रहा है यार। 4 बैक टू बैक चिकन डिनर लेके गए आदमी। लेकिन मुझे एक बात बताओ, तुम्हें अपने पैन फाइट में स्विम करने में मजा आएगी नहीं?
अरे बहुत बहुत पूरा ट्राई किया,
हाँ
लेकिन क्या करें, नहीं हो पाया। थोड़ी ट्रेनिंग लेनी पड़ेगी पैन फाइट की।
अच्छा अभी आप भी मुझे बताओ यार, बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया को एक वर्ड में डिफाइन करो। प्यार हो गया है, टीम वर्क हो गया है?
फ्रेंडशिप। लाइक
फ्रेंडशिप।
ऐसा होता है सब बिजी रहते हैं और
हाँ
फिर लाइक ऐसे फिर सारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स मिलके खेल रहे हैं। वो
हाँ
लाइक हम लोग नहीं कर पाते हैं ऐसे नॉर्मली। तो
करेक्ट।
वो चीज एक बहुत अच्छा था, सबसे इंटरेक्शन हो रहा है, तो वो चीज एक बहुत बढ़िया था।
बहुत बढ़िया यार, आप सब लोग जो रुलाने वाले हो, मतलब एक ने फेस्टिवल बोल दिया, एक ने प्यार बोल दिया, एक ने टीम वर्क बोल दिया। बहुत बढ़िया गाइस, वेरी वेरी वेल प्लेड। अब
थैंक
आते
यू
हैं
थैंक यू।
बंदूकबाज के बाद। बंदूकबाज
यस
भाई,
सर।
मुझे मुझे एक बात बताओ यार, आज आप काफी पिन डाउन हो रहे थे, ठीक है? तो हाउ डू यू एंड अप इन सिचुएशन एंड हाउ डू यू मैनेज टू गेट आउट? कि ऐसे सिचुएशन में पड़ गए तो हमने क्या करना चाहिए वहां से निकलने के लिए?
पहले तो मैं ये बताता हूँ, बस जे जितने भी यहाँ पे सबके साथ समस्याएं थी ना,
हम्म।
मेरे साथ समस्याओं का पूरा बंडल था। जैसे कि K18 और मैक्सटर्न ने बताया ना कि उनकी नई टीम थी, सेम हमारे साथ भी। फिर मैक्स अंतर्यामी ने जैसे बताया कि इतनी बड़ी बड़ी टीम्स, मतलब कि स्पोर्ट्स टीम है और हम इस तरीके से, मतलब सुन के ही बहुत डर सा लग रहा था और कैसे
करेक्ट।
खेलेंगे इनके साथ में। और
हाँ
वही दिक्कत हुई बार बार, मतलब जोन इन करने में बहुत दिक्कत हो रही थी हम लोग को।
हाँ
फिर बस कुछ नहीं, आईजीएल की बात मानते गए और धीरे धीरे बस वहीं पे जोन इन पे आके अटक जाते थे हम लोग। हमारे
बढ़िया
साथ
मुझे।
सभी मैचेस में यही हुआ। लेकिन
हाँ
फिर भी हमारी टीम का एक प्लेयर काफी अच्छा खेला 2-3 मैचेस में।
नहीं वो तो बिल्कुल। लेकिन मुझे बता, आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसे रहा है बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया के ये 2 दिनों में?
एक्सपीरियंस मतलब कैसे बताएं, मजा आ गया। इतने सारे लोगों के सामने खेले, कभी
हाँ
उनको खेलते हुए देखा था, आज उनके साथ में खेले। जो फीलिंग है बताने लायक नहीं है, बस महसूस करने लायक है वो।
बस महसूस। वाह 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 भाई, शायरी भी लिखते हो क्या तुम साइड में?
वाह वाह।
अच्छा अभी मुझे बैटल ग्राउंड मोबाइल इंडिया को एक वर्ड में डिस्क्राइब करो आप।
इतने दिन गेम खेला हमने 2 दिन, तो एक चीज
हाँ
समझ में आई कि रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी,
वाह,
जिम्मेदारी। मतलब
विद
कि
ग्रेट
4 प्लेयर्स
पावर
होते
कम्स
हैं।
ग्रेट
हम
रिस्पांसिबिलिटी।
तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो है ना हर एक प्लेयर के लिए, मतलब वो बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है।
ओके ओके, वेल डन, बहुत ही बढ़िया आंसर। थैंक यू सो मच, वेरी वेरी वेल प्लेड टू यू एंड योर एंटायर टीम।
थैंक
अब
यू सर।
चलते हैं श्रीमन लेजेंड के पास। श्रीमन भाऊ कशे काय?
नमस्कार, एकदम मजेत।
नमस्कार,
आप
मजा
कैसे
आली
हो?
काय? मैं एकदम मस्त है
अरे
भाई।
बहुत ज्यादा मजा आया।
लास्ट पैन फाइट में तो बहुत किल किए हो तुम, हाँ?
अगर आप वो ऑल पे सुनते ना, आप हंस हंस
हाँ।
के पागल हो जाए। मैं ऑल पे माइक करके सबसे बातें कर रहा हूँ, सबको बोल रहा हूँ भाई ग्राफिक्स कार्ड लेना है मेरे को, मैं गरीब हूँ। मेरे को मत मारो। ऐसा ऐसे घुस रहा हूँ, बहुत मजा आ रहा था, बहुत फन हुआ, बहुत फन हुआ।
लेकिन मेरे को बताओ, तुम्हारी टीम जो है ना वो ऑलवेज गेटिंग कॉट थोड़ा अर्ली गेम, राइट? तो
हाँ हाँ।
तुम्हारे स्ट्रैटेजी क्या था डे 2 के लिए? मतलब आपने क्या सोचा कि अभी मैं अगर अर्ली कॉट आउट हो रहा तो हम आज ये कुछ चेंज करेंगे अपने गेम प्ले में, अपने स्ट्रैटेजी में? तो आपने क्या किया?
नहीं एक्चुअली कैसे है सर, ये स्ट्रैटेजी वगैरह ये चीज है ना, वो तब होगी जब आपके पास बेस्ट प्लेयर इंक्लूडिंग मी वो होगा।
ओके
तो अभी
ओके।
मेरे बंदे जो है ना, वो
हाँ
तकरीबन 9 महीने से गेम खेले ही नहीं। तो
अच्छा।
9 महीने का एक बड़ा गैप, उसके बाद हमने गेम चालू किया है ये खेलना,
हम्म
बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया। और
हम्म।
खेलने के बाद वो एक्सपीरियंस नहीं, आप सोच सकते हो ना, 6-7 बार ही खेले। तो मैंने
करेक्ट।
उनको बोला बस आ जाओ, खेल लेते हैं जो भी करेंगे। गेम प्ले में जीते ना जीते, लेकिन एंटरटेनमेंट हमें बहुत ज्यादा देनी है, और
ये
वो
बात
हम,
सही है एकदम।
हाँ, वो हम देने में कामयाब भी हुए। लेकिन
बिल्कुल।
लास्ट का गेम आपने देखा होगा,
हाँ
जो जो चिकन डिनर मारी हुई टीम है, उसमें से
हाँ
3 लोगों को हमने मारा,
करेक्ट
विदाउट प्रैक्टिस हमने मारा है, तो
करेक्ट
इज्जत
करेक्ट
थोड़ी मिलनी चाहिए।
अरे बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लेकिन तुमने एंटिसिपेट किया था कि तुम पैन फाइट जीतने वाले?
नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं, मुझे
हाँ।
लगा था कोई ना कोई मुझे मार के जाएगा, क्योंकि मैंने एक बार भी ये करने की कोशिश नहीं की किसी को मारने की। बस
हाँ।
लास्ट मोमेंट पे मजबूरी में मुझे 1-2 बार चलाना पड़ा और लास्ट में घातक भाई बच गए थे। घातक ने किसी को मारा और मैंने घातक को मारा और चिकन डिनर आ गया।
लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया खेला यार, कांग्रेचुलेशंस। जाने के
अरे
पहले
थैंक यू,
मुझे भी एक वर्ड में बैटल मोबाइल इंडिया को डिस्क्राइब करो।
अरे सर एक वर्ड नहीं, ये बैटल ग्राउंड मोबाइल इंडिया ने 2 वर्ड है। एक तो
हाँ।
इमोशन है और
हाँ।
दूसरा है बांदिल की। ये गेम जो है ना, इस
हाँ।
गेम ने मुझे एक बड़ी फैमिली दे दी है। उनका और जो मेरा रिश्ता है ना, उसको
हाँ।
मैं बांदिल की इस शब्द में डिस्क्राइब करता हूँ।
अरे बस
तो
कर पगले, रुलाएगा क्या? मतलब इधर सब फुल इमो दे रहे हैं। मस्त यार, वेरी वेरी वेल
अरे
डन।
ये गेम बहुत
यही
ज्यादा इमोशन से जुड़ा
भाई,
हुआ गेम है।
मैं पहले दिन से यही कह रहा हूँ कि ये गेम का जो इमोशन है, जो आप लोग फील करते हो, जो सारे फैंस फील कर रहे हैं, मतलब मेरे को वो फील हो रहा है। अभी दिख रहा है कि नहीं पता नहीं, लेकिन मेरे को
गूज़बम्प्स।
भी गूज बम्स आ गए। मतलब जिस तरीके से आप लोग की camaraderie, आप सबकी दोस्ती है और जिस मजे से आप लोग खेलते हो यार, वो देख के हम लोग का भी दिल खुश हो जाता है। सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर अ वेरी वेरी वेल प्लेड 2 days।
अरे आपको भी बहुत प्यार।
हाँ, रौनक, रौनक,
Hello, how are you,
कैसे
bro?
हो भाई? आई एम गुड ब्रदर,
बढ़िया
हाउ आर
बढ़िया।
यू?
I'm also good.
मुझे बात बताओ यार, तुम टॉप 3 में तो बाउंस करते जा रहे थे, बाउंस कर फाइनली तुम थर्ड प्लेस सिक्योर कर लिया तुमने। तुम्हारे दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था पूरे डे 2 में?
So डे 2 में फर्स्ट मैच हमारा लाइक अच्छा गया, वी केम सेकंड, उसमें मतलब सेकंड आ गए थे पॉइंट्स टेबल में, बट थर्ड मैच में लाइक मिरामार वाला जो मैच था, सेकंड सॉरी, उसमें थोड़ा चोक हो गया हम लोग का भी। जॉनी ने जैसे देखा, जॉनी की टीम ने मार दिया हम लोग को। बट यस, लास्ट मैच वी वर लाइक कि वी हैव टू मेक दिस काउंट। सो सैनॉक वाले मैच में अच्छा हम लोग ने स्टार्टिंग में किल्स निकाले एंड हम लोग के 2 टीममेट्स मर गए थे और गमला वही मर गया। मैं लास्ट में बचा, हील बैटल किया, कुछ 25 लोग अलाइव थे और लास्ट में जब पहुंचा तब 7 पीपल वर अलाइव, तो वहां से कुछ पोजीशन पॉइंट्स मिल गए। बट हम लोग सेकंड आ सकते थे, बट ठीक है, नेवर माइंड, नेक्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में और अच्छा खेलेंगे।
या बट ले, इतना करने के बाद भी तुम थर्ड आए हो, वेरी वेरी वेल प्लेड। एक बात बताओ यार, तुम लोग प्राइज मनी से क्या करने वाले हो?
प्राइज मनी से तो यार अभी जैसे एक चीज मैं आपको बता दूंगा कि ये लोग को डिवाइसेस का इशू था। लाइक मेरे जो टीममेट्स हैं वो लोग, अब भी न्यू टीम फॉर्म हुई है। सो पुकार बॉस जो मेरे टीममेट है, पुकार 60 पे खेल रहा था, तो मैं वैसे खुश हुई ये चीज से कि ये डिवाइस पे खेल के भी थर्ड आए हम लोग। सो देखते हैं, उनके लिए डिवाइस वाइस का कुछ कर देंगे हम लोग या फिर
क्या बात
ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कर देगी।
नाइस, सुपर सुपर, वेरी वेरी स्वीट। अच्छा, अभी आप बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया को एक वर्ड में डिस्क्राइब करो।
अभी सब वर्ड्स तो हो गए, तो मुझे एक ही
अरे
चीज दिखती है कि ट्रॉफी ट्रॉफी मैं तो बोलूंगा भाई, ट्रॉफी
ट्रॉफी,
नेक्स्ट,
ट्रॉफी,
ट्रॉफी ट्रॉफी
अच्छा ट्रॉफी,
या
अच्छा नेक्स्ट वाला।
नेक्स्ट ट्रॉफी। यस,
ओके,
फर्स्ट वन।
वेल डन, बेस्ट ऑफ लक। आप ये टर्न तो होपफुली आगे जाके सेकंड फर्स्ट आ जाओ, सब जीत। वेरी वेरी वेल प्लेड, कांग्रेचुलेशंस।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
ओके, क्लैश यूनिवर्स,
हेलो।
कैसे हो भाई?
बढ़िया बढ़िया, आप बताओ।
अच्छा, तो आपकी स्क्वाड को ना हमने काफी अर्ली क्लैशेस में देखा, राइट? तो ये आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी थी कि हम पहले फिनिश कर देंगे स्क्वाड को अर्ली गेम में और फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे?
नहीं, एक्चुअली ऐसा था कि ड्रॉप दोनों टीम्स का सेम था, तो हम लोग ऐसे मतलब अभी यू प्रेफर कर रहे थे कि चलो अगर फाइट में हम जीत जाए तो 4 किल्स हमारे को कंफर्म हो जाएंगे, तो या दैट्स व्हाई।
अच्छा, और अगर आपको ये 2 दिन के बारे में बात करना है कि अब आपके अंदर क्या फीलिंग आ रही थी, आपकी टीम के अंदर क्या फीलिंग आ रही थी, मतलब इतने टाइम के बाद इतने एक्साइटमेंट में आप खेलने आ रहे हो, तो ये 2 दिन में आपकी टीम के दिमाग में क्या गुजर रहा था, इसके बारे में बताइए।
काफी मजा आया यार, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट 9 to 10 मंथ से किसी से गेम में मिला नहीं था, कुछ भी नहीं किया था, बात भी नहीं हुई थी, तो एट वंस सारे 18 क्रिएटर्स प्लस उनके टीममेट्स सबसे मिलने का मौका मिला, तो बहुत मजा आया उसमें भी। एंड गेम तो अच्छा था ही, एंड टीममेट्स भी काफी सही थे, काफी कोऑपरेटिव थे, एंड मेरे को अच्छे से कैरी किया।
ओके, सुपर। अभी जैसे मैं सबको पूछ रहा हूँ, आपको भी यही पूछूंगा, बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया एक वर्ड में डिस्क्राइब।
इट्स एक्साइटमेंट, क्योंकि गेम खेल के बहुत मजा आता है एंड बहुत फन मिलती है गेम खेलने से।
क्या बात है, तो एक्साइटमेंट जारी रहे, आप लोग और जाके आगे वाले टूर्नामेंट्स में और अच्छा खेलो। कंग्रेचुलेशन, वेरी वेल प्लेड।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
ओके, और आखिर में क्लासिफाइड वाईटी।
हाय।
सो मेरे को बताओ यार, आपकी टीम जो है दे पुट ऑन क्वाइट अ शो, ठीक है? व्हाट डिड यू एंजॉय द मोस्ट इन दीस 2 डेज?
एक्चुअली लाइक अपनी टीम तो कैजुअल प्लेयर्स थे, तो हम लोगों ने एक दो दिन पहले ही प्रैक्टिस करनी शुरू करी थी, तो आई थिंक परफॉर्मेंस वाज ओके। कुड हैव बीन बेटर, बट इतने बड़े बड़े ई स्पोर्ट प्लेयर्स, कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर्स एंड बड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के साथ खेलने का जो मौका मिला, तो उसके लिए आई एम क्वाइट हैप्पी।
तो इनको खेलते देखते, इनके साथ खेल के देख के आप भी थोड़ा सीखते हो, आपकी टीम भी सीखती है. सो इट्स ऑलवेज अ गुड ओवरऑल एफर्ट, राइट? ये
यस
सबके साथ
यस
खेलना.
यस यस.
अच्छा, अभी आप भी बताओ यार, बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया को एक वर्ड में.
एक्चुअली अगर मुझे पहले पूछते तो मैं जो वर्ड बोलने वाला था श्रीमान भाई ने बोल दिया, इमोशन.
हाँ.
तो दूसरा वर्ड फन. लाइक
Fun.
दिस गेम इज फन, स्पेशली व्हेन यू प्ले विथ योर फ्रेंड्स, तो काफी
Correct.
मजा आता है. तो
करेक्ट. सब
फन.
दोस्तों को इकट्ठे करता है, मतलब सारे कम्युनिटीज को इकट्ठा करता है. सो इट्स
Yeah.
रियली गुड टू सी कि आपकी टीम जो कैजुअल प्लेयर होके भी आपने अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया. वेरी वेरी वेल प्लेड. कांग्रेचुलेशन.
थैंक यू
अभी
सो मच.
बस जाने के पहले आई एम गोइंग टू थ्रो इट ओपन टू एनी ऑफ यू. आप में से किसी को भी अपने फैंस, अपने सपोर्टर्स के बारे में कोई भी अनाउंस करनी है, यू कैन गो अहेड. एनीबॉडी?
वैसे क्लासिफाइड भाई, हम यहाँ पे भी आसपास ही है और फाइनल में भी ऊपर नीचे ही है. देखा कि नहीं आपने?
यस यस यस, बिल्कुल. कल से हर मैच के बाद वही देख रहा था.
कल से हम हर मैच में एक दूसरे के पास ही है.
अरे श्रीमान भाई,
yes,
अघोरी
yes.
शक्ति पीछे लगी है.
अरे हाँ ना, अंतर्यामी भाई, अरे वो पहली मैच में जो हुआ था यार, क्या बोले उस मैच को. हाथ में चली गई यार, हाथ से
बहुत
चली
फनी था, बहुत फनी था. हम लोग रिपीट पे देख रहे हैं वो. बहुत फनी था वो.
मतलब कहीं कुछ चांसेस मिलते हैं, वो भी नहीं मिल पाए वहां पे पिंक की वजह से.
अरे बंदूकबाज भाई पैन फाइट में सबके पैन चुरा रहे हैं जो भी इनको मार रहे हैं.
अच्छा, मैं कुछ बोलना चाहूंगा कि सबके लिए, मतलब जनता के लिए, कि गाइस दिस वाज अ फन इवेंट. सो किसी को कुछ हेट मत दो, सब पॉजिटिविटी स्प्रेड करो. एंड आगे वाले इवेंट्स में भी पॉजिटिविटी स्प्रेड करना. कोई भी टीम्स के अप्स एंड डाउन्स होते हैं, सो डोंट जज. मतलब एक दो दिन के इवेंट में इट वाज अ फन इवेंट. सब स्ट्रीमर्स साथ में आके खेले, सो प्लीज डोंट जज देम. स्प्रेड लव. बस इतना ही बोलूंगा. बस
यार, तुम लोग सब लोग मुझे इधर रुलाने के लिए आए हो ऐसा लग रहा है यार. मतलब बहुत ही बढ़िया ये तुमने जो कहा. दैट इज आई थिंक द ऑफ द गेम, दैट कोई दिन पे तुम्हारी टीम जीतती है, कोई दिन पे नहीं जीतती है, बट व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज टू fun and spread the love, and you guys are doing a fantastic job of that. Thank you so much for taking time out and coming for the 2 full days of Battlegrounds Mobile India launch party. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Best of luck to you, your entire team. Hopefully आगे वाले tournaments में आप लोग के और ज़्यादा better performance हो. Thank you so much guys.
Yes.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bye guys.
Take care.
Bye guys.
Bye guys. Bye.
Bye.
अपना मस्त खाना पीना खाओ, आराम से सो जाओ, टेंशन नहीं है. Bye.
चलो एक बार फिर दोस्ती के ड्रीम्स सजाएं, फिर से क्रेजी स्क्वाड्स और कुछ नई टीम्स बनाएं. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया इसका नेम है. आफ्टर ऑल ये इंडिया का गेम है. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया का बैटल ग्राउंड्स. डाउनलोड